Chapter 1173. After Zhao Guangchong left. The smile on Lin Yuan's face gradually disappeared, and he regained his indifferent expression. He turned to look at Li Zhong, who was standing not far away, and said in a low voice, "How's the matter with Frost Mirror Khan?" Li Zhong bowed slightly, cupped his hands, and said, "The Reflection Frost Dynasty is like a grasshopper after autumn. They won't be able to jump around for long. Both of us are well aware of this. Recently, no Reflection Frost barbarians have tried to break through our defense line. I heard that they've already eaten all their food and warhorses. They've long run out of ammunition and provisions. Those who survive now are all cultivators with good cultivation. Otherwise, we would have to wonder what they're eating." Lin Yuan was silent for a moment, and then he raised his voice slightly, and replied, "Tell me something I don't know." Li Zhong's expression turned awkward. He apologized in a low voice and said, "I've already sent a message to the other side. As long as the Frost Khagan is willing to end his own life, we will let the rest of the people go. I'm guessing that right now, the Frost Khagan is trying to convince the Frost Khagan to end his own life. According to the plan, we will throw these people into the Hingduan mountain range, and use them as a bargaining chip for the one you think highly of, to become the Beast Master. According to Yi Bujia's information, including the heads we have sent over, that one has about a 70% chance of winning. If he loses, it means that he and his tribe did not contribute at all in the plan to massacre the Frost Mirror grassland." As his voice fell, Li Zhong saw Lin Yuan squinting his eyes slightly, and his heart sank. After a while, Lin Yuan said with a dark look, "I don't want to tell you that the king cannot be humiliated, but this situation is not what I want to see. To put it simply, Li Zhong, you have made a very simple matter complicated." Lin Yuan paused, and when he saw Li Zhong's thoughtful expression, he continued, "I don't want to see the officials trying to persuade Frost Mirror Khan to commit suicide. I only care about the result and the resources we have invested. Originally, you could have let those people kill Frost Mirror Khan, and then find an excuse to send them into the Hingduan mountain range. But now, if Frost Mirror Khan is really forced to commit suicide, do you think this king will let them go or not?" Hearing this, Li Zhong's forehead was already covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. There was a difference between letting them go and letting them go. If the cavalry of the Shuangjin dynasty were to be released back to the grassland, their fate would not change. But in Lin Yuan's plan, Silver Thunder's brain was supposed to be counted as part of the calculation, so it would be hard to say who would be the one to blame. As for whether to let them go back to the Frost Mirror grassland or put them into the Hingduan mountain range for internal digestion, that would depend on whether the Shuangjin barbarian forced Frost Mirror Khan to commit suicide in exchange for their lives, or if Frost Mirror Khan was killed by them. Li Zhong took a deep breath, and a trace of worry flashed across his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Your subordinate is at fault. I thought everything was under control, so I made such a mistake. Please punish me, Dragon King." A mistake of this level was definitely not punishable by death. After all, the lives of those barbarians were in the hands of the northern region, and it was only a momentary lapse of judgment from the northern region. At most, it was just that the northern region did not have the right to do so, and it would cause some criticism. But the northern frontier was, after all, a force guarded by demonic beasts. Some criticism was nothing. But this kind of low-level mistake was not something he, Li Zhong, should have made. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, and the atmosphere became solemn. After a while, he said faintly, "This king has sensed the opportunity to break through. For the next period of time, you will be in charge of all the affairs of the northern frontier. When this king returns from the Endless Sea, I hope everything will go smoothly." "Ah. Yes." Li Zhong lowered his head, not daring to look into Lin Yuan's eyes. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The most important thing was that trust was a very fatal thing. When it existed, the people who trusted you were willing to bet everything that you wouldn't let them down. But when there was a crack in the trust, then all the trust would collapse in a very short time. For example, this time, previously, when Master Wu came to look for him, he did not dare to say that he had not been tempted. After all, the current Li Zhong could be said to be the king of the northern region. Even though he had always been very careful to play the role of the puppet king, in the countless sleepless nights he had tossed and turned, he had fantasized more than once how great it would be if all the power now belonged to him alone. Now, a great opportunity was in front of him. If he cooperated with those people to kill or expel Lin Yuan, then he, the nominal king of the northern frontier, would become the real king of the northern frontier. But in the end, he still made the most reasonable choice as usual, which was to take the initiative to report this matter to Lin Yuan. He did not hide anything at all and even speculated that those people were not from the Heavenly Gate Guardians. It seemed that he had gained Lin Yuan's trust. But did Lin Yuan really trust him? In the face of such a temptation, he did not believe that he could remain unmoved until the end. Moreover, if he was in Lin Yuan's position, he would have already started looking for a candidate to be the fourth king of the northern frontier. But now, the incident with Frost Mirror Khan was like a signal. A signal that he was challenging Lin Yuan's authority. After all, this was not a small matter. Because if there was a mistake in the operation, then the plan against the Frost Mirror Grassland and the Hingduan Mountains would be half lost. Whether Li Zhong's behavior was intentional or not, it would obviously make Lin Yuan unhappy. At this time, Lin Yuan took a step back and handed over the entire northern frontier to him. However, he did not say when he would return. Therefore, Li Zhong could easily deduce that this was a trial for him by Lin Yuan. If he could make up for his mistakes and complete Lin Yuan's plan, or even better, he would be able to keep his life. Otherwise, Lin Yuan should be looking for a candidate to be the fourth king of the northern frontier. It was about time for him to choose a place with good feng shui for himself. Yes. Li Zhong spat out a mouthful of turbid air and said in a loud and clear voice, "This subordinate will definitely look after the north." Lin Yuan replied softly. Li Zhong did not know if it was a psychological effect, but he seemed to see a hint of mockery in Lin Yuan's eyes. Chapter 1174. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Yuan had already set off from the northern frontier, following the Wei River all the way south, towards the endless sea. 3 months had passed, even if the outer sea demonic beasts and the dragon clan of the four seas had a blood feud, they should have finished fighting by now. Even if they had not completely settled their grudges, both sides should not have the energy to continue fighting. Because this was not just a battle for revenge, but a battle that would determine the future overlord of the endless sea. Regardless of whether it was the outer sea demonic beasts or the dragon clan of the four seas, it was impossible for them to go all out, or even to the extent of perishing together with the other party. Then, since the war was over, it was time to reap the rewards. Especially in these 3 months, the construction of the City of Trade should have been completed. Even if there were still some details missing, it would not affect the business of the City of Trade. If he did not take advantage of this time to reap some profits, what was the point of building the City of Trade? Of course, even if the war in the Endless Sea had not ended, Lin Yuan was not worried that he would be dragged into the quagmire. After all, after building the City of Trade, Lin Yuan would be able to use the teleportation portal to receive customers from all over the world. He would also be able to connect the trade route between the Sky Martial Continent and the Endless Sea. As long as Lin Yuan was willing, he would be able to obtain the identity of the biggest logistics supplier in the Endless Sea anytime. At such a juncture, no one would dare to offend him. Because with an additional set of resources, the speed of recuperation would increase by a little, and the speed of recuperation would determine when the next war would start or who would lead it. After Lin Yuan left, Li Zhong then sat down on the stone chair in the king's mansion's courtyard with a bitter face, staring at the pond at the side, lost in thought. Facts had proven that if there were rules, there would be loopholes. Even though the Northern Frontier had organizations like the Embroidered Uniform Guards and the Demon Emperor Association, but at the end of the day, they could not be omnipotent. Luo Su was able to hide from the eyes and ears of the Demon Emperor Association and the embroidered uniform guards to join forces with Lei Fan. If Li Zhong was willing, he could actually do something similar as well. However, it was meaningless to do such a thing because the northern region never belonged to him. The ruthless people who gathered in the northern region weren't here for him either. Most of them had no choice but to flee to the northern region because of their strength, talents, and other reasons. They had offended powerful people in their previous places and had no choice but to flee to the northern region in order to survive. In the current cultivation world of the Sky Martial world, just by casually asking around, one would know that there were many strong cultivators who had appeared in recent years. But the most outstanding one was still the Black Jiao from the northern frontier. In less than 3 years, the Black Jiao had quickly replaced Kong Xiang as the #1 man. This was something that even the Demon Venerable had not been able to do. After all, the Demon Vein of the southern wasteland was not far from Mount Shaoyi. If the Demon Venerable had not crossed paths with Kong Xiang, that would be strange. So, the ruthless people came to the northern frontier not only for a stage where they could display their strengths, but more importantly, they wanted to obtain the protection of the northern frontier. Obviously, Li Zhong had no way to protect these strong cultivators who had defected to the northern frontier. When the time came, even if these people did not come out to fight with him for the control of the northern frontier, they would still choose to leave the northern frontier. At that time, without the support of these people, and with the connection to the Hengduan mountain range broken, the northern frontier could really be said to be useless. It would not take long before it returned to the way it was in the hands of the Shenwu dynasty, becoming a desolate land. When his sister thought of this, Li Zhong could not help but sigh. His family's dragon king was truly a person who could reach the heavens. The current northern frontier was a piece of land that was worth drooling over in everyone's eyes. But only in Lin Yuan's hands did the northern frontier become like this. Once the power of the northern frontier was lost, unless the other party was like Lin Yuan, possessing the identity of a demon beast, valiant strength, and a mysterious background, they would be able to maintain the characteristics of the northern frontier. It was just like how no matter what policies Lin Yuan introduced, the credit would be forcefully given to Li Zhong. Demon beasts were also extremely distrustful of humans. The main reason why the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce was able to prosper was because the person in charge of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce was Lin Yuan. Otherwise, with the nature of businessmen pursuing profits, they would have already begun to follow the trend of the northern frontier, imitating the model of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce and entering the Hengduan mountain range. But until now, Li Zhong had never heard of any Chamber of Commerce doing the same thing as the northern frontier. After a moment of silence, Li Zhong lightly waved his right hand. A wave of Gang Qi shot out from his palm, directly stirring up the pond beside him. "Your Highness, why did you call for me?" After another 2 breaths of time, a middle-aged man dressed in a long black robe climbed out of the pond. But the strange thing was that there was not a single trace of water on the man's body. Li Zhong's eyes narrowed slightly as he said slowly, "The Dragon King has already left the northern frontier. Before that, he also released Yi Balan and Li Axan. Now the northern frontier looks strong, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that once we start a war with the Deadwood dynasty, the northern frontier will quickly weaken into an empty shell. Those guys will definitely choose that time to stir up trouble. Currently, we do not know much about the enemy, but Lei Fan and Luo Su will definitely be part of the troublemakers. Go and keep a close eye on them. Once they do anything, immediately send a message back." "Yes." The middle-aged man cupped his hands and replied in a deep voice. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to leave, Li Zhong spoke again, "Also, get that spy to start working. He must find an excuse to cut off Frost Mirror Khan's head before he collapses mentally and commits suicide. Don't make things difficult for me." This time, the middle-aged man did not agree readily. After a moment of silence, he slowly raised his head and said, "Your Highness, this is not what you promised us. If Frost Mirror Khan dies, the Frost Mirror grassland will be leaderless. When that time comes, the tribes will fight and kill each other. We will not have a chance to enter and harvest. Do you think this is appropriate? Fufu, Li Zhong let out a long breath and said with a gloomy face, the Frost Mirror grassland is a place that the Dragon King has his eyes on. Whether Frost Mirror Khan dies or not, there will be no accidents. Your previous plan is destined to fail. My personal advice to you is to sincerely cooperate with us. In the future, the benefits you will reap will be far greater than what you have now. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment. In the end, he shook his head and said, "You can't even fulfill the benefits you promised us. How can you make us believe in the greater benefits you promised us? If this is all you want to say, then, forgive me for taking my leave. We will no longer be involved in the northern frontier." Ha! Li Zhong responded to the middle-aged man with a cold laugh. Chapter 1175. Lin Yuan stopped in the middle of the Wei River, his eyes gloomy. After a while, he grinned and sneered, "A bunch of traitors, do you really think I don't know about your existence? If it wasn't for Zhou Jinchuan's request before he died, would have killed all of you long ago. The last chance is right here, so, do you cherish it?" The middle-aged man's surname was Zhou, but he wasn't from the Zhou Wuying branch. The Shenwu dynasty, which had been established for tens of years, had two big branches, Lei Qiusheng and Lei Qiuming. Counting the inheritance of the Lei family, for example, Lei Fan, although he had the bloodline of the Lei family, he wasn't a real royal family. He was only slightly stronger than the average nobles, otherwise he wouldn't have been sent to the northern frontier to gain experience and gain merits. In the Wanjian dynasty, which had an even longer history, the Zhou family could be said to be a big family among the big families. Not only did the Zhou family have the bloodline of the Zhou family, but there were also many families that were bestowed with the family name of the emperor after making great contributions. After the fall of the Wanjian dynasty, although those meritorious officials still had connections with the Zhou family, they all changed back to the family name of their ancestors. The so-called Zhou family was just a general name. If they were to be divided, there were probably no less than 100 families with the surname Zhou. In this chaotic world, it was very normal to place bets separately. However, the remaining members of the Zhou clan did not only want to rely on someone who could become the ruler of the dynasty, they also wanted to rebuild the Wan Swords dynasty and restore their former glory. Zhou Wuying and Lei Fan cooperated to rebuild the Wanjian dynasty. The middle-aged man cooperated with Li Zhong to rebuild the Wanjian dynasty. These people had more or less harmed the interests of the northern frontier. According to Lin Yuan's logic, they should have been sentenced to death. But Zhou Jianxian had contributed to the northern frontier. Before he died, he set out his last wish. Even if Lin Yuan rejected it directly, he still gave these Zhou family members a chance to change. It was just as Li Zhong thought. Lin Yuan had never believed that anyone could replace his position on the northern frontier. If such an existence really appeared, he would only be able to obtain a desolate border. It was true that the northern frontier was his base, but only in his hands would the northern frontier be the northern frontier of today. Therefore, Lin Yuan never believed that anyone could take the northern frontier away from him. At the other side, the middle-aged man frowned slightly. He took half a step back and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, I don't quite understand what you mean. We all know that the Dragon King is powerful. Since the Frost Mirror grassland is already in the hands of the Dragon King, we won't fight for it. Why is your Highness trying to scare me with a sneer? Bluff you. You're not worthy." Li Zhong's face turned cold. He stared at the middle-aged man with a gloomy face and said coldly, "I'm talking to you nicely. Do you want to fool me? Then I'll make it clear to you. At this juncture, I don't know how many people are watching the northern frontier. There are even people in the dark who have come to me for cooperation. But at this time, the Dragon King has sent Yi Balan and Li Axan away, and handed the northern frontier to me. Do you think that the Dragon King has no idea of your secret tricks at all, and he did this out of trust? When he spoke up to here, he paused for a moment before he raised his hand and continued, if you insist on doing this, then I won't try to persuade you any further. However, when you're about to die, don't forget that I've already done all I can for all of you. Tut. The middle-aged man smacked his lips and suppressed the idea that had just appeared. Because Lin Yuan's series of actions clearly showed that he wanted them to express their attitude. Would they help the northern frontier complete the plan and then live peacefully in the northern frontier, or would they continue to do things their own way and wait for Lin Yuan to directly destroy them? Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan had already retracted his gaze and dived into the Wei River. What the middle-aged man's final choice was actually not important, because the moment he stopped, it meant that he had understood the consequences of his choice. At this time, it was up to him. Even if Lin Yuan appeared, he could not change his mind. He only needed to put this matter aside and wait for a result. If they made the wrong choice, Lin Yuan would not hesitate to activate the previous arrangement and directly send these people to hell. On the other hand, Lin Yuan did not mind giving them a chance to integrate into the northern frontier. However, entering the Endless Sea this time was much easier than the last time. Last time, the Wei River was filled with the Baixing Navy, but now the situation had changed. No matter how powerful the Baixing Navy was, they did not dare to continue blocking the Wei River. This was because since the rise of the northern frontier, the only overlord of the Wei River was no longer the Baixing Navy. Although the Northern Frontier Navy did not have an independent organization, in terms of elite, they were not inferior to the navy of the Azure River Empire. In addition, with the Sky Demon's occasional harassment, they did not dare to block the entire Wei River. If they became the barrier of the northern frontier for no reason, wouldn't they die in vain? Sneaking along the Wei River, Lin Yuan sighed in his heart. After all, the Wei River was never a peaceful place. In a small section of the water, there could be several clans of aquatic monsters fighting for control. After all, the Baixing Navy's military exploits were here. Zhao Xiang was also a famous general who could fight on the water, like Yan Xingqi and Lei Qiusheng. Him leading the Baixing Navy to patrol the Wei River was more of a deterrent to the Shenwu dynasty. Their real job was to patrol the Wei River, to ensure the balance of the aquatic monster's ecological chain, to protect the living environment of the people along the river, and to ensure that the monsters were not too rampant. However, the Wei River now was like a ghost town. Lin Yuan walked for nearly 100,000 kilometers, but the number of aquatic monsters he saw did not exceed 1,000. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan smiled and murmured, "It seems that the war in the Endless Sea is still going on. These monsters have all run to the outer sea and are trying to take root there. Although the Wei River is vast, it is still much smaller than the Endless Sea. Those monsters from the outer sea have been robbed. It seems that the dragon tribe of the Four Seas is not having a good time." The closer he got to the Frost Mirror grassland, the narrower the Wei River became. On the contrary, the downstream near the territory of the Qingjiang dynasty was the place where the aquatic monsters had to fight for survival. Even in this place, there were not many monsters, which could only mean that they had all entered the Endless Sea. With such a large number of aquatic monsters entering the Endless Sea, who knew how many territories of the monsters from the outer sea they had devoured? Moreover, they had not been defeated until now. It could only mean that the monsters from the outer sea did not care about them at all. They were now wholeheartedly fighting the dragon tribe of the Four Seas. Chapter 1176. At that moment, a strange feeling came from the unseen world. Lin Yuan suddenly raised his head and looked towards the west. Countless desolate world creatures were like Lin Yuan. They all turned to look in the direction of the strange movement. No one knew what had just happened, but one thing was for sure, something incredible had been born. On the Endless Sea, on a lone island that looked like a lone star, Hanba slowly raised his head. Hitorigami slowly raised his head. His grayish-white eyes trembled slightly. After a long time, he murmured with a hoarse voice, "This world can actually set up the grand formation of heavenly stars. Could it be that the legend is true?" Ji Meng. Bai Zhe. At that moment, the Tianwu world seemed to tremble. It was broad daylight, but endless starlight sprinkled down from the sky, as if it was going to cover the sky and earth. 365 stars lit up, releasing incomparably resplendent rays of light. In addition, there were over 10,000 slightly dimmed stars revolving around these 365 stars as if they were resonating with each other. Shortly after, streams of star energy descended, instantly enveloping the martial heaven continent and the endless sea. The stars in the sky also began to move along a mysterious trajectory. Great heavenly cycle stars formation. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of fear as he softly muttered. The Great Heavenly Cycle Stars formation was created by Bai Zhe, one of the 10 great demon commanders, during the ancient demon court. Once it was set up, it could cover the sky and earth, instantly separating them into two worlds. Even the flow of time would change. As the saying went, a day in the sky is a year on earth. This was to describe the profoundness of the Great Heavenly Cycle Stars formation. And this was only the most basic use of the Great Heavenly Cycle Stars formation. The most terrifying part of the Great Heavenly Cycle Stars formation was its defense. Once it was set up, except for the original gate of life, there were no flaws. That was why after the Heavenly Court set up the Great Heavenly Cycle Stars formation, there were 4 gates of heaven in the north, south, east, and west. Even Taishang and Yuanshi had to go through one of the 4 gates of heaven to enter the Heavenly Court. Such a powerful formation was naturally not something that could be casually set up. First, it required special materials to refine 365 greater heavenly cycle star banners and 14,800 lesser heavenly cycle star banners. Then, it would be arranged with them as the foundation. Among them, each great heavenly cycle star banner had to be a middle-grade spiritual treasure, and the minor heavenly cycle star banner had to be a low-grade spiritual treasure. If they were placed in the system's ranking of treasures, even a minor heavenly cycle star banner would have a rating of B-. The killing blood sword in Ichi immortal Yu Yuan's hand was almost at this level. It was stronger than a great heavenly cycle star banner alone, but it was still limited. After all, spiritual treasures and magic treasures were not the same thing. Spiritual treasures were existences that surpassed magic treasures by a level. Above that, they would reach the level of ultimate treasures. Although spiritual treasures were also divided into innate and acquired treasures, the materials used to set up the formation were not differentiated. Even an ordinary ultimate treasure would not be able to withstand the Great Heavenly Cycle Stars formation. The Great Heavenly Cycle Stars formation did not exist in the Tianwu world. After all, this formation was created by Bai Zhe. According to legends, Bai Zhe was a great demon that knew astronomy and geography. Even among the mythical creatures, Bai Zhe's knowledge was at the top level. Such a talent was obviously not something that could be nurtured in a small world. Then, this Great Heavenly Cycle Stars formation was undoubtedly the work of the Great Heavenly Cycle Stars formation. The Great Heavenly Cycle Star banners required by the Great Heavenly Cycle Stars formation were irreplaceable. The quality and quantity had to meet the standards. For example, if a person's strength exceeded his physical fitness, then every time he punched, it would bring a great burden to his body. He might even die from the backlash. This was the same principle in the art of formations. The more powerful a formation was, the more materials and rituals it required. This was because every time a formation was activated, it would cause damage to the formation itself. To repair it was almost equivalent to setting up a new formation. When choosing materials, the longer the better. After all, no matter how rich one was, one could not waste money like this. Even the richest people in the world did not have the habit of throwing their money into the sea, right? It was hard to say whether the Tianwu world had the materials to make star banners. But even if there were materials, it was impossible for the other party to make so many star banners in such a short time. Even when Hao Tian, who was favored by Hong Jun, established the heavenly court, he had used a lot of stock from the ancient demon court when he rebuilt the great heavenly cycle stars formation. This was because the materials and time required to make enough star banners were unimaginable. If he had to start from scratch, it would be too late by the time he finished. Heaven Emperor. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed. He had to admit that Hong Jun was indeed steady, accurate, and ruthless. Now that the Tianwu world was about to be repaired, it could be said that the three paths of heaven, earth, and man were indispensable. The position of the human king had not been decided yet, and the god of the underworld was already in Lin Yuan's pocket. Hong Jun's subordinate had actually been able to obtain the position of Heaven Emperor. This made Lin Yuan somewhat interested in this Heaven Emperor whom he had yet to meet. Lin Yuan was very clear that they were both outsiders. At least he had a physical body from the Tianwu world. Therefore, it was even more difficult for the other party to obtain the position of Heaven Emperor than it was for him. However, the other party had been hiding for so long, and had been secretly plotting all this time. It was obvious that he had already obtained the position of Heaven Emperor. Therefore, this Heaven Emperor was undoubtedly a powerful figure. But why did he set up the great heavenly cycle stars formation? Lin Yuan focused his mind and pondered. However, he realized that the other party's actions were like the puzzling behavior of humans. It was hard to understand. The great heavenly cycle stars formation was second to none in terms of its defensive ability. Once the formation was set up, there was no other way in other than the four heavenly gates. No external power could break through the great heavenly cycle stars formation. During the Great Shaman War, how did the shaman tribe break through the great heavenly cycle stars formation? To put it simply, it was the 12 grand shamans who used a formation to break through the formation. To put it in more detail, it was the 12 grand shamans who used the 12 divine fiends formation to condense Pan Gu's true body to break through the great heavenly cycle stars formation. Pan Gu's true body was a power that could split the heavens and earth, or even destroy the heavens and earth. To the eldritch wastelands of the great thousand worlds, the great god Pan Gu, who could break through 10,000 techniques with his power, was not an invincible existence. His power was enough to create chaos in the eldritch wastelands, but it was not enough to destroy the eldritch wastelands. However, if it was the Tianwu world, not to mention the power of the great god Pan Gu, even if a sage were to descend, he would be able to cause the eldritch wastelands to explode. Then the question was the great heavenly cycle stars formation unbreakable? Chapter 1177. In the Tianwu world, the great heavenly cycle star formation was truly an unbreakable existence. Even if they could explode with enough power to destroy the great heavenly cycle star formation, the result would be the destruction of the Tianwu world. That would be equivalent to dragging everyone down with them. Rather than calling it breaking the formation, it would be more accurate to call it self-destruction. Of course, if they did not directly break the great heavenly cycle star formation, there would naturally be other ways to break it. For example, if they directly walked into the formation through the four heavenly gates, then the defenses outside would naturally become mere decorations. However, the problem was that the four heavenly gates were not the weak points of the great heavenly cycle star formation. They were specially made for the deities of the heavenly court to go to work. Correspondingly, the security of the four heavenly gates was also extremely terrifying. Just like the one in the chaos world, other than the southern heavenly gate that was clearly made easy for the monkeys, the other three heavenly gates were placed there. It could be said that anyone who tried to barge in would die. Even if a sage tried to barge in, he would probably have a layer of his skin peeled off. When the two armies faced off against each other, before they had even clashed, the other side had already withdrawn into their turtle shells and hung up a "no battle" sign. What kind of freaking operation was this? Could it be that they wanted to outlast their opponents to death? Lin Yuan's expression suddenly became strange. That was because the great heavenly cycle star formation had another use, which was to change the flow of time. As the saying went, a day in the heavenly court is a year on earth. It was because of the existence of the great heavenly cycle star formation. A year for the deities of the heavenly court was a year for the living beings on earth. Calculating it this way, the deities of the heavenly court were able to send away 1 or 2 generations of mortals in 3 months. Even the most powerful heroes would be as weak as porcelain dolls in the face of time. Once the great heavenly cycle star formation was set up, it could be said to cover the sky and cover the earth. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was unable to pass through the great heavenly cycle star formation. However, what did that matter? What kind of existences were the deities of the heavenly court? They were immortals whose physical bodies had been destroyed, but whose true spirits existed on the investiture of the gods. What they needed was the power of incense. No matter how much spiritual chi they absorbed, it was just a decoration for a pure cultivator of the divine path. Those great chi practitioners who were recorded as immortals did not rely on the power of incense, but they did not live in the heavenly court either. Instead, they went to work and were picked up by special immortal cars. They were treated much better than the workers who crowded buses and rushed to the subway. When they were not on duty, they would stay in the mortal world and cultivate. Moreover, every 3,000 years, the heavenly court would organize a peach banquet to increase the lifespan of these great chi practitioners with spiritual items. Of course, ordinary heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals could only live for 300 to 500 years even if they were recorded as immortals. Therefore, the peach banquet had nothing to do with these small fries. Could it be that the celestial emperor had set up the heavenly cycle star formation to exhaust them to death? But who could he outlast? The power of incense itself could be converted into any unit of energy, including but not limited to cultivation and lifespan. Those old immortals in the heavenly martial world were using the power of incense to extend their lifespan, which was why they were able to live until now. Of course, this was because they took advantage of the fact that the 3 realms were incomplete. If the netherworld was established, regardless of cultivation or realm, as long as one did not reach the golden immortal realm, the netherworld would have the right to take away one's soul and send it into the cycle of reincarnation. In other words, once Lin Yuan became the netherworld god, the first thing he would do was to kill these bastards who played with life and death, and set the cycle of reincarnation back on its normal path. 3 calamities and 9 disasters, 5 decays of heaven and man. Sorry. The heavenly martial world did not care about this. If the netherworld god said you should die, then you must die. The heavenly cycle star formation was definitely not set up to exhaust us to death. Then, the other party must need an absolutely safe space to carry out some kind of preparation. Lin Yuan's gaze became more and more serious as he muttered, "It is not just to guard against me. The Shengqing Heavenly Venerable and Red Cloud Daoist are also targets that the Celestial Emperor needs to guard against. Because both sides have different standpoints, he is standing on that person's side. His purpose in coming to this world is undoubtedly to kill all of us, and remove that person's calamity of death. And that person's calamity of death, currently, is me. Therefore, he is now preparing something that can completely kill me. But it still needs time. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan was silent for a moment, and then he said again, "No, we can't exclude another possibility. The other party has already set up a trap for me, and deliberately set up the heavenly cycle star formation to lure me there. Moreover, this direction is the west of the northern frontier, which means we have to pass through the territories of the Qingjiang Empire, the Chuyun Empire, and the Demon Mountains of the southern wilderness. According to my character, I will not leave my escape route in the hands of others. Therefore, I must destroy these 3 forces. This has changed my strategic plan. I want to destroy the northern frontier with me. In the heavenly martial continent, among the 7 empires, the one that ranked second was called Shiqi. At this moment, in the imperial palace of Shiqi, a young man in a white robe embroidered with dragons and purple brocade was sitting on the dragon throne. He looked down at the empty throne room, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, outlining an evil smile on his handsome white face. He seemed to have seen Lin Yuan, who was hesitating countless miles away. The smile on the young man's face grew wider and wider. After a while, a gentle voice sounded in the hall, "Then, the right to choose is in your hands again. Do you want to come to Shichi and fight, or pretend that nothing has happened and bet that I am just bluffing you?" Behind the dragon throne, a figure in a black robe stood. It was Baigon, who had been humiliated by Hanba. Baigon bowed slightly and said with a smile, "His Royal Highness King of Wu has a great foresight." As soon as he placed his piece, he was already in an invincible position. No matter whether the black dragon comes to Shichi or not, the final result will not change. It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Humph. King Wu snorted, as if he was not interested in Baigon's compliment. He just glanced at Baigon with a cold face and said in a cold voice, "Don't make a mistake this time. If my elder brother and your inferior plan appears again, I will personally take action and erase your name from the deification list. Even your last trace of true spirit will be obliterated." As soon as he finished speaking, Baigon's movements became slightly stiff, and his face became a little unnatural. Because he knew that what King Wu said was not empty talk. If King Wu was angry, he really had the ability to erase his name from the deification list. If it was in the early days of the Heavenly Court, King Wu would not have such ability, because at that time, the Heavenly Court was in need of people. In addition, the disciples of the three religions all regarded the deification list as a tribulation, and no one was willing to join the Heavenly Court. Therefore, there was the deification tribulation of the three religions, and the dead became the deification list. Chapter 1178. But in the current primordial world, it was really a long story. Ever since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, the 6 saints of heaven no longer had any opponents in the universe. Tao ancestor Hongjun also merged with the heavenly Tao and completely became the dictator of the primordial world. Therefore, a series of rules came into being. For example, after the 3 sovereigns ruled the world and the 5 emperors ruled the world, the human king could no longer cultivate. Another example was that the Qi refinement cultivators became the only path of cultivation for humans. However, the limit of this path was the level of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Not to mention the creatures of the primordial world, even the immortals of the heavenly court were like ants. In such an environment, going to the heavenly court to become a god was not a tribulation, but something that countless Qi refinement cultivators had to pursue for their entire lives. Without Wensu Star, there were still thousands of Qi refinement cultivators waiting to fill the position of Wensu Star. Compared to the first emperor King Wu of Zhou, the Wensu Star did not have much prestige. If King Wu spoke, his deity position would be erased in an instant. After all, he was a loser in the struggle for the throne and was sent to the god role to make up the numbers. He was a banner that Hongjun had set up in the human world, a representative of the heavenly Tao suppressing the human world. After GFA, other than Yingzheng and a few others, which human king did not call himself the emperor. The disciples of the Confucian sect, who were like lackeys of the heavenly Tao, kept flattering those emperors who tried to reverse history and overthrow the advanced policies. They wanted to restore the rights of Zhou, the well-field system, and other ancient and backward systems. They scolded the real human kings, such as Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu, as tyrants and fatuous rulers. However, to restore the rights of Zhou, there had to be a banner, right? In the primordial world, other than the human kings like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who dared not to give the first emperor some face. As for his plan with Bo Yikao, in his opinion, it was indeed a failure of a failure. Because at the beginning, he conspired with Bo Yikao to seduce Daji with his handsome appearance, hoping to draw this beautiful demon concubine to the camp of Shichi. However, he failed in the end. Although this history was changed by the Zhou dynasty as the victor, Daji seduced Bo Yikao because of his handsome appearance, but was rejected by Ikao, she killed him in anger. But in fact, the truth was that Ikao did not have the ability to kill Daji. But the truth was, Ikao did not have the ability to kill Daji at all. But the truth was, Ikao did not have the ability to kill Daji. And Daji did not have had Daji to Daji. But he Ikao, Daji seduced Daji was seduced and Daji say was. Wensu. God. Wisdom spilled all over the world, but Baigan was like holding an umbrella. GFA turned his head with slight disdain. A trace of viciousness flashed through his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "Don't let me down, Black Jiao." Baigan did not see the trace of viciousness in GFA's eyes. But Baigan was an immortal who had lived for countless years. In just a few words, he realized GFA's dissatisfaction with him. Moreover, he also noticed something deeper. GFA was not satisfied with being the emperor. Don't forget, the reason why there were wars among the vassal states in the East Zhou dynasty was that Daji's last attack shattered their reverence for the way of heaven. They no longer respected the high and mighty existence. Instead, they worked hard to become the supreme ruler of the world. These vassal kings included GFA. At that time, when Hongjun was powerful, GFA could restrain his ambition and obediently sit on the throne of the first emperor. But now, even the untainted world was not under Hongjun's control. How could he, who was in the Tianwu world, not show any ambition? Lin Yuan, who was far away in the Wei River, narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not know why, but he felt that someone was spying on him. However, he could not capture the other party's aura. After thinking about it, he felt that the other party was using some kind of magic treasure. That was why this happened. In fact, the reason why the situation in the northern frontier and the Hingduan mountain range was seen by other cultivators was because those cultivators expressed similar wishes. What they saw was broadcast by Lin Yuan using the power of incense. Otherwise, the Heaven Dipper realm and Kongming realm cultivators would not be able to see what happened in the northern frontier. Otherwise, what was the difference between Lin Yuan's hard-earned intelligence organization and taking off his pants to fart? Why would he need to find someone to investigate something that he could see himself? Spying on other existences across countless spacetimes, if one did not use magic treasures, this level of power could only be used by existences who had touched the threshold of gods. If one cultivated to become a god, one did not even need to take the initiative to look. With just a thought, one could receive what one wanted to see. In the world of cultivation, this was called deduction, or being able to calculate with one's fingers. The so-called calculating with one's fingers was just a process of watching. However, after dealing with the trouble in the Hingduan mountain range and the frost mirror grassland in the northern frontier, Lin Yuan took the initiative to cut off the broadcast signal. In addition, with the interference of the system, ordinary existences could not spy on Lin Yuan. At least, the natives of the Tianwu world could not do this. So, he wants to see what choice I have made. Lin Yuan's mind turned and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This kind of scheming behind people's backs had always been his favorite thing to do. He did not expect that someone would dare to use it on him. Shaking his head and clearing his mind, Lin Yuan continued to swim in the direction of the endless sea. Lin Yuan did not care about how those people in the dark were scheming. After all, there was a gap in information between the two sides. At the very least, they definitely did not know that Lin Yuan had cultivated the universal scripture and the way of the ancient totem god. Once the heaven and earth were repaired and the Tianwu world evolved into a medium-class world, Lin Yuan's strength would instantly increase greatly. At least in the Tianwu world, Lin Yuan's battle strength would not be inferior to that of a quasi-sage. Even if the Sky Emperor in the dark had prepared a killing move, it would only be aimed at the current him. When the heaven and earth were repaired, it would be time for the storm to surge. Now that the heaven and earth were about to be repaired, the Sky Emperor could not help but secretly play tricks. First, he sent a small character like the Wu family head to hook up with Li Zhong. Now, he did not hesitate to expose himself to divert Lin Yuan's attention to the west. When the heaven and earth were repaired and the supreme treasure appeared, if the Sky Emperor could still hide in his great heavenly cycle star formation, Lin Yuan could only give him a thumbs up. There were not many people who could endure to this extent, but there were definitely some. Moreover, this kind of person would not be sent to the Tianwu world by Hongjun. The Sky Emperor was here to remove Hongjun's death tribulation, not to compete with Lin Yuan in terms of patience. Chapter 1179. In the Eldritch World. Two elders in spotless white robes sat in front of a chessboard. They stared at the chessboard in front of them seriously. The strange thing was that there was not a single chess piece on the chessboard. However, if one sank his consciousness into it, he would be able to see the mountains and rivers of the Eldritch World. With the world as the chessboard and the common people as the chess pieces. Since Pan Gu opened the sky, one of them had been sitting on one side of the chessboard. He had been playing the role of the chess player. He played the entire Eldritch World in the palm of his hand. His name was Hongjun. Many people thought that Hongjun suppressed both the Tao of man and the Tao of earth by himself and became the supreme ruler of the Eldritch World. However, Hongjun's ambition was far more than that. In the mortal world, there was a book written by Wang Bao during the Western Han Dynasty, for scholars on virtue. It was recorded that in the world of Hongjun, what was not happy? The Hongjun here referred to the world of peace and the world of Tao. With just this sentence, Hongjun's ambition was obvious. He did not simply want to combine with the Tao of heaven, suppress both the Tao of man and the Tao of earth and become the dictator of the Eldritch World. He wanted to replace the position of the Tao of heaven and become the ruler of the Eldritch World. When that time comes, Hongjun's every word and action would become an irreversible rule of the Eldritch World. It was not like now. It was just that the other Eldritch World creatures were afraid of Hongjun's power and had no choice but to obey the rules set by Hongjun. The Tao of heaven would naturally not ignore the ambitious Hongjun. Therefore, the Grand Supreme successfully became a sage. However, the good corpse incarnation walked around the mortal world. When he left Hanga Pass, he attracted the purple clouds from the east. He wrote the Tao Te Ching and obtained immeasurable merit. The Grand Supreme even destroyed his position as a sage of the heavenly path and became an even more powerful sage of the great path. He even snatched away Hongjun's title of Tao Ancestor. The current Hongjun was not worthy of being called Tao Ancestor. At most, he could only call himself the leader of the celestial sect of wonders. However, the Taoist sect of wonders was a branch of the Tao. All of this happened right under Hongjun's nose. However, Grand Supreme only realized it after everything was done. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to see that Grand Supreme was actually a cannon that had been pushed out by the great Tao. It was specially used to compete with him. If he couldn't defeat the Grand Supreme, he would naturally die. But if he won, he would have the chance to replace the great Tao, just like when the time was right, he would be one with the heavenly Tao. Therefore, on the other side of the chessboard, there was a position for the Grand Supreme. I'm afraid teacher has already lost half of this game. The Grand Elder smiled and stroked his beard, which was whiter than his white robe. He was obviously teasing, but there was no sarcasm in his tone. Instead, he seemed to be seriously reminding Hongjun. Hongjun was not annoyed. He smiled and said, "How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? But even if it becomes a swan, the overlords of the heavens are still eagles and condors." Hongjun was indeed a little annoyed that GFA did not listen to his orders and tried to become the king of man. However, compared to the big picture, GFA's small actions were like a naughty child throwing a tantrum with his parents. It was not worth mentioning. The three sovereigns were trapped in the fire cloud cave and could not take a single step out. none of the 5 emperors had a good ending. As for the king of man, Yingjing and Lu Che, there was no need to talk about them. They were too far away from existences like them. They did not even need to do anything. The Confucian sect in the mortal world could easily make them notorious tyrants. After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the only king of man that gave Hongjun a headache was actually Daxin. Not to mention a small character like GFA who had to endure and scheme to become the king of man. Even if it was Daxin, didn't he still die in the end? Thinking of Daxin, the smile on Hongjun's face gradually faded. After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the human path had been completely suppressed by Hongjun. This kind of suppression was so serious that the king of man could not cultivate. He did not want another king of man to revive the human path. However, Daxin, as a mortal, refused the high and mighty prehistoric creatures and even launched a counterattack against the Xian sect at that time. The final winner of the investiture of the gods was the Zhou dynasty, the Chan sect, and the Ren sect. The foundation of the Shang dynasty was burned to the ground. The king of man, Daxin, did not even have a complete corpse left. However, no one would forget how terrifying that war was. The 3 sects of the Xian sect appeared at the same time. The Western sect was also involved in the catastrophe. Even the mother of man, Nuwa, did not escape. Other than Hongjun, the 6 saints were directly wiped out. Moreover, the Chan sect, the Ren sect, and the Western sect worked together but did not gain the upper hand in the war. Instead, they were repeatedly injured by the Shang dynasty. In the end, even the saints were forced to personally fight. Under the situation where Nuwa did not dare to make a move, the 4 saints worked together to extinguish the arrogance of the Tongtian sect. Without the help of the disciples of the Jia sect, the Shang dynasty was faced with a large group of traders and various qi refinement cultivators. Even so, Daxin ruthlessly tricked the heavenly Tao before his death. A mortal dynasty, in the end, forced the saints to personally fight for it. It was simple to say, but if one thought about it carefully, one would know how powerful the Shang dynasty was at that time. However, in the Tianmu world, even if GFA had his own little plan, Hongjun was not without people he could use. For example, Baigon and Yin Hong. They were famous existences on the investiture of the gods. No matter where they were, they would be firmly controlled by Hongjun. As long as Hongjun had a thought, they would be like dogs that saw a bone and run over to him. Hongjun suddenly raised his head and stared at the Grand Supreme's face meaningfully. He suddenly remembered that he had sent Mosquito Daoren with the purpose of detonating the karma between Mosquito Daoren and the Tongtian sect, causing a calamity in that small kiliocosm. Perhaps Mosquito Daoren, who was involved in the situation, did not understand, but the Grand Supreme would not be unaware of his plan. Even so, the Grand Supreme still sent Mosquito Daoren with a tough attitude. It was obvious that the Grand Supreme was not on the same side as him. He would not let a disciple who had made great contributions to him to carry out a mission that would definitely lead to death. The scheme behind this was probably very deep. This round is not over yet, teacher. The Grand Supreme still had a smile on his face. However, as if he had thought of something, he directly interrupted Hongjun's thoughts. Yes, this round is not over yet. Hongjun was slightly stunned. A smile appeared on his face again as he softly agreed. The final game had not yet begun. The victory and defeat today was just a simple victory and defeat. It was not a big deal. Chapter 1180. 3 days later. Lin Yuan had already entered the outer sea area. Compared to the endless sea, the current outer sea area could be said to be extremely withered. Nearly 80% of the sea demon clan's encampments could be said to be empty at this moment. There were even some sea demon clan's encampments that clearly had the characteristics of aquatic sea demon beasts living in them. They were obviously outsiders who had taken over the nest. This scene couldn't help but make Lin Yuan frown slightly. The war that he had started but didn't participate in, what was the result of it now? The sea demon beasts couldn't have been wiped out, right? This wasn't good news. After all, Lin Yuan was now standing in the endless sea and had already offended the dragon bloodline demon beasts. The city of trade was a piece of fat meat in their eyes, and they couldn't wait to pounce and take a bite. The reason why the Sea Demon Guild and the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas didn't take action was that Lin Yuan had lured the sea demon beasts into the situation, causing them to have no time to take care of themselves. However, if any of them were wiped out, the position of the Overlord of the Endless Sea would be confirmed in a short time, and the gray-scaled flood dragon people under Lin Yuan's command wouldn't have a place to stand. However, the current situation clearly indicated that the situation of the demon beasts in the outer seas had reached a critical point. Whether it was sea demon beasts or wild beasts, the nest was extremely important. If they stepped into the hunting range, as long as they ran fast enough, they could still survive. However, if they stepped into the nest, even if they ran to the end of the world, they would be chased by the nest owner. For sea demon beasts and wild beasts that struggled on the line of life and death every day, the nest was the only safe place. If the nest wasn't safe, then the uneasiness and fear brought by the sense of crisis was enough to make them fall into madness. Now, the nests of the sea demon beasts were either abandoned or occupied by outsiders. It seemed that the sea demon beasts hadn't returned here for a long time. However, even if that was the case, there should be some young adults, females, and cubs in their nests, right? Or could it be that the outer sea demon beasts had already destroyed the dragon clan of the Four Seas, so they had moved to the inner sea? With an uneasy feeling, Lin Yuan continued to swim forward. However, Lin Yuan was not optimistic about the future of the demon beasts that had taken the opportunity to enter the endless sea. After all, the sea was completely different from the land, rivers, and lakes. Even if these demon beasts could ignore the difference in water quality, they might not be able to survive in the endless sea. The sea beasts in the endless sea might not have the same intelligence as the demon beasts, nor could they cultivate by themselves. However, their size, strength, and speed were not something that the wild beasts could compare with. Lin Yuan had once seen a giant octopus that was more than 10,000 feet long. If it was placed in his previous world, it would be enough to be called a monster. Even if many demon beasts revealed their true form, they might not be able to be compared with it. However, that octopus was just an ordinary sea beast, and was still 108,000 miles away from becoming a demon beast. Lin Yuan had no doubt that once that octopus cultivated into a demon beast, it would have the battle prowess comparable to a demon king. This giant octopus was not an exception in the endless sea. It should be said that most of the sea beasts had a similar level of terror. Especially when one was close to the deep sea region, the sea beasts there were even more terrifying. Even a demon king could fall in the hands of the sea beasts. Compared to the endless sea, the Sky Martial continent was simply a paradise. Another half a month passed. Lin Yuan came from the outer sea region of the endless sea to the willow stone great wall that bordered the deep sea region. At this time, Lin Yuan finally saw the demon beasts that truly belonged to the endless sea. Most of the outer sea demon beasts were gathered here, occupying the original willow stone great wall. Occasionally, one could see their young swimming around, as if the willow stone great wall was their nest. It seems that the war has ended. Neither side gained any benefits, and their anger is getting worse. Lin Yuan looked at the willow stone great wall that was crawling with demon beasts with a strange expression and whispered softly. These outer sea demon beasts seem to have gained an advantage. Although they gave up their original territory, they occupied the willow stone great wall. Lin Yuan could also see some demon beasts busily rebuilding the willow stone great wall. It seemed that they intended to turn the dragon bloodline demon beasts that had spent a lot of money to build the willow stone great wall into something that belonged to them. This was not surprising. After all, if it were not for Lin Yuan's intervention, most of these outer sea demon beasts would have died before they could take down the willow stone great wall. Then, they would have to face the dragon bloodline demon beasts that were at their peak. In the countless years of hatred between the outer sea demon beasts and the dragon bloodline demon beasts, it was precisely because of the existence of the Willow Stone Great Wall that the outer sea demon beasts did not even have the ability to take the initiative to attack. Now that they had taken over the Willow Stone Great Wall, if they did not do something, it would be truly confusing. The Eye of God opened. 160 miles away was the dragon bloodline demon beasts camp. However, one belonged to the Sea Demon Guild, and the other belonged to the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas. The two camps were clearly separated. Obviously, something had happened that caused the two groups of people who had originally joined forces to completely fall apart. Now, their purpose here was not to drive the outer sea demon beasts back to their territory, but to prevent the outer sea demon beasts from taking a step further. In fact, these two groups of people were also on guard against each other. That's true. Lin Yuan shook his head with a chuckle. Although he did not know the background of the outer sea demon beasts, he was still clear about the background of the dragon bloodline demon beasts. Even if they had been slaughtered by the existence that was also the host, they should be far stronger than the outer sea demon beasts. If they had such a big advantage, it seemed that there was no other reason other than internal strife to explain why they could not defeat the outer sea demon beasts. However, why would the dragon bloodline demon beasts fight among themselves? Whether it was the dragon gods of the dragon clan of the Four Seas or the great demons of the other clans, none of them would be stupid enough to engage in internal strife in the face of a great enemy. After all, the nature of the outer sea demon beasts attacking the deep sea region was completely different from the nature of Lin Yuan, the businessman who took the opportunity to establish himself in the endless sea. With a few flashes of his body, Lin Yuan had already arrived at the foot of the Great Wall of Willows. Without waiting for Lin Yuan to speak, countless bloodthirsty gazes stared at Lin Yuan. After all, when the pure bloodline of the flood dragon's body was revealed, these demonic beasts from the outer sea, who were extremely hostile to dragon blood demonic beasts, did not directly attack him. It could be said that they were very polite. "Welcome, Dragon King. Sorry for not coming out to greet you." A loud voice sounded from the Great Wall of Lushur. Lin Yuan raised his head and saw a human stepping on the wall, staring at Lin Yuan condescendingly. His black and white eyes were shining with an inexplicable luster. Lin Yuan slightly narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "This king doesn't like to talk with his head raised, and he doesn't like to be looked down at. Are you sure you want to talk to this king in this manner?" Chapter 1181. The mutant standing on the Great Wall of Willows was silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly said, "The Dragon King entered the endless sea without saying a word. I'm afraid he has other plans. If that's the case, I hope the Dragon King can tell me the purpose of this trip. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't make things easy for the Dragon King." The mutant had personally experienced the horror of the Black Jiao. With a force far weaker than that of the dragon bloodline demonic beasts, he had repeatedly defeated the sea area set up by the dragon bloodline demonic beasts. In the end, he had completely separated the Great Wall of Willows from the sea area controlled by the dragon bloodline demonic beasts. The Great Wall of Willows, which the dragon bloodline demonic beasts had relied on, had become a coffin to bury them. Now that the Black Jiao had entered the endless sea again, once he stood on the side of the dragon bloodline demonic beasts, it would be a fatal blow to them. "Is it up to you to make things easy or not?" Lin Yuan's narrowed eyes slowly opened. His aura began to rise. He said coldly, "It seems that you don't understand what this king means. Well, since you want to be high and mighty, this king will personally drag you down. How dare you? How dare you? You're courting death." Before the mutant could reply, countless outer sea demonic beasts roared. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced on Lin Yuan. However, ordinary sea demonic beasts were as weak as a joke to Lin Yuan. Before they could even get within 100 meters of Lin Yuan, they had already turned into ice sculptures. Some of them didn't even have a complete corpse left. They were directly crushed into minced meat by the sudden increase in pressure of the water current. However, these were just ordinary outer sea demonic beasts. Neither the mutant nor his subordinates, such as Mo Ta, had any intention of joining the fight. The Black Jiao's invincible aura was there for all to see. Apart from a few small fries who didn't know the difference between life and death, these people who were at the same level as the Black Jiao, or even higher, only had a deep sense of reverence for the Black Jiao. They didn't dare to fight with the Black Jiao at all, because the slightest carelessness could cause their hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation to be destroyed in a single day. As expected of the Dragon King of the northern frontier who defeated the southern wasteland, slaughtered the Yun nation, and extinguished the frost mirror. Paw! 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 The strange man said flattering words, and at the same time, he gently clapped his hands. However, his eyes were extremely cold as he coldly said, "However, you dare to touch this monarch's subordinates. Do you think this monarch is made of mud?" No one doubted that the mutant's methods and heart were ruthless enough. In a sense, the mutant had done something similar to Lin Yuan. Moreover, compared to Lin Yuan, who had conquered the northern frontier as a demonic beast and ruled over the human race, the mutant had mixed with the outer sea demonic beasts until now and become the leader of a sea demon force. The difficulty of this was only higher. Because Lin Yuan's predecessor was originally a human, he was very clear about the weaknesses of human beings and also knew how to communicate with them. Coupled with the experience brought by the information explosion era and the help of the system, it was only natural that Lin Yuan could do what he did now. Otherwise, he would be called incompetent. However, although demonic beasts were also intelligent life forms, they were ultimately different from humans. A human cub mixed with a group of demonic beasts slowly grew, became stronger, and then reached his current position. In the series of events that he experienced, if there was a slight mistake, he would immediately become food in the stomach of a demonic beast. However, so what? No matter how lucky a player was, if he encountered a cheat, he would only be a delivery man. Lin Yuan's real cultivation level was lower than the mutant's by a large realm, but after all, he was still a cheat who could use the power of incense. As for whether the mutant could use the power of incense or not, it didn't matter. After all, accumulating the power of incense was a painstaking effort. Even if the mutant used up all his wealth, he might not be able to compete with Lin Yuan. What's more, including the mutant, there was no native in the Tianwu continent who dared to squander the power of incense like Lin Yuan. In their eyes, incense was something that could prolong their lives. Whether you are a pushover or not, what does it have to do with this king? This king will give you one last chance. Either you let go of the road, or, Lin Yuan tilted his head slightly and turned his gaze in another direction. He grinned viciously and said, "God worship sect, Ing Zai." The water dragon form with wings on its back paused slightly, as if it didn't expect Lin Yuan to recognize it. After a moment, the water dragon form shook and transformed into a young man in a black robe. However, the young man's face was still covered with scales, and his body faintly emitted the smell of a snake. It was a typical appearance of a demonic beast who was in the process of transforming but had not yet completed. If it was in the Eldritch world, most of these demonic beasts who had transformed would hide in their own caves to cultivate. This was because transforming was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for demonic beasts. If they encountered some kind of strong stimulation, the transformation process would be interrupted, and they would be frozen forever. This Ing Zai was obviously in the transformation stage, but he still came out to stir up trouble. A cold light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, and he took a few steps towards Ing Zai. As expected, seeing the fierce light in Lin Yuan's eyes, Ing Zai couldn't help but show a touch of fear in his eyes. He subconsciously stepped back and raised a hand to signal Lin Yuan to stop. He said with a wry smile, "Dragon King, why are you so angry? I just came to see what kind of conflict there is between the Dragon King and the dissimulated man, and whether it can be mediated." Speaking of this, he turned to look at the dissimulated man and said, "Dissimulated man, this is your fault. No matter what, the Dragon King is one of us. If you have any dissatisfaction, just say it. Why do you have to block the way of the Dragon King?" Humph. The dissimulated man snorted and stared at Lin Yuan with gloomy eyes. He said in a cold voice, "I didn't stop him." He didn't want to say why he wanted to go to the deep sea area. Can I assume that he went there to help the dragon clan of the Four Seas deal with us? After all, he came here to use us to divert the attention of the dragon clan of the Four Seas and the Sea Demon Guild. Now that we have the upper hand, he went there to help the dragon bloodline demon beast deal with us. By stirring up this pool of water, he can naturally benefit from it. Hearing this, Ingzai showed Lin Yuan an apologetic smile, and then immediately looked at the dissimulated man and said, "If you have something to say, come down first. We are all on the same side. Let's talk it out." Ingzai and the dissimulated man's act of playing the good cop and bad cop, but he didn't say anything. These two were just trying to force him to come down here. If they couldn't come to an agreement, the demon beasts from the outer sea and the ancestor monster of the god worship sect would probably join forces to kill him. "Oh, I'm not going down." The dissimulated man sneered and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He looked at Lin Yuan coldly and said, "This Black Jiao's bloodline is still that of a dragon bloodline demon beast. He helped us because he wanted to save himself. Now that he has entered the endless sea again, who knows which side he is on." Chapter 1182. Suddenly, Ingzai's face darkened. Because Ingzai also had the bloodline of the dragon clan, but its origin was different from that of the dragon clan of the Four Seas. The dissimulated man also scolded it. Moreover, it had already said so much. Even if one played the good cop and the other played the bad cop, it shouldn't be like this, right? What was the difference between the dissimulated man's behavior and directly flipping the table? Lin Yuan curled up his body and said with a sneer, "Can't you see? You've been fooled. Not only me, but I guess the god worship sect has also been regarded as an enemy by him. Now, the one standing behind him is either the guardian of the celestial gate, or..." Speaking of this, Lin Yuan's voice stopped abruptly, and a look of not knowing whether to laugh or cry appeared on his face. The celestial emperor's speed was much faster than he had imagined. He didn't even let go of the endless sea. However, to play such a big game at once, wasn't he afraid that he would be stuffed to death? Hearing this, Ingzai's face became a little unnatural. It didn't want Black Jiao to enter the endless sea again, because at this stage of the war, the situation was very clear. As long as the dragon clan of the Four Seas and the Sea Demon Guild didn't work together, they would be defeated one by the monsters in the outer sea sooner or later. At that time, the god worship sect could take advantage of the situation and enter. Not only could they harvest the faith of the monsters in the endless sea, but they could also compete for the position of the overlord of the endless sea. But now, it was estimated that Black Jiao wasn't the only one who wanted to enter the game. There was another group of people who had contacted the dissimulated man before Black Jiao and won the trust of the dissimulated man. Otherwise, the dissimulated man wouldn't have such an attitude at this moment. He didn't even give face to Ingzai. "Black Jiao, we have been waiting for you for a long time under the order of King Wu." A somewhat familiar voice sounded. Soon after, Yin Hong, who was wearing purple gold armor, appeared on the city wall. However, with just a glance, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Last time, Yin Hong had been defeated by him. Although he had killed Yu Jiang, the fist intent left behind by Di Shang in Yin Hong's hand had been completely blocked by Lin Yuan. In a short period of time, Yin Hong probably did not have the courage to find trouble with him. Moreover, Lin Yuan had directly entered the endless sea from the Wei River. It could be said that it was the fastest path. Otherwise, anyone would have to avoid the disaster areas of the Sky Demon. No matter how powerful one's divine ability was, they would not be able to withstand the endless attacks of the sky demon. Even if Yin Hong had left first, it would be impossible for him to reach the endless sea before him. This guy was most likely not Yin Hong. If he looked similar to Yin Hong, then he must be Yin Jiao. It was just that he did not know how capable this guardian Tai Sui was. After all, the magic treasures on Yin Hong's body were all imitations. The real magic treasures had been taken away by Qi Jingzi. Moreover, Yin Hong's most powerful magic treasure, the yin-yang mirror, did not even have an imitation. When faced with Lin Yuan's methods, he could only flee pathetically. But what about Yin Jiao? One had to know that Yin Jiao's master, Guang Qingzi, was not simple. In most myths and legends, Guang Qingzi was the kind of person who had maxed out his martial strength. Even the sword immortal path, which was number one in terms of killing and speed, originated from Guang Qingzi. In some records, as one of the 5 emperors, the Yellow Emperor, Xianyuan, had asked Guang Qingzi. However, Lin Yuan did not believe this story. After all, the Yellow Emperor was one of the ancient human kings. No matter what he faced, he would not easily bend because these human kings had to fight for a future path for the human race in that dark era. However, in those records, it was written that the Yellow Emperor had asked Guang Qingzi. He had knelt on the ground and walked with his knees. He had respectfully come before Guang Qingzi and kowtowed twice. Even the heavens and earth could not make a human king bow, let alone an immortal. However, an immortal who dared to lie about the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan and could still live well was very difficult to deal with. As for the heaven-flipping seal, Luo Hun Bell, and the male and female swords that Guang Qingzi had given to Yin Jiao, which one of them was not a famous treasure? Even if Yin Jiao only had imitations, he would probably be a very difficult existence to deal with. However, this group of people from the heavenly court was indeed dedicated. First, Yin Hong and Yu Jiang went to the northern frontier to find trouble with him. When the matter at the northern frontier came to an end, he actually bumped into Yin Jiao when he came to the endless sea. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "It's really interesting. The eldest son of Di Xian, the crown prince of Yin Shang, can actually settle down and be GFA's lackey. I think the biggest failure of Di Xian in his life is to have 2 sons, Yu and Yin Hong." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on Yin Jiao's body suddenly shook. In the next moment, Yin Jiao narrowed his eyes, and his body shook, revealing the body with 3 heads, 3 eyes, and 6 arms that he had learned from Guang Qingzi. Although he was not an Asura, the terrifying murderous aura on his body was not inferior to that of an Asura. Obviously, Yin Jiao was more than qualified to be the god position of Guardian Tai Sui. Moreover, what was interesting was that if one only looked at the history of the investiture of the gods, the famous Neza and Yang Jian actually had similarities with Yin Jiao. It was not a problem to say that Yin Jiao was the prototype of Neza and Yang Jian. In the records of these two in the literature, it could be said that they had copied Yin Jiao's homework and then added other settings to create a brand new character. After Yin Jiao revealed his body with 3 heads, 3 eyes, and 6 arms, he did not stop at all. He directly turned into an afterimage and crashed into Lin Yuan. A pair of male and female swords slid out from his waist like 2 long rainbows. The terrifying sword aura was so terrifying that people could not even look directly at it. As expected of the disciple of the ancestor of sword immortals, Lin Yuan sincerely praised, but there was no trace of panic in his eyes. As a member of the heavenly court, Yin Jiao originally stood on the opposite side of Lin Yuan. In addition to Lin Yuan's provocation, he attacked in anger. His sword aura was vast and majestic. Even when faced with such a sword aura, Lin Yuan felt like he was a small boat floating in the vast ocean, as though he could be overturned by a storm at any time. Tut! Lin Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a syllable. Immediately, the surrounding seawater surged wildly and gathered together. In the blink of an eye, it turned into threads of mysterious ice, forming a large net that enveloped Yin Zhao's sword aura. The sword aura and ice net collided, and biting cold air spread out. Even though the surrounding living desolate demons and Demon King realm great demons were basically all alive, they could not help but shiver in the face of the cold air. They hurriedly circulated their demonic qi to resist it. Otherwise, if they were enveloped in such cold air, even if these demonic beasts had strong bodies, there might be some irreversible side effects left behind. Sizzle, the sword aura and ice net did not give way to each other. At the intersection, there were constantly ear-piercing sounds, as though ice had fallen into a raging fire. 3 breaths later, the ice net that Lin Yuan casually condensed suddenly collapsed under the attack of the sword aura. The ice net was split into 2 from the middle, as though it had been cut by a sharp weapon. After the sword aura passed through, the remaining ice net slowly shattered, turning into ice shards that covered the ground. Chapter 1183. However, even though he won the ice net, the remaining sword qi was already at the end of its tether. It gently brushed past Lin Yuan's face, leaving a shallow white mark on a black scale, and then directly dissipated into nothingness. Yin Zhao immediately stopped his actions and stood still on the great wall of willow stone, but his gaze towards Lin Yuan was clearly filled with fear. As an immortal who had lived for countless years, Yin Zhao was not a small character who had not seen the world. On the contrary, as the god of the heavenly court, Yin Zhao's strength was not inferior to Neza and Yang Jian in the slightest. Therefore, even though this exchange of blows was not over, it allowed him to see how terrifying Lin Yuan was. In order to greet Lin Yuan, Yin Zhao had spent a lot of effort on the sword qi just now. The process of washing, nurturing, and unsheathing took nearly 3 months. However, Lin Yuan's ice net was casually formed. Although the exchange of blows between the 2 sides only lasted for 3 breaths of time, and it seemed that Lin Yuan had suffered a small loss, in fact, both sides knew that Yin Zhao was the loser. Angry out of humiliation, Lin Yuan asked with a fake smile. Without waiting for Yin Zhao to answer, Lin Yuan had already opened his bloody mouth. In an instant, endless biting cold whistled out, and a wisp of white light flew up the great wall of willow stone at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and fiercely crashed into Yin Zhao's chest. Yin Zhao's body trembled slightly, and the surrounding demonic beasts all looked over. They saw an oval-shaped frost mark on Yin Zhao's chest, and it was constantly spreading in all directions. At this rate, Yin Zhao would be frozen into an ice sculpture on the spot in a few breaths of time. At this moment, the strange man's face suddenly revealed a trace of panic, because he realized that Black Zhao's strength was far beyond his imagination. Yin Zhao, who was originally waiting to ambush the Black Zhao, had actually suffered 2 huge losses at the hands of the Black Zhao. From the looks of it, Yin Zhao was not a match for the Black Zhao. As Yin Zhao's partner, how could he still have a good time after Yin Zhao's defeat? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not follow up with another attack. His current influence was not enough to affect the great desolate world. For example, Yin Hong, Yin Zhao, Bai Gan, and the other famous immortals on the investiture of the gods list could not be killed. Even if he killed them in the Tianwu world, it would not take long for them to reappear in the investiture of the gods list. There were only 2 ways to kill these immortals on the investiture of the gods list. The first way was to cut off their source of incense. After a short period of time, the power of incense would be exhausted, and they would fall into a deep sleep, which was no different from death. If they slept for too long, existences below the golden immortal realm would be destroyed by the 3 calamities and 9 disasters, and the 5 decays of heaven and man. The other way was to control the investiture of the gods list. These immortals with true spirits on the investiture of the gods list had already died long ago. Rather than saying that they were life forms with independent consciousness, it would be better to say that they were just tool spirits condensed by the investiture of the gods list. As long as their names were erased from the investiture of the gods list, their souls would naturally disperse. This was also why being deified by the investiture of the gods list was tantamount to becoming a slave, because their life and death were in the hands of the controller of the investiture of the gods list. Unless they became a saint, they would never be free. Therefore, Lin Yuan did not have the idea of killing Yin Zhao here. It was meaningless to waste his energy. If not for this, Yin Hong would not have been able to leave the northern frontier alive even if he had been pushed out of Yujiang. With a smile in his eyes, Lin Yuan stepped back slightly and said to Ying Zai, "The next problem is between the sect of gods, the mutant, and this person. I only want to pass through the Great Wall of Willowshire. Do you have any objections?" Hearing this, Ying Zai was silent for a moment, and a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. However, soon, he sneered and looked at Yin Zhao's face, which was already covered with a layer of frost. He said in a cold voice, "Dragon King, if you have other things to do, please go first. If we have a chance to meet again in the future, I will definitely treat you well. As for this friend from the heavenly court, let me deal with him." The mutant glanced at Ying Zai and Lin Yuan with a gloomy face. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand and said, "Switch." Although he had long known that the background of the sect of gods was not simple, after all, their ancestors had some ties with the dragon tribe of the Four Seas. Tracing back to the source, it was even more than the hatred between the demon beasts of the outer sea and the dragon tribe of the Four Seas. However, he had never thought that the background of the sect of gods would be related to the mysterious power behind Black Jiao. Whether it was Lin Yuan, Ying Zai, or Yin Zhao, they were all well aware of the mutant's thoughts. However, compared to the natives of the Tianwu world, whether it was Lin Yuan who had the system or the creatures of the untainted world, their strength, vision, and background were far superior to the mutant. In the world where the Great Era did not appear, the mutant could naturally be called the top people. However, when the Great Era came, the almighty hidden figures would appear. The natives of the Tianwu world, who thought they stood at the top, were just chess pieces that could be discarded at any time. The mutant wanted to take all the advantages. First, he used Lin Yuan to take down the Great Wall of Willow Stone. Then, he borrowed the strength of the sect of gods to compete with the dragon tribe of the Four Seas. Now that the situation was almost in the bag, he joined forces with Yin Zhao from the heavenly court to try to kick the sect of gods out. His basic purpose was nothing more than to provoke the conflict between the sect of gods and the heavenly court, so that he could reap the benefits of the endless sea. However, would things really be as easy as he had expected? Not to mention that Lin Yuan had returned to the endless sea at this time to break the game. Even if Ying Zai and Yin Zhao collided head-on, the one who would be kicked out would only be the mutant, who did not know anything and thought that everything was within his calculations. It was hard to say what the original form of Ying Zai was. It could be a demon body that turned into a dragon, or it could be like Lin Yuan, who came to this world as a soul to possess a demon beast. However, in the untainted world, the surnaming was not a small family. For example, after the Zhou dynasty, the first emperor of Qin dynasty, Yingzheng, who once again unified the world, was also called the dragon soul of Huaxia, the ancestral dragon. This Ying Zai most likely had something to do with Yingzheng's branch. Otherwise, Ying Zai would not have taken over the hot potato Yin Zhao. After all, in terms of origin, the ancestor of the Ying family was the general under Di Axian, Yi Lai. If it were not for the betrayal of Yin Hong and Yin Zhao, the Shang dynasty would not have been destroyed. For a long time, Lai was even slandered as a villain who only knew how to talk, flatter, and frame others. The descendant of the Ying family met Yin Zhao. This was interesting. Chapter 1184. Lin Yuan did not pay much attention to the matters between Ying Zai, Yin Zhao, and the dissimulated man. However, he managed to obtain some interesting information from Yin Zhao. The Heaven Emperor of Tianwu world was actually King Wu of Zhou, GFA. The three sovereigns ruled the world and the 5 emperors established a great era. It was also these heroes that made countless powerful primitive creatures see the potential of human beings. It was also from then on that the human king who ruled the world could not cultivate. Even if he was rich, he could only live as an ordinary person for the rest of his life. This was a rule that Hong Jun had personally set. For example, even if the emperor of the empire in the Tianwu world cultivated, he could only stop at the Tiangang realm. This was also a rule set by the guardians of the heavenly gates. This was to prevent them from becoming too powerful and eventually surpassing their control. As the representative of the emperor, GFA also did not cultivate. After all, he had to set an example. If even the first emperor recommended by Hong Jun secretly cultivated, what about those ambitious people who did not want to be the emperor but the human king? When his subordinates who had the background of Chan sect and Ren sect fought with Yin Shang sect's generals, GFA never stepped forward. Sometimes, even a little bit of the aftermath of the battle was enough to kill King Wu. He was not King Xian of Shang. Without the protection of the emperor's aura that even saints could not use, even a stray arrow on the battlefield could kill him, let alone a battle between immortals. According to the normal course of history, GFA should have been dead by now. However, this son of heaven who had followed the will of the heavens had appeared in the martial heaven world and taken up the position of celestial emperor. Clearly, this martial king wasn't very honest. Even though GFA was an important character in the investiture god Calamity, he had to at least ensure that he was still a human in order to sit on the throne. So in the end, Jiang Zia was sent to the investiture god list while GFA wasn't. However, according to GFA's character, Jiang Zia's entry into the investiture of the gods was most likely not voluntary. Instead, after Yinshang was destroyed, GFA forced him into the investiture of the gods and directly sent him to the investiture of the gods. Lin Yuan did not have much interest in GFA. As the saying goes, as long as one stood in the wind, even a pig could fly into the sky. GFA was just a lucky guy chosen by Hong Jun. From the beginning to the end, he and his Shichi did nothing. Almost all the disciples of the Ren sect and the Chan sect fought for him and defeated the soldiers of the Shang dynasty. The only positive effect he played was that no one was willing to be the leader when they made a mistake. After a leader appeared, the rest of the people would ignite the malice in their hearts. If GFA did not take the lead to rebel, they might not have the courage to challenge Xian. What was even more ridiculous was that GFA and Ji Chang were not willing to lead the rebellion. However, in Baigon and Boikao's plan, they did not manage to seduce Daji. Instead, they attracted Xian's suspicion. In addition, Jiang Zia was still nearing the end of his life. If they did not attack Yin Shang, Jiang Zia would probably die of old age in bed. The situation of a hero was the most suitable for the father and son of the Ji family. Originally, he was interested in this mysterious heaven sovereign. But now... After returning to the city of trade, Lin Yuan did not see Cyrus and Zhao Yi. After asking a gray-scaled flood dragon person, he found out that although the city of trade had started operating, its influence was quite limited. Even if Lin Yuan could set up an extremely convenient teleportation formation, it would be useless. The sea areas far away from the city of trade would not trade with them. To put it bluntly, they did not trust this group of gray-scaled flood dragon people who suddenly appeared. In addition, with Lin Yuan's northern frontier, those dragon blood demon beasts did not even have the time to suppress the city of trade. How could they take the initiative to trade with the city of trade? Therefore, during this period of time, the business target of the city of trade had always been the sea monster groups near the sea area. However, it was now the war season, and various sea areas could be said to be in short supply for various materials. Even if the city of trade was not as popular as Lin Yuan expected at the beginning, it could still be said that it made a lot of money. Zhao Yi and Cyrus went to other sea areas for two reasons. Firstly, they wanted to continue setting up teleportation formations. Secondly, they wanted to discuss cooperation with other sea areas or persuade them to cooperate with the City of Trade. After all, with the supply of resources from the northern frontier, the City of Trade would not lack any resources in the short term. As long as these sea areas cooperated with the City of Trade once, they would definitely become repeat customers. Judging from the financial report, Jiao Yi's persuasion seemed to be fruitful. Recently, many sea monsters who lived far away came to the City of Trade to shop or place orders. It seemed that Jiao Yi had indeed grown up during this period of time. If it was the Jiao Yi of the past, he would most likely stay in the City of Trade obediently and wait for Lin Yuan's next instructions when faced with such a predicament. But now, Jiao Yi had learned the method of, if the mountain doesn't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. Although he still brought Cyrus with him, it was better to be prepared than to be unchanging and arrogant. With a gratified smile, Lin Yuan returned to his own villa. He planned to rest for a while and check out the situation in the endless sea. But before Lin Yuan could sit down, the crab boss barged into Lin Yuan's villa and said with a dignified expression, "Dragon King, you are finally back. The president told me that once you return to the endless sea, no matter what means I use, I will kidnap you if I can't invite you. Anyway, I have to trouble you to meet him." Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and didn't know how to respond. Although he still didn't know the specific situation, now that the president of the Siren Guild had personally come and asked him to meet him, it could only mean that the relationship between the Siren Guild and the dragon tribe of the Four Seas was extremely bad. Even when they were facing such a big enemy like the demon beasts from the outer sea, both sides had no intention of making peace. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would be one of the existences that they would work together to push out. It would be impossible for him to meet the higher-ups of both sides at this time. Moreover, Lin Yuan had previously helped the Siren Guild to take down the Great Wall of Willowshire. For a dragon bloodline demon beast, it was simply a black mark that could not be removed. However, the dragon tribe of the Four Seas seemed to be a little arrogant. Lin Yuan didn't believe that they didn't know about the actions of the Siren Guild. Since they didn't stop it, it meant that they had already expressed their stance. However, they didn't send anyone to contact Lin Yuan, nor did they take the initiative to make peace with the Siren Guild. It was as if they were waiting for Lin Yuan to take the initiative to talk to them. Chapter 1185. No matter how one looked at it, it was not a right decision to get involved in this chaotic world. Especially between the outer sea demonic beasts and the dragon bloodline demonic beasts, their brains were about to spill. Moreover, since Lushire Great Wall was out of the control of the dragon bloodline demonic beasts, there was no possibility of peace in this war. Either the dragon bloodline demonic beasts were completely annihilated, and the outer sea demonic beasts, who were originally native to the endless sea, returned to the deep sea. Although it could not be compared with the time when the whale clan dominated the endless sea, after the dragon bloodline demonic beasts were eliminated, the outer sea demonic beasts would definitely expand rapidly. At least, within 5 years after the war, they would recover to a level that was not inferior to the Hengduan mountain range. This result was undoubtedly something that the natives of the Tianwu world would be happy to see. Just from the fact that Lin Yuan used the tiger skin of the ancient demon court to cover himself, the guardians of the Heaven Gate, who claimed to be the dominators, were full of fear of him and did not dare to attack the northern frontier easily. Judging from the situation, these natives might have challenged the experts from the untainted world more than once. It was just that in every previous battle, these natives were the losers. Another possibility was that the outer sea demonic beasts were still suppressed by the dragon bloodline demonic beasts and retreated to the outer sea demonic beasts. When they fought with the aquatic demonic beasts that now occupied the outer sea demonic beasts, the dragon bloodline demonic beasts did not need to pay attention to them. Every year, the outer sea demonic beasts would send a few troops to wipe out some of the outer sea demonic beasts. Even if they did not completely destroy the outer sea demonic beasts, within hundreds of years, the outer sea demonic beasts would definitely not be able to catch their breath, let alone continue to challenge the dragon bloodline demonic beasts. As for hundreds of years later, When the dragon clan of the Four Seas invaded the Endless Sea, it was not more than 150 years since the whale clan was exiled and the dragon bloodline demonic beasts spread. Now, the dragon bloodline demonic beasts had become a synonym for power and nobility. Even if they were forced into a corner by the outer sea demonic beasts, in the end, the reason was because of their internal strife. If the outer sea demonic beasts were defeated, there would be no demonic beasts of the dragon bloodline demonic beasts in the Endless Sea. At a time like this, wouldn't it be crazy to get involved in these matters? This time, Lin Yuan had come to the Endless Sea with the intention of leaving the stage of the northern frontier to Li Zhong and the remaining members of the Zhou family. He wanted to see what they would choose in the end, and then decide what kind of attitude he would use to return to the northern frontier. Of course, using the existence of the city of trade to make a fortune in the Endless Sea was undoubtedly the best choice. But from the looks of it, these dragon bloodline demonic beasts had no intention of letting him make a fortune in secret. But on second thought, it made sense. The Four Seas dragon tribe and the Siren Guild wouldn't fall out with each other for no reason. Besides, Lin Yuan, who came from the era of information explosion, knew very well that not all forces would tremble in fear and cower in fear under external pressure. On the contrary, the stronger the external pressure, the easier it was for the voices of discord within a certain force to disappear completely. First, they would work together to expel outsiders, and settle the scores later. To the dragon bloodline demonic beasts, the outer sea demonic beasts were such a strong external pressure. In their eyes, the dragon bloodline demonic beasts were divided into different ranks. A pure-blood dragon tribe's treatment was even better than those who had made great contributions to the Four Seas dragon tribe. This was also the biggest source of conflict in the Endless Sea. If it weren't for the Four Seas dragon tribe's way of doing things, there wouldn't be a series of forces like the Siren Guild and the evil dragon tribe that opposed the Four Seas dragon tribe. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the Siren Guild and the Four Seas dragon tribe were all dragon bloodline demonic beasts, and they all had to be destroyed. This was a war that would decide who would survive and who would be destroyed. In this kind of war, not to mention the two sides fighting for themselves, there shouldn't even be a little bit of friction. Otherwise, it would mean that they were afraid that the other side wouldn't be able to win, so they crazily gave the other side a chance. Lin Yuan's face darkened. He stared at the crab boss and said, "So, your president wants me to intervene and let the Siren Guild and the Four Seas dragon tribe put down their current prejudice and defeat the outer sea demonic beasts first?" "Yes." The crab boss nodded slightly and said in a helpless tone, "You should know that such a low-level mistake is impossible for our president or the Four Seas dragon tribe's higher-ups to make. However, the opponent is very cunning, constantly provoking friction between us and the pure-blood dragon tribe. Now, the two armies can no longer join forces. When facing the enemy, we even have to think about whether the other side will make things difficult for us. This has caused our overall strength to be inferior to the other side, and under the situation where we have been weakened once, we have to divide a considerable amount of people to guard against the positions of these allies. You should have seen it when you returned that the two armies are not only guarding against the outer sea demonic beasts." Speaking up to this point, he paused and smiled bitterly. "Just by relying on the higher-ups of both sides, we definitely can't mediate the current conflict. Moreover, the higher-ups of both sides are not completely without grudges about this matter. Compared to the monster beasts at the bottom, we at most want to defeat the monster beasts in the outer sea first and then come back to settle the score." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, and a dignified look flashed across his eyes. After a moment, Lin Yuan said, "I already understand your meaning, but you should know that I am not a person of virtue and prestige in the Endless Sea. Moreover, with the matter of the Great Wall of Willow Shire, I am afraid that many dragon blood demonic beasts will directly regard me as an enemy. Obviously, I am not suitable to be the mediator in your plan. This really wasn't a good job. If it was done well, the dragon blood demonic beasts would unite, and now that the outer sea demonic beasts were at odds with the god-worshipping religion, they might have a chance to destroy the outer sea demonic beasts. At the very least, they would be able to defeat them and regain control of the Great Wall of Willowshire. However, if the dragon blood demonic beasts won, would it be a good thing? This so-called way of dominating, in the final analysis, was nothing more than two words: benefits and benefits. As the saying goes, lure with benefits and drive away with harm. The outer sea demonic beasts could provoke the conflict between the dragon race of the Four Seas and the Sea Demon Guild. Perhaps they did not rely on any conspiracy or trickery, but on the original conflict between both sides to create such a situation. Just like what the crab boss had said, the higher-ups of both sides were not without grudges. The fundamental reason why they did not directly fall out with each other was that they were more aware of the danger of the outer sea demonic beasts. They planned to deal with the outer sea demonic beasts first and then solve the internal problems. Chapter 1186. Taking a step back, the Sea Monster Guild and the Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas did have quite a big conflict. However, for both sides, the city of trade that Lin Yuan built in the Endless Sea was also a threat like the outer sea monster beasts. After defeating the outer sea monster beasts, a similar settlement would also fall on the city of trade. This time, he did not have the outer sea monster beasts to rely on. He was afraid that the northern frontier did not have such strength to fight the dragon bloodline monster beasts head-on. Therefore, from Lin Yuan's point of view, he hoped that the dragon bloodline monster beasts would not win this battle. Of course, this premise was based on the premise that the outer sea monster beasts had nothing to do with the heavenly court. Otherwise, he would rather leave the Endless Sea than let the heavenly court, which was his sworn enemy, occupy the Endless Sea. Lin Yuan's nature was like this. As a businessman in his previous life, if he didn't have such a personality, he wouldn't have been able to turn his small workshop into a listed company even though he wasn't rich and didn't have a strong background. This was because most of the time, he would rather not make money himself than snipe his opponents. Therefore, in the business world, most people were unwilling to make enemies with a weirdo like him. Of course, this was under the condition that he did a good job and successfully made the Sea Monster Guild and the Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas work together to fight against the enemy. The other situation was even worse. As the Dragon of Sin, that helped the outer sea monster beasts to take down the Great Wall of Willow, Lin Yuan might not be accepted by the Sea Monster Guild and the Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas. Just like what Lin Yuan said, to do this job, it would either be a person of virtue and prestige who could convince both sides, or an existence that both sides would not dare to easily deal with even if they worked together. Lin Yuan obviously did not meet these conditions. In his opinion, the Sea Monster Guild was just trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation. Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Yuan couldn't do anything about it. He just didn't think that both sides would cooperate to that extent. Boss Crab waved his pincers helplessly and said with a bitter smile, "The problem now is not whether you think you can be the middleman to mediate the conflict between us and the Four Seas Dragon Tribe. Instead, our president wants to see you. I believe you can also see that the Four Seas Dragon Tribe must be watching our every move, but I still managed to reach you without a hitch. This also means that the higher-ups of both sides are inclined to throw this mess to you." Speaking of this, it took a step back, and the bitter smile on its face became more intense. It said, "Please come with me. Don't make things difficult for an errand boy like me, okay?" Boss Crab was very afraid of the Black Jiao's methods. Previously, the Four Seas Dragon Tribe had joined forces with the Sea Monster Guild to plot against the Black Jiao. Good lord, not long after, the outer sea monsters had directly attacked the deep sea area. The Four Seas Dragon Tribe had spent countless resources and countless time to build the Willowstone Great Wall, but it didn't have much use at all. It was directly attacked by the outer sea monsters. Now, it had become the outer sea monsters' headquarters. It was obvious that the Four Seas Dragon Tribe's painstaking efforts of countless generations of Dragon King would become a wedding dress for the outer sea monsters. the current situation had already deteriorated to such a state. Unfortunately, the pure-blood and mixed-blood dragons at the bottom of the hierarchy had been successfully instigated by the outer sea monsters. Now, both sides were no longer at the stage where they couldn't see eye to eye. Instead, as long as they found an opportunity, they would directly stab these allies in the back. In such a situation, if they had to think of someone who could break out of this situation, they could only think of the Black Jiao, who had a symbiotic relationship with Miracle. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, and his blue-white eyes flashed with an obscure light. After a while, he coldly stared at Boss Crab and smiled. "I've said it before. I'm not a person of virtue and prestige. If you try to make me mediate the problem between you, then I'm sorry, but this war will definitely be lost." This, Boss Crab stared blankly at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan and Boss Crab looked at each other and said with a smile, "And in this battle, you have made several fatal mistakes. Let me give you an example. You did not block information about the defeat of the Great Wall of Willow. This means that you did not give ideological guidance to the soldiers under your command at the right time. You did not let them feel that the demon beasts from the outer sea were evil and trying to destroy you. If you blocked the information about the battle intent of the Great Wall of Willow, and then deliberately exaggerated how miserable the sea area was when the demon beasts from the outer sea broke through, how the defenders of the Great Wall of Willow fought bravely when they were isolated and helpless. In the end, they were slaughtered one by the demon beasts from the outer sea, and their image was completely tainted. Then, the demon beasts from the outer sea would not be able to incite you at all. Not to mention whether your soldiers would listen to their instigation. Even if they saw them, they would have pounced on them and directly tore the demon beasts from the outer sea to shreds. For someone like Lin Yuan, who had come from an era of information explosion, he knew a bit about all kinds of military strategies. He also had some understanding of all kinds of classic battles. Adding on the existence of the communication network and transportation formations, even if his military accomplishments weren't high, it was enough for him to beat these natives of the martial heaven world. That was because with the support of the system and the Joss flames, Lin Yuan was able to easily achieve things that those famous generals in history could only achieve if they had the right time, place, and people. He had achieved impossible victories. In the martial heaven world, when it came to the art of war, people like Lei Qiuxing, Yan Xingqi, and Zhao Xiang could be said to be unparalleled in the country. At most, they could only wrestle with Lin Yuan. If they really fought, it was hard to say whether they would be a match for Lin Yuan. For example, in the weak Song dynasty, even the emperor and important ministers were in a situation where they were in favor of peace and surrender. Even people like Yu Fei and Han Shizhong, who were known as national heroes, were able to pull out elite troops that could make the Jin dynasty throw away their armor. This involved the ideological education of an army. Only by making the soldiers hate the other side, wanting nothing more than to eat the other side's flesh and blood, could they achieve a series of victories in a situation where they were at an absolute disadvantage. Clearly, the dragon bloodline demonic beast's score in this aspect was 0. It could even be said to be negative. It was crazily giving the other side a chance to counterattack. This is indeed our problem. Although the crab boss wasn't a soldier, he was able to become one of the people in charge of the Sea Demon Guild. His foresight and shrewdness couldn't be too bad. So when Lin Yuan's voice sounded, he realized that if they had followed Lin Yuan's plan from the start, then the outer sea demonic beasts wouldn't have been able to successfully sow discord between them. Chapter 1187. So, now that I've finished talking about your first mistake, I think you should have realized why you are now being forced to this point by the outer sea monsters. So, let's talk about your second mistake. Your army seems to be powerful, but in fact, there is no unified commander. In other words, there is no commander among you who can convince both armies. No, that's not quite accurate. To be precise, not to mention both sides, even the Sea Monster Guild and the Four Seas Dragon Clan have different opinions in their own army system. This is because you have never established a suitable reward system. Even the demonic beasts who have made great contributions to the dragon bloodline demonic beasts will not receive appropriate rewards. In other words, even those who have made no contributions to the dragon bloodline demonic beasts will receive the best treatment and the highest status as long as their bloodline is pure enough. In such a system, your biggest problem is internal discord. For example, the commander who guarded the Willowstone Great Wall was a good general, but he could only command his own soldiers. Once things got out of control, all kinds of voices in the entire army would erupt, forcing him to make a decision that he knew was wrong. Don't doubt it. The Great Wall of Willowstone was lost because of this problem. Your current situation is also a factor of this problem. To put it simply, your military system is too chaotic. You don't have a unified commander. When you set up camp, you might not see any problems, but once you leave the camp and start fighting, military orders will definitely not be smooth. At that time, you will definitely fight your own battles. For example, some people want to chase, some want to withdraw, some want to retreat, and some want to clean up the battlefield. Therefore, the problem you have to solve now is not only to mediate the internal conflicts, but also to ensure that all the soldiers under your command have a unified commander. You have to eliminate all the voices of discord within the army. You must know that in order to become an officer in the Northern Region Army, you have to go to the Northern Military Academy to study, and the first lesson they learn is, military orders must be obeyed. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, the so-called military orders are like mountains. In other words, the orders issued by the commander are like an unshakable mountain. No matter what the order is, as long as you receive it, you must execute it. Even if you are crushed under this mountain, you can't complain at all. But I'm sorry to say that I don't see any military accomplishment from you at all. On the contrary, the outer sea monster beasts are united and harmonious. It's obvious that they have similar actions. Boss Crab took 2 steps back and looked at Lin Yuan with fear. It did not dare to speak, nor did it know what it could say. The endless sea had always been an abnormal place. In this place, no matter if it was strength or merit, they couldn't compare to the bloodline. The situation on the Siren Guild side was actually a little better, but they were a loosely structured organization, so there were many times when they couldn't reach a consensus. When things came to a head, they would all do their own thing. The situation on the Four Seas Dragon Tribe side was even more ridiculous. Every one of them was using their pure bloodline to suppress others. Even a weakling who didn't even dare to see blood could become a commander. As for those with mixed bloodlines, even if they were war artists, they had to obediently serve as cannon fodder. To put it bluntly, these were the problems that the dragon bloodline demonic beasts were facing. And just as Lin Yuan said, these problems were fatal. But he couldn't change it. The endless sea had been like this for so many years. Even if they were aware of the problem, how could they change it just because they wanted to? Lin Yuan tilted his head and suddenly changed the topic. He said, "Your eyes tell me that the problems I mentioned do exist, and you are aware of these problems. But the despair hidden in your eyes also tells me that even if you are aware of these problems, you can't change it." Speaking of this, he paused and revealed a mocking smile. He added, "So, the current situation is that in this war, you have no chance of turning the tables. I suggest you pack up and give up on the endless sea." Gulp. Boss Crab swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His face was still filled with shock. After a while, Boss Crab said faintly, "If we do as you say and solve these problems, can we win this war and eliminate all the outer sea monster beasts?" Ha! Lin Yuan sneered twice. Then, he threw the dragon tail on the table in front of him and said, "You may have misunderstood my words. I'm just telling you that these are the fatal problems of the dragon bloodline demonic beasts. If you change it, you may not win this war. But if you don't change it, then I'm sorry, but you will definitely lose." The Tianwu world study of the art of war was very shallow, but Lin Yuan was not like that. Lin Yuan could see that the outer sea monster beasts had completely given up on their territory. Even the tribes of the outer sea monster beasts that were originally fighting against each other were now united. It was obvious that they were going to cut off all means of retreat. From the moment the Great Wall of Willow Stone was breached, this war had already decided that either the outer sea monster beasts or the dragon bloodline demonic beasts would completely withdraw from the stage of the Endless Sea. If the situation was more serious, it was possible that one of them would be completely destroyed. This is your third problem. Until now, you all think that the dragon bloodline demonic beasts have only suffered a small loss and that victory is still within your grasp. Even after realizing your own problems, you still have the illusion that as long as you make some changes, you can easily win against the outer sea monster beasts. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and smashed his dragon tail on the table. He sneered and said, "Bullshit. Dream on. You have cerebral palsy. I can tell you responsibly right now that the side that is truly at a disadvantage in this war has never been the outer sea monster beasts. If you change the problems that have existed in the past and only clean up the internal atmosphere so that you have the strength to fight against the outer sea monster beasts, even if you really do that, you only have a 40% chance of winning this war." Speaking up to here, Lin Yuan let out a long breath and added, "Boss Crab, you are the person in charge of the Sea Monster Guild in the City of Commerce. Although we didn't get along well before, no matter what, you are still half my people. So if you are willing to cooperate, I don't mind protecting your life. As for the rest, you can forget about it. That's all. Relay my words to your president. It's up to you to decide whether you want to stay or leave." Chapter 1188. Lin Yuan's words were indeed not alarmist. The battle between the dragon blood beasts and the beasts from the outer sea was no longer evenly matched. The beasts from the outer sea had already gained the upper hand. If it were not for the greed of the strange man, who did not cooperate with the god-worship sect and insisted on involving the heavenly court, the army from the outer sea would have already started to invade the other seas instead of just stopping at the Great Wall of Willow Stone. However, even a wise man would make a mistake. No one could truly make a perfect plan. Many times, a small change in the details could lead the whole thing to another direction. Just like how the strange man tried to use the power of the heavenly court to kick the god-worship sect out of the competition, the result was self-defeating. Even Lin Yuan, a bystander who knew a lot of karma, couldn't see who was the winner at the end of the game at this moment. The crab boss took a deep breath, looked at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression, and said helplessly, "Dragon King, in this chaotic world, no one can stay out of trouble. Previously, the Dragon Tribe and the Sea Monster Union joined hands to deal with you. How can you be sure that after the dragon blood beasts are defeated, the beasts from the outer sea will not deal with you? For them, they have lived for countless years in order to take back the position of the overlord of the Endless Sea. Now that they can use you, of course, they will say good things. However, if the dragon blood beasts are defeated, I am afraid that they will turn against you faster than anyone else. You know that's not the case." Lin Yuan smiled and said with a deep voice, "However, compared to the dragon blood beasts, this king believes more in the beasts from the outer sea who have been friendly to this king. After the beasts from the outer sea dominate the Endless Sea, it is still unknown whether they will attack this king or not. However, once the dragon blood beasts pass this hurdle, I am afraid that the first thing you will deal with is this king, right?" The crab boss was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he raised his head and said with a bitter smile, "An existence like you will not stay under others for a long time. No matter who is the overlord of the Endless Sea, sooner or later, they will have to fight with you. I have heard this from the president before I came to see you." Oh, Lin Yuan replied with great interest. He even purposely lengthened his voice as if he was interested in the president of the Siren Guild that he had never met before. Boss Crab muttered to himself for a moment as if he was organizing his words. Then, he continued, "However, our Sea Monster Guild has never wanted to fight for the position of the overlord of the Endless Sea. You should be able to see that we are just an idle guild. Otherwise, based on the fact that we have the power to fight against the dragon tribe of the four seas, they would not have allowed us to exist until now. Our attitude towards you can actually change. The president's intention is for the Siren Guild to take out 40% of the profits in exchange for 40% of the profits in the City of Trade. This way, your position in the Siren Guild will be second only to the president, and we will also treat you as one of our own. Looking at Lin Yuan's thoughtful expression, the crab boss added, also, the president said that you might choose to stay out of this at this time. Therefore, he can promise to hand over the highest command of the dragon bloodline demonic beasts to you. If you want more authority, I think you'll have to meet our president. Wow! What a big deal. Even though Lin Yuan had already made up his mind, he could not help but raise his eyebrows at this moment. The dragon tribe of the four seas and the Siren Guild had already started an internal conflict. However, the dragon tribe of the four seas did not interfere when the Siren Guild asked him to mediate. This meant that the higher-ups of the dragon tribe of the four seas were also inclined to let him handle this matter. Even before this, the two sides had already reached some kind of agreement. The problems that Lin Yuan had mentioned before were all real, and they were not difficult to detect. It was precisely because of these problems that the dragon bloodline demonic beasts had started to decline after dominating the endless sea. After all, the dragon tribe was a very strange creature. They did not have any reproductive isolation with any other species. Furthermore, to the dragon tribe of the great desolate world, as long as they had the dragon bloodline, they would be a member of the dragon tribe. They would only call them different names based on their appearance and habits. For example, flood dragon, alligator, and so on. However, the dragon clan of the heaven martial world just had to play some tricks. They created a pure-blooded dragon clan. In the deep sea, there were sea monsters that were obviously different from the dragon clan. They obviously had the dragon clan's bloodline, but they still called them red crab, brave crab, and so on. It was as if the dragon clan of the four seas had the purest dragon clan's bloodline. If these creatures were placed in the desolate world, they would at most be at the flood dragon clan's level. As the saying goes, a bucket of water does not make a sound, but a bucket of water does. However, this was the problem, and there was no way to solve it. This was because the dragon tribe of the endless sea had always done this. Once it involved reforms, it would definitely violate the interests of many people. If it really came to that, the demonic beasts of the outer sea would not even need to attack. The demonic beasts of the outer sea would be able to destroy themselves. For example, Lin Yuan had made so many reforms. He had killed so many aristocratic families in the northern frontier that they did not dare to raise their heads. He had killed so many sects in the northern frontier that they disbanded. However, the current northern frontier was still very chaotic and heterogeneous. Once there was any negligence, someone would cause trouble. However, the problems that the dragon bloodline demonic beasts could not solve themselves could be thrown to Lin Yuan to solve. This was because Lin Yuan was now an extremely special existence in the Tianwu world. Whether it was his personal strength or his military accomplishments, he could be considered an existence that was unparalleled in the world. Unless the true old monsters of the Heavenly Gate Guardians appeared, no one would be able to suppress his limelight. Therefore, it was not unacceptable for the dragon bloodline demonic beasts to hand over command to Lin Yuan. On the contrary, ever since Lin Yuan had appeared, he had never lost a battle no matter what difficulties he faced. This was like a shot of cardiac stimulant, instantly giving the dragon bloodline demonic beasts a huge boost of morale. Moreover, Lin Yuan's philosophy of using people had always been, the capable would go up, the mediocre would give way, and the mediocre would be demoted. Perhaps other commanders would have scruples about which clan the demonic beasts under their command came from, the cultivation level of their parents, the purity of their bloodline, and what level they could reach in the future. However, Lin Yuan would not care about this. In Lin Yuan's eyes, a genius who would die in a day could not even compare to a fool who could live for 100 years. A potential that could not be realized in a short period of time had no potential. Therefore, without sufficient strength, no matter how pure their bloodline was, they would only be cannon fodder in Lin Yuan's eyes. Furthermore, no demonic beasts would dare to raise any objections. Chapter 1189. This was because the current war was a huge catastrophe for the dragon bloodline demonic beasts as a group. Under such circumstances, there was not a single dragon bloodline demonic beast that did not wish to win this war. After all, the immediate gains and losses were better than direct extermination of their clan or even becoming slaves of the outer sea demonic beasts. They could still tell which was more important. As for the higher-ups of both sides, they did not need to pay anything. They only needed to let Lin Yuan govern for a period of time, and they would naturally get used to this style of governance. After defeating the outer sea demonic beasts, the higher-ups of both sides did not even need to do anything to continue this style of governance and correct it at the smallest cost. This was because, given Lin Yuan's character, when some dragon bloodline demonic beasts insisted on going against him, there was no doubt that they would carry out all kinds of dangerous missions until the battle ended or they were killed. Even if there were some who did not go against Lin Yuan and wanted to wait until the outer sea demonic beasts were pacified before carrying out the restoration, it did not matter. This was because under Lin Yuan's governance style, there would inevitably be a group of people with mixed bloodlines but outstanding abilities who would benefit from the benefits. With such a group, no matter how much trouble the dragon bloodline demonic beasts could cause, they would eventually be completely annihilated. Even for the higher-ups of both sides, this was a kind of check and balance. Interesting. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and suddenly said with a smile, "Unfortunately, I'm not interested in this supreme command. Even if you give me this power verbally, what can I do if those dragon bloodline demonic beasts don't listen to me?" At this point, Lin Yuan had already slightly squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "I roughly understand what you mean. Now that the water is too muddy, I have to wait and see before deciding whether to participate or not. However, before I really take action, I can help you with some trivial matters. I don't want the so-called supreme command. As for the specific needs, I will contact you again. As for your president, I'm not interested in meeting him now. That's it. This king is tired." Compared to the information from the information explosion era in his mind, the current endless sea was actually somewhat similar to the Sui dynasty. Although the comments of the later generations about the Sui dynasty were not very good, the real Sui dynasty was undeniably prosperous. Even before Wu Zetian, Yang Jian and Yang Guang had already turned the Sui dynasty into the overlord of East Asia. Compared to Li Shimon's later generation, where the godfather gave out money, but the fools didn't come, the Sui dynasty and the Wu Zhou dynasty were the real times when all the countries came to pay their respects. The so-called rule of Zhenguan and the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion were a joke in the eyes of those who truly understood history. Qing Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Qin Qiong, Wei Jing, and the other officials and generals who had been in the limelight during the Sui dynasty were basically invisible existences. Even the founder of the Great Tang, Li Yuan, who could be considered top-notch in all aspects, was only a minor governor of Jinyang in Yang Guang's hands. This was because the Sui dynasty was the peak of the great clans, and rare talents in other eras were as common as cabbages in the Sui dynasty. Li Shimon's batch were all eliminated products of the Sui dynasty, and some of them could not even be considered eliminated products. Just like the various sea demon clans in the Endless Sea, the brave crab tribe such as Taimu was only a branch of the crab tribe, and it was a relatively weak branch, but it still had 3 demon kings. From this, it could be seen that the real powerful clans had a lot of resources, not to mention the situation of the dragon tribe of the 4 seas from the untainted world. Not to mention the 6 dragon gods, even the 9 sons of the dragon were enough to make all the clans in the Endless Sea pale. Adding the other demon kings without titles, they were just like stars in the sky. Lin Yuan could help the endless sea change the current situation, and this was something that had been done before. During the Sui dynasty, the real military god Yang Su had done something similar. Moreover, Yang Su, who was regarded by later generations as someone who was hard to distinguish between a loyal and a traitor, was a real top talent in the Sui dynasty. Even the military god of the Tang dynasty, Li Jing, was just a primary school student in front of Yang Su, and he had even received guidance from Yang Su. Yang Su emphasized the word ruthless when training troops. To give a specific example, after Yang Guang succeeded the throne, the king of Han, Yang Liang, rebelled. Relying on Yang Jian's favoritism for his youngest son, Yang Liang directly took out 300,000 troops. At that time, Yang Guang only had 100,000 troops in his hands. Among these 100,000 troops, Yang Guang only gave Yang Su 40,000 troops. This was a typical example of using and defending at the same time. At the same time, he let Yang Su send troops to pacify Yang Liang, and at the same time, he hinted to Yang Su, "I still have 60,000 troops in my hands. If you have any other thoughts, you'd better consider whether you're my opponent." Therefore, Yang Su led 40,000 troops to take the initiative to attack Yang Liang, and Yang Liang's side directly made a confusing move. 300,000 troops against Yang Su's 40,000 troops, and Yang Liang's move was to defend the city and not come out. Just based on this matter, one could see how fierce Yang Su's reputation was. After all, before this, Yang Su had experienced 3 dynasties and countless battles. He rarely lost in his life. Whether it was internal or external battles, Yang Su could be called an expert. Even when facing the Turkic Khagan, who fought until Li Shimin bit his toothpick and made the Wei River alliance, Yang Su's troops could not wait to take a detour. When Yang Guang went out to the grasslands, the Turkic Khagan even cut off the flesh on his leg and offered it to Yang Guang to show his loyalty. When Yang Su used his troops, he was basically sending his soldiers to their deaths. Moreover, he used his actions to tell these soldiers that they either had to listen to his orders and fight the enemy or they didn't have the guts to go, and he would directly kill them as a sacrifice before personally fighting the enemy. In this way of leading a troop that was filled with the smell of blood, the troops under Yang Su were not afraid of death at all. Even if they were hit by a blade on the battlefield, as long as they didn't die on the spot, they could still laugh and return the blade to the enemy. It was also because of this battle style that Yang Su's opponents didn't dare to face him directly when they heard his name. Even so, Yang Su was still the most popular general in the Sui dynasty. Those Sui dynasty soldiers racked their brains and all wanted to be the Suicide Squad under Yang Su. This was because when looking at the entire Sui dynasty, the aristocratic families were extremely powerful. The civil officials and generals were all people from aristocratic families. At that time, just Lin Yuan alone was able to nurture people like Li Shimin, Li Jianqing, Li Shuning, and so on. The other aristocratic families were not weak either. Not to mention the grassroots, even those from humble backgrounds could not easily make a name for themselves in that era. Unless you really had the ability of a war immortal or a strategy saint. Chapter 1190. However, Yang Su was different from the other aristocratic families. All the soldiers under his command could receive reasonable rewards. If they died on the battlefield while carrying out Yang Su's deadly missions, Yang Su would ensure that their families received reasonable compensation. If they were lucky enough to survive, then Yang Su would also ask for credit for them, ensuring that they could be promoted, get rich, and bring benefits to their descendants. In the feudal dynasty, the relationship between the famous generals and the emperor was the most harmonious and the least harmonious because the emperor had to sit in the imperial court regardless of whether he could lead the troops or not. He could not personally lead the troops every time there was a war, so he had to raise those generals who could fight and dared to fight to ensure that he would not be defeated by the enemy after a war. However, the existence of these generals was a threat to the imperial power that could not be underestimated. Countless examples of mutiny, seizing power, rebelling, and seizing power could be found in the history books. Therefore, most emperors were in a state of absolute vigilance against the generals under their command. From the perspective of the soldiers, they did not care who was sitting on the dragon throne. They only cared about whether they could eat their fill, how many merits they could achieve in the next war, whether they would die on the battlefield, and so on. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary soldiers, an outstanding general was much more desirable than the emperor. Whether the emperor died or not did not have much to do with them. However, whether the general was powerful or not, it was directly related to their vital interests. Except for the Song dynasty. Zhao Guanyin, the founder of the Song dynasty, was indeed a character. He could fight on horseback and rule the country when he was dismounted. Even because of his existence, the military power in the hands of the generals was weakened to the extreme. After all, Zhao Guanyin knew military affairs and how to fight. From all aspects, if the generals had any tricks, Zhao Guanyin could understand what was going on. Therefore, after he held all the military power in his hands, he could also ensure that the military power of the Song dynasty was still strong. However, the problem was that the only emperor of the Song dynasty who could do this was Zhao Guanyin. None of the later emperors of the Song dynasty had this kind of ability, but they still maintained this kind of strong and weak leadership model, resulting in the generals not knowing the soldiers, and the soldiers not knowing the generals. Only at the last moment would they decide which general would lead which army. The consequence of this kind of approach was that the Song dynasty, under the circumstances of being rich all over the world, had done the best in all aspects of military. The source of soldiers, equipment, and training were all not bad, but they could not win the war. In the end, their backbone was broken, and they still did not know where they went wrong. The Song dynasty emperors and generals were not so incompatible because the generals of the Song dynasty were not a threat to the imperial power at all. Even the soldiers of the Song dynasty had to have their arms and faces tattooed. At that time, those who had their arms and faces tattooed were basically local ruffians and even criminals. It was tantamount to directly hitting the social status of the soldiers directly to the lowest level. Even the famous general of the northern Song dynasty, Di Qing, did not escape. Later, when Di Qing went to war, he basically wore a mask. What Lin Yuan wanted to do in the Endless Sea, he only needed to imitate Yang Su. After all, the Endless Sea was already very deformed. Even the almighty immortals could not directly change the Endless Sea. Therefore, Lin Yuan had to use this method to quickly cultivate a group of people who already benefited from it. He had to tell the demonic beasts in the Endless Sea that bloodline did not mean anything. Only with meritorious deeds could one get a reasonable reward. Firstly, these new nobles of the Endless Sea would quickly form a group headed by Lin Yuan to fight against those demonic beasts with dragon bloodlines who wanted to be superior in the Endless Sea purely based on their bloodline. Secondly, if there was such an interest group, Lin Yuan would quickly become a new nobleman in the Endless Sea, and he would be able to rope in more and more demonic beasts with dragon bloodlines to work for him. When this interest group formed, the demonic beasts with dragon bloodlines would try to divide the city of trade. At that time, it would depend on whether the Dragon King of the Endless Sea or the Dragon King of the Northern Frontier was more powerful. What's more, doing this could indeed change the deformed situation of the Endless Sea. As for whether they would be forced to retreat after they succeeded, perhaps the higher-ups of the demonic beasts with dragon bloodlines really thought so. However, to Lin Yuan, the wishful thinking of the higher-ups of the demonic beasts was as laughable as a child showing off his cleverness to an adult. The dragon race of the Four Seas had 6 dragon gods in the Tianwu world. Now, 2 of them were dead and 1 was injured. However, even so, no demonic beast dared to touch those territories that had lost their masters. No matter what they did, once they reached a certain level of status, they were not existences that could be changed at will. It was just like how the emperor could not wait to eat their flesh and sleep on their skin. The emperor could only pinch his nose and persuade them again and again. If it really didn't work, the emperor could only put on an act and beg them to come back and be an official after a period of time. No matter how hateful these officials were, they were still an important part of the imperial court. Therefore, the emperor could only overthrow the officials. If the emperor casually laid his hands on the officials, the entire imperial court might collapse because of it. Moreover, with the special privilege of the Confucian school of thought, the emperor actually had no excuse to lay his hands on the officials. If they formed a new interest group according to Lin Yuan's idea, even if Lin Yuan didn't take on the dragon bloodline demonic beasts, he would still be an irreplaceable existence. This was because the abnormalities of the endless sea had not just happened in a day or two. Whether these demonic beasts who had gone from marginal status to nobility with great difficulty believed in Lin Yuan, the dragon king who had brought them hope, or the dragon king of the four seas who judged heroes based on their bloodline was obviously a question that didn't require much thought. Therefore, Lin Yuan's disdain for the methods of the Inhumans was not purely because the Inhumans had screwed up. Most of the time, a qualified political strategist would not introduce external forces to break the game. They would be able to do whatever they wanted on the existing chessboard to make themselves invincible or to become the final winner. If those methods of driving the wolf to devour the tiger and borrowing other forces were used in political tactics, they would basically be the last fight that could not be turned back. Those were the methods that only losers would use. However, some people would still think that these methods were brilliant and powerful. How could this not make people laugh? Even if he were in the position of the Inhumans, he would also find ways to cause a fight between the dragon god temple and the god worship religion, instead of using the god worship religion to kick them aside and then introducing the heavenly court to wrestle with the god worship religion. He thought that he could win the game by doing this, but he had never thought that no matter in the eyes of any forces, he, the Inhumans, was a bad collaborator, a stinky fish that had to be kicked out. To put it bluntly, if he couldn't even play these chess pieces on the field, then he would continue to add more chess pieces to it. If he wasn't a fool, what else could he be? Chapter 1191. Time passed by bit. Along with the cold that almost froze the endless sea, the endless disputes in the endless sea finally ushered in a short period of peace. At the same time, this also meant that Lin Yuan had been in this world for 4 years. During this period of time, Lin Yuan only stayed in the endless sea and did not meet with the higher-ups of the dragon bloodline demonic beasts. However, he gathered a large number of capable dragon bloodline demonic beasts that were not valued because of their impure bloodline. Of course, there were also some demonic beasts that tried to make up the numbers and come under Lin Yuan. After all, under the lobbying of Jiao Wen and Cyrus, the City of Trade had become the largest trading platform in the Endless Sea. Who knew how many demonic beasts begged to find a job in the City of Trade? Moreover, the City of Trade was not just on the right track. The originally vast City of Trade had never placed goods from the northern frontier. After all, Lin Yuan, the northern frontier, and the City of Trade could not run away. The demonic beasts or cultivators that came to shop only needed to state what they needed at the counter and come to pick it up at the appointed time. Or, the Sea Demon Guild's logistics team could deliver it to their doorstep. The vacated positions were naturally not idle. Therefore, under the guidance of Lin Yuan, Jiao Yi deliberately attracted a lot of caravans or individual investors to settle in the City of Trade. It was almost effortless for him to pull the City of Trade to a unique level. Its scope of influence was not even limited to a few sea areas. Due to the existence of the teleportation array and the logistics team, doing business with the City of Trade was almost no different from online shopping except for the fact that one had to personally place an order. Therefore, just like Lin Yuan's idea, the City of Trade defeated the markets of other sea areas effortlessly. Even the caravans that wandered around the endless sea areas had to give up their originally lucrative business and transport the specialties of their own sea areas to the City of Trade to sell. Today, Lin Yuan could almost be a hands-off shopkeeper because in this case, even if he did not sell any goods, just the rent from the demonic beasts' rental shops and the 5% transaction tax after the transaction was completed was enough for him to make a lot of money. Moreover, Lin Yuan had an advantage that other sea demons could not compare to. With the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce as his backing, whether it was the storage of goods or the rare treasures that the endless sea demons could not get, it was a piece of cake for Lin Yuan. Just as Lin Yuan had expected, the City of Trade, which had officially started to make a profit, began to recover the losses of the northern frontier. The goods that were continuously sent from the endless sea to the northern frontier not only greatly relieved the financial pressure of the northern frontier, but it also relied on the unique marine phase and deep-sea mineral deposits in the endless sea to increase the profits of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce by leaps and bounds again. However, while Lin Yuan was happy, the other forces were not so happy. However, the dragon bloodline demonic beasts still had to rely on Lin Yuan to compete with the outer sea demons. Even if they were greedy, they did not dare to touch him. As for the outer sea demons, it was even more strange. On one hand, they were trading with the northern frontier or the City of Trade, and on the other hand, they were fighting with the new interest groups under Lin Yuan's command. These outer sea demons were not lying when they hoped that the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce would open in the coastal area. After all, although the outer sea demons were rich in all kinds of resources, the outer sea demons could not be compared with the outer sea demons. Therefore, in terms of foundation, the outer sea demons were much weaker. Now that they needed a lot of resources, how could they turn a blind eye to the City of Trade just because they wanted to support the enemy in the trade fair? However, the main point of this matter was that the outer sea demons only hoped that the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce would open in the coastal and riverside areas. It did not mean that they could tolerate Lin Yuan building a city of trade in the endless sea and extending the influence of the northern frontier to the endless sea. Therefore, the outer sea demons' attitude toward Lin Yuan was still mostly anger and resentment. Of course, the most unhappy ones were the demonic beasts that took advantage of the current chaotic situation to run to Lin Yuan's command. They originally thought that even if they were not as good as the gray-scaled flood dragon person, a tribe that was related to Lin Yuan by blood, they would not be inferior to the brave crab tribe, right? In the end, Lin Yuan did not even look at these demonic beasts that were just there to make up the numbers. Basically, if they were really strong and had a big background, Lin Yuan would not even bother to speak to them. Compared to the brave crab tribe, were they worthy? After Tai O joined, although he did not achieve a record of sweeping the endless sea for Lin Yuan, he could still be considered loyal and devoted. Moreover, he did not join the northern frontier after the northern frontier became powerful. Instead, when the northern frontier had just fallen out with the dragon clan of the Four Seas, he had already contacted the northern frontier. When the other forces were still watching, Tai O led his tribe to join the northern frontier. Just by casually jumping ship, they wanted to be compared to the brave crab tribe. Lin Yuan was not sure if other people could do such an anti-intellectual behavior, but he definitely could not do it. Moreover, these demonic beasts that were just there to make up the numbers did not even mix into the City of Trade until they died. Almost during the first and second missions, they were almost completely annihilated. Their own strength was one reason. However, most of them did not take Lin Yuan's task seriously at all. What would happen if they carried out a task that had a slim chance of survival with a playful mentality? Obviously, it was also a matter that did not need to be elaborated. After all, if Lin Yuan wanted to cultivate his own interest group, the first thing he had to do was to have enough merits. Otherwise, how could he find the higher-ups of the dragon bloodline demonic beasts and ask for a large number of benefits to reward these demonic beasts that were not valued because of their bloodline? Within a few months, it was needless to say how difficult and dangerous it was to make a contribution that even the dragon bloodline demonic beasts, who valued their bloodline, were speechless. However, these difficult missions also quickly made Lin Yuan have an irreplaceable position in the hearts of these new dignitaries. After all, they were the ones who personally experienced and even carried out these missions. Compared to Lin Yuan's command and the higher-ups of the dragon bloodline demonic beasts, they were very clear in their hearts that if the commander was not Lin Yuan, they would definitely be dead. After becoming the new dignitaries of the Endless Sea, they could not betray their own class. On the contrary, they had to continue to shine and maintain their persona in order to seek better development. They could not let the endless sea return to the previous situation where heroes were judged by their bloodline. Because in that case, they would lose everything they had now, which was something they could not accept. But maintaining their persona also meant that they had to obey the command. Chapter 267. Yi Qinghan slowly walked out of the passageway. His footwork was very relaxed and his expression was very satisfied. After 5 years, he was finally out. He wanted to shout, "I, Hu Hanshan, am finally back," however. Shui Wuhan's gloomy words interrupted his good mood. Hence, he waved his hand unhappily and said with a smile, "Shui Wuhan, can we settle the score later? I don't really need this little bit of time. Let me see my family and friends that I haven't seen for a long time." After saying that, he ignored Shui Wuhan and the many experts nearby and frivolously walked towards the people from the House of Aries. "Ha! Go and say your last words. Later, I will let your family and women die in front of you one by one. I will let you have a taste of the pain that I have endured for the past 5 years." Shui Wuhan waved his hand and stopped the people from God City from attacking. He gracefully let Yi Qinghan walk over. He felt that this game was getting more and more fun. He was also thinking about how he should play later to make himself feel better. "Brother." Yi Qingyu's innocent and charming face rippled with a warm smile. Seeing Yi Qinghan slowly walking over, she stretched out her hands. 5 years had passed. Her brother had changed. He had become taller and more mature. However, no matter how much he changed, Yi Qingyu could still recognize him at a glance. "Han." Yu Qingqing softly called out, but her voice was immediately drowned out by choking sobs. She wiped the tears on her face while looking at Yi Qinghan. However, she seemed to realize that the tears on her face were increasing. "Yi Qinghan, you bastard, you. Yi Qingwu looked at the man who had stolen her innocence and heart. She wanted to scold him a few times, but she realized that she didn't know how to scold him. In the end, she simply continued to cry. "Qingyu, be a good girl. I will cook for you when we get home. Qingwu, don't cry. Your man is back. Smile for me." Yi Qinghan lightly walked over and hugged Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingqing, and Yi Qingwu in his arms. He patted them a few times, then turned around and continued with a smile, "Greetings, third uncle, greetings, seniors, young Master Feng, Miss Flower, Miss Dragon, and Brother Lu Shui. Don't go back later. Go to the Yi family castle and eat for 3 days. Ah, my treat." Everyone was collectively shocked by Yi Qinghan's arrogant attitude. All the family leaders gave him a thumbs up. This young genius of the Yi family was indeed extraordinary. Not to mention anything else, just this aura, this natural and unrestrained temperament, no matter how you looked at it, he belonged to the fierce level. "Qinghan, third uncle is very happy that you can return safely. Second brother has given birth to a good son." Yi Chang's face didn't have the worry and melancholy from before. Since Yi Qinghan could return safely, then the purpose of this trip had been achieved. He was prepared to let them return safely at all costs, even if he had to die a horrible death. "Third uncle, don't worry. Isn't it just a bastard from the Shui family who went to the divine city to learn some tricks?" Yi Qinghan laughed. He could see the deep meaning in Yi Chang's eyes. He immediately comforted him. Then, he turned to Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingqing, and Yi Qingwu and smiled. He took a step forward and said, "Coincidentally, I also learned some tricks. Wait for me to slap him to the ground. Then I will come back and chat with you. Qinghan. Come back, Shui Wuhan is very powerful now. You are no match for him." Yi Chang hurriedly took a step forward and pulled Yi Qinghan back. Battle chi surged from his body and he was ready to attack. third uncle, go back and have a good rest. Believe me, since I can walk out of the god-slaying mountain, I can easily slap Shui Wuhan to death. Look after Qingyu and the others." Yi Qinghan smiled and sent a message to Yi Qinghan, expressing his attitude. Seeing Yi Qinghan slowly walking forward, the people of the House of Aries all had complicated expressions. Yi Qingyu, Yi Qingqing and Yi Qingwu did not stop him, nor did they say anything. The thoughts of the three of them were very simple. They were already very happy to see Yi Qinghan again. If Yi Qinghan couldn't deal with Shui Wuhan, then dying together with him was also a good ending. Therefore, they did not do anything. Instead, they looked forward to Yi Qinghan's performance with excitement. This man was a man who could bring miracles. Yu Rou, Long Fei, Xiao Xiao, and Hua Lu looked at Yi Chang in confusion. Shui Wuhan could instantly kill a peak emperor realm powerhouse, but Yi Qinghan actually walked past him so easily. Could it be that he was even more powerful than Shui Wuhan? What was wrong with the teenagers nowadays? How could they survive in the future? Feng Zihua, Hua Shuihua, Long Shuilu, and Long Sainan looked at Yi Qinghan's back with a face full of hope. This back had once saved them from a hopeless situation. Would history repeat itself this time? They were very expectant. "Are you done with your last words?" Shui Wuhan squinted his eyes slightly. His expression was a little crazy and arrogant. However, when he saw this expression in Yi Qinghan's eyes, he remembered that Yi Qinghuang was also like this a few years ago in the enchanted garden. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. He rubbed his nose and said, "I really don't like this look of yours. But speaking of which, I have never liked you since the first time I saw you on the Cowherd Street in Tsang City. It's a pity that I didn't catch you on the Nether Island. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to see your disgusting look again today. Yi Qinghan, please don't always act like this, okay? This is not the Moon Tower, nor is it the Nether Island. I can control all your lives here. Do you understand? Aren't you afraid that I will kill your sister? Kill your woman? Kill everyone in the Yi family? Then don't you think it's more appropriate for you to kneel in front of me and beg me to let them go?" Shui Wuhan was very uncomfortable with Yi Qinghan's look. He felt that Yi Qinghan didn't seem to understand the current situation. Why was he so arrogant and direct? Why was he so calm and direct? Why could he still laugh so happily in such a situation? Therefore, he reminded Yi Qinghan. He felt that Yi Qinghan shouldn't be standing there with a smile, but should be kneeling and crying, crawling on the ground like a dog, begging him to let go of his loved ones and women. Oh. What's going on? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows understandingly. With a surprised expression, he turned his head and looked around. He happened to see Man Gon's bald head, who was looking at him stealthily. He hurriedly said, "From your tone, it seems that Shui Wuhan is very powerful. Is he very fierce? Brute Gon, tell me, how fierce is he now that I'm afraid of him?" "Ha! Brute Gon, hurry up and tell Yi Qinghan, let him understand." Hearing this, Shui Wuhan showed a proud expression on his face. He waved his hand and signaled Brute Gon to tell him. Man Gon wanted to slap himself. At the same time, he stood up shyly and said weakly, "Young Master Yi, Master Shui is very powerful now. He can kill all of us here in a second." Brute Gon's fearful expression and the other people's expressions made Shui Wuhan feel very comfortable. He looked up to the sky and laughed. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He said, "Ah! Did you hear that? Yi Qinghan, are you afraid? You didn't expect this, did you? I, Shui Wuhan, can also have this day, right? Let me tell you, today, I will make you pay for the humiliation you have brought me and what you have done to my father and my master. Aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want to kill me in the Yulu? Aren't you invincible on the Nether Island? Why don't you continue to be arrogant and arrogant? Chapter 268. Clap. 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 The response to Xue Wuhan was a few loud claps. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not afraid. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he was watching Xue Wuhan's performance as if he was watching a clown. What was he afraid of? Lu Shi was in the Freedom Pavilion and could appear at any time. In fact, when he entered this place, he had already used one of the 3 chances that Lu Shi had given him. He wanted Lu Shi to protect all the people in the House of Aries. Lu Shi agreed readily, so he had no worries at all. As for Xue Wuhan's strength, he didn't care about it at all. After watching the performance, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. He didn't care about Xue Wuhan anymore. Instead, he looked at Man Gone and let out a long sigh. Man Gone. I haven't seen you for more than 5 years. I always thought that you would change after the incident at the Nether Island. Sigh. I didn't expect that you are still so useless. A mere Xue Wuhan is enough to make you so afraid. How are you going to lead the barbarians in the future? How are you going to conquer the hearts of the barbarian girls? Yi Qinghan's words and Yi Qinghan's attitude had obviously aroused the interest of everyone present. After understanding Xue Wuhan's strength, he could still be so relaxed and continue to tease them calmly. Could it be that he had something to rely on? As for Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, and Yu Qingqing, their eyes flashed with a trace of fascination. Did you see that? This was their man, the extraordinary man in the world, the one and only Yi Qinghan, who could remain calm even when the mountains were pressing down on him. I'm very puzzled. Isn't it just 12 worms? Why are you so afraid? Although it seems that these worms were fed with a little poison, in my opinion, they can be easily killed. Yi Qinghan casually looked around and gently touched the freedom ring on his hand. A black weapon that was more than 1 meter long appeared in his hand out of nowhere. It was neither a sword nor a saber, but an iron ruler. He waved it in the air a few times and held it with one hand. He pointed it at Xue Wuhan and said, "Come on, Xue Wuhan, let me see how many of my attacks you can block with what you have learned in the Divine City." Wow! Space ring. What is this black weapon? It seems very imposing. Interesting. It seems that the famous Yi Qinghan also has some tricks up his sleeve. However, can he defeat Xue Wuhan? I don't think so. Even the demon chicken and Tu He were instantly killed by Xue Wuhan. What could Yi Qinghan do at such a young age? Xue Wuhan killed demon chicken and black butcher instantly. What can Yi Qinghan do at such a young age? Yi Qinghan's sudden display of power caused the crowd to exclaim softly. They all knew about the space ring. Even the leaders of their factions had a few of them. However, the people present did not have a share. At this moment, when Yi Qinghan suddenly took out a strange weapon from the space ring, they could not help but speculate. However, it was obvious that Xue Wuhan was too strong. No one had any confidence in Yi Qinghan. Oh. It seems that you have made some progress in the past few years. Well. If that's the case, then go to hell. I will take care of your woman for you. Xue Wuhan saw that Yi Qinghan suddenly showed such a move and pointed out that he had 12 worms. He could not help but feel a little shaken. He did not want to drag this on any longer. He decided to take action and kill Yi Qinghan first. Swish, 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 under Xue Wuhan's control, 10 rays of golden light broke out from the ground and attacked Yi Qinghan from different directions and angles. He believed that no matter how Yi Qinghan dodged, he would not be able to avoid the attacks of 10 golden-shelled worms. As long as one golden-shelled worm bit him, even a god would not be able to save him. Yi Qinghan didn't dodge. Although he had comprehended the law of space, and could vaguely determine the direction and trajectory of the 10 insects, he was 80% sure that he would be able to reach Xue Wuheng's side and stun him with his soul by relying on form displacement transposition. However, he did not dodge. He only narrowed his eyes and leaped into the sky. His body emitted a bewitching purple light, and the slaughter god blade in his hand slashed out countless strange blade lights. He chose to attack because he did not need to dodge. Although the golden-shelled worms were powerful and had been poisoned, one must not forget that golden-shelled worms were also living creatures with souls. It was obvious that the golden-shelled worms' souls were not as strong as a peak-stage Emperor realm martial artist. Hence, under the effect of his soul confusion, all 10 golden-shelled worms were hit. 7 styles of chasing wind, exterminating worm slash. Yi Qinghan's soul had already locked onto these 10 worms. Under the effect of his soul confusion, the 10 worms slowed down and started to fall to the ground. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He immediately unleashed a few streaks of green blade light and sliced the 10 worms in half. Although the golden-shelled worms had strong defenses and the slaughter god blade did not have a grade, even the Soul Emperor felt that this blade was a treasure. How could it be weak? Position swap. After Yi Qinghan swung his blade 10 times, he didn't stop for long. He immediately teleported and disappeared into thin air. At this moment, the 10 worms in the air were split into 2 halves. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the halves slowly fell with the wind and landed on the ground. They were like 20 golden leaves that were blown away by the autumn wind. What's going on? This, impossible. Oh my god, it was obvious that Yi Qinghan's attack had stunned everyone present. They looked at the bodies of the golden-shelled worms on the ground for a while before looking at each other. They could not believe their eyes. Xue Wuheng was such a perverted worm that could instantly kill a peak-stage Emperor realm expert. He was a worm that could cause everyone present to freeze in fear. Yet, Yi Qinghan easily sliced it in half like he was cutting vegetables or slaughtering a pig. Impossible. Xue Wuheng could not believe it either. He blinked his gray and black eyes several times. He could not believe what he saw. He had been raising these worms for more than 20 years. They were faster than a peak-stage Emperor realm martial artist. Their defenses were strong enough to withstand multiple attacks from holy artifacts. Their attacks could easily kill a peak-stage Emperor realm expert. Yet, they were chopped up by Yi Qinghan just like that. However, he did not know that Yi Qinghan's spiritual confusion had caused these 10 worms to enter a state of dizziness. He also did not know that Yi Qinghan's slaughter god blade was actually so sharp. Yi Qinghan's slaughter god blade sliced his worms like tofu. However, in the next second, he suddenly woke up. Yi Qinghan had disappeared. He felt danger and quickly circulated his battle chi. He was prepared to escape. At the same time, he started to control the remaining 2 worms below him to rush towards him. However, before he could finish doing all this, he suddenly realized that Yi Qinghan had already appeared in front of him out of thin air. With a trace of a playful smile and a trace of purple light, he muttered to himself, "It's over." After that, he directly fainted. Yi Qinghan shook his head slightly. With a wave of his left hand, the slaughter god blade directly sliced the remaining 2 golden-shelled worms under Xue Wuheng's feet into 2 halves. After that, he single-handedly grabbed Xue Wuheng's neck and lifted him up. He spun him around so that Xue Wuheng's face was facing everyone. At this moment, it was as if Yi Qinghan was carrying a duck. It was extremely casual. After that, he shook his head again. He picked up the slaughter god blade and slashed at Xue Wuheng's stomach. The black blade ignored the holy artifact battle armor on Xue Wuheng's body and directly pierced into Xue Wuheng's stomach. Chi! The sound of a balloon leaking echoed in the quiet plaza. Xue Wuheng's dantian was directly pierced by Yi Qinghan. Countless amounts of battle chi mixed with Xue Wuheng's blood spurted out. The The concentration of the heaven and earth essence energy in the Heavenly Road's main hall increased by 2 levels. After doing all this, Yi Qinghan sighed softly. He looked at everyone with a puzzled expression and said, "Why do I feel that this Shui Wuhan doesn't seem very powerful?" Chapter 269. Silence. Silence. The entire plaza was completely silent. Invicil was confused once again. Could it be that Shui Wuhan was really a noob? Was he just trying to scare them? Otherwise, how could he have been killed by this delicate and pretty young man, his insect, his cultivation base, and carried like a duck? Man Gan was afraid. He felt as if he had returned to Duanren Peak. As he stared at Yi Qinghan's calm smile, he could not help but feel a bone-piercing chill. The members of the demon clan were dumbfounded. They had heard that the son of the Holy Venerate had been killed by a young man from the House of Aries. They had heard that the young man carried a bewitching purple light and had a devilish smile. However, they never thought that this young man would be so powerful and terrifying. Shui Wuhan, who had killed their leader in a second, had been killed by him in a second. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled, Yu Rohua and Lu Longfei smiled. They were happy that the House of Aries had produced another peerless genius. However, their hearts were filled with jealousy at the same time. Why did peerless geniuses always come from the Yi family? Could it be that Song City's feng shui was really that good? Yi Chang was excited. His entire body trembled as if he was having an epileptic fit. He told himself to be calm, but his body still trembled involuntarily. Feng Zihua and Lu Longfei were excited. They had been saved once again. Yi Qinghan had once again carried a bewitching purple light with him. He had rescued them from a hopeless situation just like he had done at Duanren Peak. However, the few of them sighed in their hearts. It seemed that it was getting harder and harder to return this favor. Yi Qingyu was drunk. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu were drunk. They watched their brother and their man in such a domineering manner, so confident, so eye-catching, so dazzling. They were intoxicated. That young girl did not yearn for love. That young girl did not like their prince. He rode a white horse and brandished a long sword to rescue them from the demon's encirclement. Today, their man had arrived. He did not ride a white horse, but he had brought a domineering long sword and a beautiful purple light with him. He had successfully rescued them from a hopeless situation. Ah! A blood-curdling scream broke the silence. Shui Wuhan was awakened by a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, a sense of powerlessness all over his body, and a suffocating feeling caused by his neck being squeezed. When he realized that the cultivation he had painstakingly cultivated for more than 20 years had turned into nothingness, he let out a long howl of pain. It was a howl that pierced his heart and was incomparably miserable. Don't scream anymore. The more you scream, the faster your blood will flow. I say, young Master Shui, don't you have any other skills apart from screaming? Yi Qinghan tilted his ear and said in a disgusted tone. Impossible. Impossible. Yi Qinghan, how could you do this to me? How could you cut open my golden-shelled insect so easily? Impossible, I don't believe it, I can't accept it. Shui Wuhan waved his hands and legs in the air. It seemed like he wanted to beat Yi Qinghan crazily. However, when Yi Qinghan used more force, he felt a strong suffocating feeling again. His body also weakly drooped down. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Yi Qinghan fiercely. It seemed like he wanted to tear him apart with his eyes. Why can't I do this to you? Humph. Have you ever wondered why you made me vomit blood with a single palm strike on Niulang Street? When you and Yi Qinghuang and Yi Rong conspired to kill my sister, did you ever think about why? When you planted a hidden insect on me on the Netherworld Island, and almost killed me and hundreds of the elites of the House of Aries, did you ever think about why? Yi Qinghan sneered coldly. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking arc as he stared deeply at Shui Wuheng and continued, "You've never thought about why, you've only thought about yourself. You've never considered that our Yi clan and your Shui clan are of the same lineage. You've forgotten that you're a member of the Battle God Manor, you've forgotten that you're a human and not a dog. Today, I am going to do justice for my sister, and for the disciples of the House of Ares who died on the Netherworld Island. I sentence you to death, immediately." After he finished speaking, Yi Qinghan squeezed his left hand. Before Shui Wuhan could explain, he directly crushed his neck. A series of cracking sounds were heard. Shui Wuhan's eyes were wide open in anger. His head hung down powerlessly. All the bones in his neck were crushed. Shui Wuhan, dead. Bang! Yi Qinghan waved his hand and threw Shui Wuheng's corpse in the direction of the Divine City's experts. It was as if he was throwing a piece of trash. It smashed on the ground with a loud bang, shocking the Divine City's experts, as well as the people of the demon race and barbarian race. At this moment, no one dared to fight with Yi Qinghan anymore. They all looked at him with fear. Yi Qinghan was too ruthless. He killed without hesitation. Moreover, Yi Qinghan was too strong. He could teleport. Although everyone was curious about this, no one dared to ask. Most importantly, since Yi Qinghan could make Shui Wuhan faint, he must have entered the Emperor realm. Rumor has it that his body fusion technique could instantly kill experts of the same realm. Moreover, he was least afraid of group battles. "Lord, I'm very happy to see you return safely. And, since you're here, Mangon believes that there's no longer any suspense about the ownership of the supreme treasure. I, Mangon, represent the barbarian race to withdraw from this competition. And these are the 18 treasures that the barbarian race has snatched. Ha! Lord, you can visit the barbarian race when you have time. I will definitely treat you well. Then, we'll be leaving first." The moment Mangon saw Shui Wuheng's corpse, his body shrunk back, and he hastily retreated. At this moment, he no longer had any fighting spirit left in him. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As long as Yi Qinghan was still alive, he didn't want to leave the barbarian god manor ever again. The people of the Divine City have withdrawn. The supreme treasure belongs to young Master Yi. These are the 28 treasures that the Divine City has snatched. Of course, the people of the Divine City didn't dare to fight anymore. Their captain, Black 2, was dead. Shui Wuhan, who was stronger than Black 2, was also dead. What else could they use to fight? Although they knew that the God Lord would definitely punish them when they returned, they knew that if they dared to jump out now, Yi Qinghan wouldn't mind killing them on the spot. And the demon race has also withdrawn. These are the 13 treasures that we have snatched. Let's go. The people of the demon race weren't fools. They quickly turned around and fled. Yi Qinghan's decisiveness in killing wasn't any worse than Shui Wuhan's. They didn't want to be bitten by an even more dangerous tiger after the death of a wolf. The people of the barbarian race's Divine City and the demon race immediately rushed out of the heaven's path. The people of the hidden island didn't move. It wasn't that Yin Sha wanted to snatch the treasures. Yin Sha knew that the island lord of the hidden island had done a favor for the Yi family. Presumably, Yi Qinghan wouldn't make a move on the people of the hidden island. Swish! However, just as the people of the barbarian race's Divine City and the demon race turned around and were about to rush out, a frail figure suddenly appeared in front of them along with a bewitching purple light. Chapter 270. Bam! 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 Yi Qinghan swung the slaughter god blade at the row of demons in front of him, who were in a daze. Then, he laughed and said, "It's not over yet. Don't be in a hurry to leave. At least let's see what the ultimate treasure of the fallen god mountain is, right?" What a joke. Yi Qinghan was not a fool. If he let them go now, he would definitely be hunted down by the entire continent. After all, once they left, the entire continent would think that he had taken the ultimate treasure of the fallen god mountain. Although the Yi family had a god-grade expert and Lu Shi would protect him, it was not good to be targeted by others all the time. He did not want an assassin to suddenly appear under his bed in the middle of the night. Therefore, he had a quick telepathic conversation with Lu Shi and decided to put on a show. "Ah, it's good to see it." Man Gon's expression changed when he saw that Yi Qinghan was going to attack again. He thought that Yi Qinghan had changed his mind. However, after hearing Yi Qinghan's words, he laughed awkwardly. "Young Master Yi, how dare we disobey your orders?" The demons were very straightforward. After all, they were the weakest team. All right. The people from the God City did not dare to say anything else and walked back helplessly. After a while, half an hour was finally up. Once again, there was a powerful aura in the hall. It was the aura of a god. Then, a mocking voice sounded. "Time's up. The ultimate treasure belongs to the person with the most treasures. Of course, whether you can get the ultimate treasure depends on your luck. Haha, I'm going now." A beautiful sword flickering with white light and a faint dragon chi circling around it slowly descended towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's face lit up with joy. She immediately used form transposition and grabbed the sword in the air before descending slowly. He looked at the divine sword that was shining with divine light and had an extraordinary aura. Many people in the crowd had greedy looks on their faces. This was a legendary divine weapon. One should know that in the entire Fire Dragon continent, other than the City Lord of the Divine City and the King of the Dark Forest, no one else had such an item. With this item, one's attack power would increase by at least a few times. However, Yi Chang's face was filled with joy. His body trembled even more excitedly. The experts of the Yi family behind the Yi family all revealed proud expressions. This divine tool belonged to the Yi family. The Yi family had a divine tool. Moments later, their expressions changed. This was because they noticed that Yi Qinghan's expression had changed. It had become incomparably unsightly. Yi Qinghan actually treated the godly sword as trash. He threw it on the ground and cursed, "Senior, this isn't real. You tricked me." What was going on? Was Yi Qinghan crazy? He actually threw the divine sword on the ground. "You're still saying it's fake? How could a divine artifact be fake? Look at the color, look at the divine light, look at the aura, one look and you can tell that it's not an ordinary item." "Ah. Qinghan, what are you doing?" Yi Chang became anxious. His expression quickly changed. He rushed over, picked up the long sword on the ground, and asked in confusion. Yi Qinghan did not answer. He just roared a few more times at the top of his head. He looked very angry. However, the guardian no longer made any sound. It was as if he had already left. After a long time, Yi Qinghan turned his head angrily and said helplessly, "Third uncle, this is fake. I also found one in the God-slaying mountain. If you don't believe me, use your battle chi and hit the sword." "Ha!" Yi Chang blinked his eyes. He raised his left hand in disbelief and gently patted the sword. Crack! The divine sword unexpectedly broke into two pieces, revealing a dark hollow hole in the middle. There was an uproar at the scene. They did not expect that the supreme treasure of the God-slaying mountain, which they had fought for thousands of years, would turn out to be a fake. Moreover, it seemed that there was more than one fake. The person who gets the most treasures will be victorious. You will have the opportunity to obtain the supreme treasure. Good luck. Of course, whether or not you can obtain the supreme treasure depends on your luck. Opportunity. Luck. At this time, everyone thought of what the guardian of the God-slaying mountain had said and began to guess secretly. Could it be that there were more of these swords? Only one of them is the real one. But where were the other swords? Where was the real sword? Of course, there were also a few people who looked at Yi Qinghan suspiciously. They looked at his black, strange-looking long sword. Could it be that this was the real sword? What are you looking at? Damn, I am so unlucky. Everyone, I am very ashamed. I am not in a good mood, so I have changed my mind. You can't go back like this. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and directly flew into a rage. However, he felt helpless. After all, he had suddenly appeared in the heavenly road square and was having fun. He even revealed the slaughter god blade and the unfettered ring. It would be strange if no one suspected him. At this moment, he could only try his best to divert everyone's attention and hope that they would not suspect him. Thus, he shouted in an extremely tyrannical manner. F***ck, when Yi Qinghan flew into a rage, Man Gone and the others were dumbfounded. This was not the way to play. Man Gone was the first to panic. He did not want Yi Qinghan to chop off his other middle finger or his third leg. He immediately cried out, "Young Master Yi, this is not only my problem. You can vent your anger on us. I have elders and children to take care of. If I die, what will happen to my hundreds of wives? They can't live on their fingers and winter melons." That's right, Lord Yi, you are a magnanimous person. This is really not only our problem. Young Master Yi, you can't go back on your words. Moreover, we did not deal with the Yi family. In an instant, everyone hurriedly cupped their hands, bowed, and wiped their tears. They collectively begged. Qinghan, where it is possible to let people off, one should forgive them. Look, Yi Chang was also anxious. It was fine if the divine artifact was gone. At least Yi Qinghan had returned safely. Moreover, his strength had become so powerful. The Yi family would definitely be overjoyed when they heard this news. However, if Yi Qinghan killed everyone present, he would offend several forces. The Yi family would not have an easy time in the future. Since my third uncle has pleaded for mercy, then forget it. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and opened his mouth. This caused everyone to be overjoyed. However, the next second, Yi Qinghan continued to speak, and their mood fell to the bottom. How about this? Leave all of your treasures behind. Anything that is a divine artifact and above, throw them all to me. Don't try to hide it. My mood has not recovered yet. If I find out, I will flip out. After you leave the treasures behind, all of you put your hands on your heads and form 3 rows. Line up properly and walk out. Make sure you are in a neat formation. I am not in a good mood. You all know that. Don't make me flip out. Plop, plop. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, many people at the scene immediately fainted and fell to the ground. The remaining people at the scene had black lines on their faces. This was too much. Chapter 271. Yi Tianlong was very anxious. The 3 consecutive changes to the God-slaying mountain had made him extremely flustered, and when he saw Yi Qingniu constantly walking back and forth in front of his eyes, he became even more flustered. Qingniu, don't walk back and forth, you're making my eyes go blurry. Yi Qingniu was also very flustered, which was why he kept walking back and forth. However, at this moment, after being yelled at by Yi Tianlong, he did not dare to walk any further. He could only stare anxiously at the exit of the path of heaven, his emotions extremely complicated. Yuji, the wind, and the fragrance of flowers were also anxious, but they did not show it on their faces. Only their trembling hands under their robes betrayed their emotions. The 4 guards of the divine city were also anxious, and so were the experts of the demon race, barbarian race, and hidden island. Therefore, at this moment, everyone was looking at the exit of the path of heaven, waiting for the final outcome. Rumble. At this moment, the god-slaying mountain shook once again, attracting everyone's attention to the top of the god-slaying mountain. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the little divine pavilion suspended in midair at the top of the god-slaying mountain began to shake violently, emitting a loud noise. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, it suddenly disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just before the little divine pavilion completely disappeared, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from within the little divine pavilion. Then, hundreds of golden rays of light shot out from the little divine pavilion and shot in all directions of the god-slaying mountain at an incredible speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What were those golden rays of light? Why did the little divine pavilion disappear? Feng Sisi was the first to let out a strange cry, her face full of shock and confusion. It seemed like countless swords. They flew in all directions of the continent. Yi Qingniu's eyes bulged as he spoke uncertainly. What happened? Why did the little divine pavilion disappear? And why did countless swords shoot out? Just as everyone was in a state of confusion, an oppressive aura enveloped the entire foot of the god-slaying mountain. Then, a low voice rang out, dispelling everyone's doubts. The divine sword of the god-slaying mountain has appeared, the fated shall obtain it. The fated shall obtain it, obtain it. The low voice resounded through the sky, traveled into the distance, and spread throughout the continent, stunning everyone. The moment the little divine pavilion disappeared, in the spatial turbulence outside the flame dragon plane, a man with two horns suddenly opened his eyes and stood upright. He looked at the place where the little divine pavilion had disappeared for a long time, and then spoke faintly. After a long pause. After guarding it for millennia, the 12th divine sword has finally appeared. I can finally return. Ha! I believe Lord Blood King will definitely bestow me with the position of City Lord and a divine general divine crystal once he learns of this news. Ha ha. The tall man with two horns laughed wildly and flew towards the spatial turbulence, and finally and back, and disappeared into the spatial. Ye divine, and long, and forth. And forth. The woman in red sitting at the top of the castle once again put down the book in her hand and glanced in the direction of the god-slaying mountain. Her lips curled into a smile, and she whispered softly, Lu and forth, and of and forth, and they, and, ye and chin and, ye and forth and. The pleasant voice broke the tranquility of the ancient castle, as if a pebble had been dropped into a calm lake and caused ripples. The pleasant voice broke the tranquility of the ancient castle, as if a pebble had been dropped into a tranquil lake, causing ripples. In the divine city, the door of the study of the God Master's residence was suddenly pushed open. Tu's eyes, one red and one black, were filled with coldness. He looked at the countless golden lights in the sky and yelled. He quickly gathered countless emissaries of the divine city and held a secret meeting. The entire divine city immediately became lively. Countless people in golden robes rushed out of the 4 gates of the divine city and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the dragon city, the 3 war gods came out of seclusion again. After a while, the countless soldiers and experts under Long Haofu rushed out of the dragon city in all directions. In the Yi family castle, Yi Baihu received Yi Ruoshui's telepathic message and quickly mobilized all the disciples of the Yi family. Countless horses rushed towards the south of the House of Aries. Luohua City, Drifting Snow City, Enchantment City, and West Wind City also moved out at the same time, searching everywhere. The Barbarian God Abode, Demon God Abode, and Hidden Island had countless experts rushing out at the same time. The entire continent was in chaos at the same time. Everyone was busy searching everywhere. They were all searching. The hundreds of golden lights that flew out from the fallen god mountain were all searching for the supreme treasure of the fallen god mountain. Get information. Put your hands behind your head. Don't look left and right. Move forward. 121, 121. Just as Yi Tianlong and the massacring god guards were shocked by the disappearance of the little god pavilion, the appearance of countless divine swords, and the voice of the god realm expert from the fallen god mountain, a young voice came from the entrance of the heavens road. When they involuntarily looked at the entrance of the heavens road, they were all dumbfounded. Their expressions were as if they had been struck by lightning. They saw 3 rows of people walking out from the entrance of the heavens road. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was, these 3 rows of people were all disheveled and in a sorry state. Their faces were full of shame. Their hands were behind their heads, as if they were a group of prisoners being paraded through the streets. What was going on? The massacring god guards were furious, the god-slaying guards were dumbfounded, the burning god guards were embarrassed, and the slain god guards were confused, because the people at the front were all experts from the divine city. With one glance, they could clearly see that only less than half of the hundreds of experts from the divine city were left. Only less than half of the hundreds of experts from the divine city were left. Moreover, the treasured weapons and saint weapons that they had brought with them when they left were all gone. Behind the divine city were the experts from the demon race. They also did not have any weapons or armors. They also had their hands behind their heads, and they had the same embarrassed and awkward expressions. This almost caused the experts from the demon race to go berserk. Behind them were the barbarian race. When the barbarian race saw that the bald man gone was currently naked and only had a red underwear on, he walked in front with an expression as if his father had died. Some of them fainted. The remaining people had extremely gloomy expressions. They wished they could dig a hole and hide in it. What? Their young patriarch had come out twice, and both times he had been stripped naked and left with only his underwear. As for the few old fellows from the hidden island, just as they were about to suffer the same blow, they realized that the people of the hidden island had walked out in an orderly manner. Their expressions were very relaxed and even somewhat proud, as if they were proud that they had not suffered the same humiliation. Get into formation. Put your hands behind your head. Don't look left and right. Walk forward. 1 2 1 1 2 1. Don't force me to flip out. When Yi Tianlong heard this voice again, his entire body began to tremble. Yi Qingnu's eyes bulged so much that they seemed to fall to the ground. Yu Ji's lips also began to tremble. Feng Sisi and Hua Xiang looked at the back of the group with incomparable shock. The army of the House of Aries was in high spirits. They were waving at them with flushed faces. It was as if they were an army that had won a great battle and were being welcomed by their fellow countrymen. Chapter 272. Alright, that's enough. Everyone is dismissed. Go back to your homes and find your mothers. Everyone, we will meet again. Yi Qinghan held the slaughter god blade in his left hand and rested it on his shoulder. His face was full of smiles as he waved at the people in front of him. It was as though he was telling them that he was in a good mood and that they were all safe now. When the elites from the various factions heard Yi Qinghan's words, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They quickly dispersed and headed back to their respective camps as fast as they could. However, when they saw the old fellows from their respective camps looking at them with ashen faces, they felt as if they couldn't wait to slap them to death. Only then did they slow down their footsteps. They lowered their heads shyly and began to beg for forgiveness. Qinghan greets grandfather, elder Green Bull, and all the seniors. Yi Qinghan brought Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingqing, and Yi Qingwu along with the rest of the troops as they walked towards Yi Tianlong and the rest with a smile. Yi Tianlong and the rest looked like they wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Their trembling hands made Yi Qinghan very emotional. It seemed like Yi Tianlong really cared about this grandson of his. 5 years ago, when he had been attacked by demons, he had paid a huge price to save Yi Qingyu, and now, he had done so much for him. These were all things that he was willing to call him grandfather. Good, very good. It's good that you're back. Little Han, I'm very happy that you've returned safely. I'm very happy, very happy. Yi Tianlong's voice was a little choked up as he raised his hand slightly. However, he realized that his hands were trembling slightly, so he put them down embarrassedly. His face was flushed red as if he had become 10 years younger. Little Han, you brat, good, very good. I like you so much. Ha! I'm going to hold a banquet in Yi family's castle. I'll set up 100, no, 1,000 tables, ha! Yi Qingniu was beaming with joy as his hands and feet danced wildly. He was extremely excited and happy. The guilt he had been feeling for the past 5 years was finally released. His entire body was relaxed and happy. Young Master Han, I'm very pleased that you've returned safely. Do you think we should go to the Yu family to propose marriage? Yu Ji was full of smiles. The Yu family had just experienced a joyous event, and it seemed like another joyous event was about to happen. Old Long, your family's genius youth really makes us blush with shame. The wind blew gently, and when she saw that the disciples of the various clans were fine, she was in a good mood. Although they did not know what had happened in the God-slaying mountain, they could tell from the details of the scene just now that the experts of the demon race and the barbarian race had been beaten so miserably. It seemed to have something to do with Yi Qinghan. However, at the same time, they were very confused. The people who entered the Luotian mountain this time were all Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, there were many peak Emperor Realm experts. 5 years ago, Yi Qinghan was still a level 1 martial realm martial artist. After staying in the Luotian mountain for 5 years, not only did he not die, but his strength had also skyrocketed. Breaking through 2 realms in 5 years. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that it was easy to reach the peak of the Duke realm, but it was extremely difficult to break through to the Emperor realm. Could it be that both Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu had obtained the divine crystal? Breaking through directly without needing to comprehend. What just happened? Yi Tianlong calmed himself down and turned his head to Yi Chang, secretly transmitting his voice. At the same time, the grand elders of the various clans also transmitted their voices to their respective clan leaders. There had been several changes in the God-slaying mountain, as well as hundreds of beams of golden light flying out from the God-slaying mountain. They needed to know the exact information as soon as possible in order to make the right decision. Yi Qinghan, come out. Just as the supreme elders of the various clans roughly understood the situation, a furious roar came from the camp on the left, startling everyone. When they looked in the direction of the voice, they saw the massacre god guards flying in the air with furious expressions, roaring in their direction. Humph humph. Yi Tianlong snorted and leaped to the front of the group. He didn't even have to bow and cup his hands. Instead, he directly said, "Massacre God Guard, why did you call my grandson?" The Massacre God Guard's unrestrained roar clearly caused the experts of the House of Aries to have a change in expression. They all glared at the Massacre God Guard. However, the Massacre God Guard had always represented the powerful man in the divine city in the Fire Dragon continent. He had accumulated his authority for a long time, so no one had any special reaction. As for Yi Qinghan, he smiled coldly and stared at the Massacre God Guard without showing any signs of weakness. There was a peak heavenly god residing in the unfettered pavilion within the unfettered ring. Why would he be afraid of a puny Saint Realm expert? On the other hand, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. The Massacre God Guards were bellowing so aggressively. It was obvious that they were looking for trouble. Yi Qingyu just looked at the Massacre God Guard with disgust. In her pure heart, anyone who was rude to her brother was a bad person, and bad people had to be despised. Humph. Yi Tianlong, it's none of your business. Yi Qinghan, you are so impressive. You actually dared to kill people from our divine city. You even stole hundreds of treasured artifacts and over 10 sacred artifacts from our divine city. You are very daring, aren't you? Does your Yi family want to become enemies with the divine city? The massacre god guard snorted and said with an unfriendly expression. The divine city had suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did Black Tu and Shui Wuhan die, but more than half of the hundreds of experts also died. Even the treasured artifacts and sacred artifacts that were bestowed by the Divine Master were stolen by Yi Qinghan. Ever since the Divine City was established, they had never suffered such a crushing defeat. If they were to return with their tails between their legs, the massacre god guard wouldn't know how to answer to the Divine Master Tuesday. Therefore, the massacre god guard was infuriated. He had to demand an explanation for the Divine City's dignity and unparalleled status. Yi Qinghan had stolen the treasures of the Divine City and acted so arrogantly. Naturally, he became the punching bag for the massacre god guard to regain his dignity. Massacre god guard, you are exaggerating. Yi family definitely doesn't have such intentions. The massacre god guard's words were very harsh, and Yi Tianlong naturally didn't dare to reply. Become enemies with the Divine City. What a huge hat. No one, not a single person, not a single clan would dare to wear this hat. Haha, before Yi Tianlong could finish speaking, Yi Qinghan, who was behind him, laughed crazily. His laughter was filled with undisguised disdain and mockery. The arrogant laughter obviously caused the massacre god guard's expression to turn cold, and his killing intent soared. Meanwhile, the House of Aries' expression turned awkward and vexed. Why is this kid so insensible? Does he really think that he is unparalleled in the world now? Meanwhile, the people from Hidden Island, the barbarian race, and the demon race looked as though they were watching a good show. At the same time, they felt a trace of admiration for Yi Qinghan's arrogance. In the Fire Dragon continent, who would dare to laugh so arrogantly and crazily in front of the four guards of the Divine City? Yi Qinghan let out a long laugh and shook his head at Yi Tianlong as though he didn't need to say anything. He took a step forward, puffed out his chest, and stood proudly. He said slowly to the massacre god guards, I'm not afraid of you. He said to the massacre god guard, right? I am very puzzled. I seem to have only killed one person, right? This person seems to be the young master of the Shui family, a traitor of the House of Aries. Furthermore, the House of Aries had also issued a must-kill order to pursue Shui Wuhan. I am very puzzled. When did the traitor of the House of Aries become a member of the Divine City? Did he disguise himself? Or did the Divine City intentionally protect him? Chapter 273. In other words, even if I killed them, what crime did I commit? Just now on the Heaven's Road, the people from the Divine City killed many people from the hidden island of the demon race, barbarian race, and they also killed many people from the Divine City. Why can they kill them? Why can't I kill them? Only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the commoners are not allowed to light lamps. What kind of logic is this? As for the treasure that you mentioned, that's even more of a joke. Since I can kill people, then I can definitely snatch the treasure. Actually, I can totally kill them all and keep the treasure. Of course, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I'm not a butcher, and I don't want to kill too many people. So, God Slayer Guard, you are not here to question me, but to thank me for not killing them all. The youth's loud and clear voice reverberated around the foot of the fallen god mountain. Every word was powerful and resonant. Countless people present were collectively speechless. What a sharp-tongued man. His words were polite, righteous, and reasonable, making it impossible for anyone to refute him. Good, good. Very good. The God Slayer Guard wanted to say something and refute him. However, he didn't know how to refute him. He could only tremble in anger and point at Yi Qinghan 3 times. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since someone spoke to him like this. The few old fellows from the House of Aries cheered in their hearts. Yi Qinghan had done something that they didn't dare to do. However, they couldn't express it on their faces. Instead, they looked worriedly at Yi Qinghan's frail body. They had a complicated look in their eyes as they silently thought about how to deal with this situation, what would happen later, and how to handle it. The old fellows from the hidden island of the barbarian race and demon race looked even more playful. The divine city's overbearing and arrogant behavior had long made the entire continent unhappy, but no one dared to stand out. Now that someone was going against the God Slayer Guard, they were happy to watch a good show. However, they were very puzzled. Why was this youth from the House of Aries so abnormally powerful, but his words were also so sharp? The atmosphere gradually became tense and oppressive. This was the first time the God City's dignity was being challenged in front of everyone. Everyone wanted to see what the Massacre God Guards would do to redeem the God City's dignity that had been trampled on time and time again. However, what they did not expect was that the Massacre God Guard did not fly into a rage again. Instead, he sighed and said, I don't care about killing people, but you must hand over the treasures of the Divine City. Otherwise, if the Divine Master gets angry, it will be hard for your Yi family to explain. Yi Tianlong, I will give you face. Hand over the treasures, and this matter will be over. The Massacre God Guard rolled his eyes a few times and realized that he had done something very stupid. It was publicly acknowledged that people could fight within the God-slaying mountain. Whoever died or was defeated outside of the God-slaying mountain was not a big deal. Now that he was in front of the experts from the 3 hidden constabularies, he could not really kill Yi Qinghan. Otherwise, he would be breaking the blood oath. Moreover, the House of Aries and the House of Aries would definitely not allow him to make a move. Therefore, he was in a difficult position. However, he could not be blamed for being stupid and impulsive. After all, the Divine City had never suffered such a crushing defeat in the past thousands of years and had never been slapped in the face like this. Furthermore, the Divine Master had placed great importance on the treasure hunt at the God-slaying mountain. Therefore, he was anxious and impulsive. He wanted to regain some face and face. However, he did not expect that this harmless-looking youth who was always smiling would not give him any face. He was so unyielding. Therefore, after some consideration, he decided to take a step back and give the Yi family a way out, as well as a way out for himself. After all, if he fought with Yi Tianlong in a barbaric manner, it would definitely cause a strong backlash from the House of Aries. If something happened, he would not be able to explain to the Divine Master. Yi Tianlong quickly sent a voice transmission to Yi Qingmiu and Yi Qinghan. After all, the God-slaying guards represented the Divine City and that powerful Baldi. They could not give face to the God-slaying guards, but they could not disregard the Divine Master-slaying guards. Therefore, after a short while, Yi Tianlong decided to give in. However, just as he was about to speak, 3 voice transmissions were heard in his ears at the same time. 3 voice transmissions came from different places. Yi Tianlong, I am the island master of the hidden island. Don't hand it over. If the God-slaying guards dare to attack later, the people from the hidden island will help. I will speak to your patriarch. Yi Tianlong, I am the sword emperor of the battle god. Don't hand over the treasures. If anything happens, the House of Aries will help the Yi family. Sky Dragon, I am Yi Ruoxue. Don't hand over the treasures, but be polite. We will handle the rest. The 3 voice transmissions came from 3 different places: Hidden Island, Dragon City, and Yi family's castle. However, the meaning of the 3 voice transmissions was obvious. They wanted Yi Tianlong to be stubborn to the end. If you don't hand over the treasures and want to fight, then fight. Yi Tianlong's expression changed multiple times. He did not understand why the battle god, the island master of the hidden island, and Yi Ruoxue were doing this. Could they be preparing to start a war with the Divine City? However, Yi Tianlong did not dare to think too much. He gritted his teeth and said, I am sorry. This was obtained through the blood oath of the 3 prefectures. The Yi family did not violate the blood oath. Therefore, I represent the Yi family to reject. Reject? Yi Tianlong's words caused an uproar. They thought that since the god-slaying guards had given the Yi family a way out, Yi Tianlong would definitely give in. After all, this was equivalent to slapping the Divine City Lord's face. Was the Yi family going to start a war with the Divine City? Good, good, good. I did not expect that Yi Tianlong and your grandfather and grandson have the same temper. Very good. The god-slaying guard was so angry that he laughed. There was no other way. Since they refused to give in, he had to start a war for the dignity of the Divine City and himself. Otherwise, how would he be able to show his face in the Fire Dragon continent in the future? The god-slaying guard slowly circulated his chi, and his aura started to soar. The other 3 god-slaying guards also rapidly rose into the sky and circulated their battle chi. The Divine City's 4 guards were one. Slapping the god-slaying guard's face was equivalent to slapping the 4 god-slaying guards' faces. Furthermore, the god-slaying guards were the leaders of the 4 guards. Since the god-slaying guards had decided to make a move, they could only brace themselves and do it. The 7 sage realm experts from the Divine City of War turned extremely solemn when they saw the 4 guards of the Divine City flying into the sky at the same time. They took a big step forward and protected the Emperor realm experts from the Divine City of War, as well as Yi Qinghan and the others. Furthermore, they circulated their battle chi secretly and were prepared to make a move at any time. For thousands of years, there had only been 4 god-slaying guards. They had never increased or decreased in number. However, they knew that the 4 god-slaying guards were actually stronger than dozens of sage experts. This was because they knew a combination attack that could multiply the 4's attack power by several times. Therefore, the 4 god-slaying guards would either not make a move, or they would be invincible once they made a move. The barbarian race and demon race slowly started to retreat. They wanted to watch the show, but they didn't want to be targeted by the stray bullets. The people from Hidden Island were very strange. They didn't retreat, nor did they make any moves. They just stood there quietly with a strange expression. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and a huge battle could break out at any time. Chapter 274. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded in the sky, causing the tense atmosphere at the scene to collapse in an instant. The faint voice carried with it a supreme domineering aura and the majesty of an emperor, causing the air at the foot of Mount Luotian to stagnate. Haven't you embarrassed me enough yet? All of you, get over here. 3 constabularies and 1 island. The Divine City has no intention of breaking the blood oath. I will severely punish them for this matter. Disperse. Ah. Hearing this voice, the 4 guards of the Divine City withered like frosted eggplants. They no longer had the arrogance and domineering aura from before, and their collective faces turned ashen. In the end, they didn't even say a word and flew out with their people, disappearing without a trace in an instant. What was going on? The Lord of the Divine City actually sent a voice transmission. It seemed like he had given in. Everyone was still in a state of shock. It was not until the 4 guards of the Divine City left with their men that they came to their senses. The people of the demon race and barbarian race looked at Yi Tianlong and the experts of the Yi family with astonished gazes. They felt very strange. Had the Yi family become so powerful? Even the Divine City was going to give in. Haha, since the Lord has given the order, everyone can disperse. Brother Sky Dragon, little brother Yi Qinghan, you are welcome to visit Hidden Island when you have time. We will take our leave first. The saint expert of Hidden Island laughed, pulling everyone's thoughts back to reality. The 5 saint experts of Hidden Island cupped their hands towards Yi Tianlong and Yi Qinghan, gave Yi Qinghan a meaningful look, and turned to leave with their men. Seeing that there was no show to watch, the demon race and barbarian race also led their men away in confusion. The people of the House of Aries were also full of doubts. The 7 saint experts had received the voice transmission from Yi Ruoxue and the Sword Emperor of War. They had thought that there would be a big battle that would only end when the god-level experts appeared. They did not expect that things would take such a turn. The Lord of the Divine City had directly ordered the 4 guards to avoid the battle and had taken the initiative to give in, saying that they would be severely punished when they returned. They could not understand such a strange situation no matter how they racked their brains. However, one thing was clear, they had won. The House of Aries had won. Ha! Let's all go back to the Yi family castle. Just as the green ox said, I want to set up a banquet of 1,000 tables, and everyone will drink to their heart's content for 3 months. Yi Tianlong didn't care anymore. Yi Ruoxue and the island lord of Hidden God Island would worry about other matters. What he needed to do now was to return to Tsang City and celebrate. Celebrate the safe and powerful return of his grandson, Yi Qinghan. Alright, let's go to Tsang City. I want to drink all the good wine in the Yi family. Come on, let's go to the Yi family castle. Everyone, haha. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. Since the God City's city lord had retreated, it meant that he had admitted defeat. That meant that the House of Aries had won. As for other matters, the god-tier experts of the House of Aries would naturally worry about them. The few sages had also thought things through. At this moment, Yi Tianlong's intentions were very clear: go to Tsang City, drink, and split the spoils. One must know that Yi Qinghan had obtained hundreds of treasures and dozens of sage artifacts. Divine City, Lord Pavilion, the fallen god mountain was not far from the Divine City, and the massacre god guards were all experts. They only took half a day to fly back to the Divine City. The massacre god guards did not dare to delay. They ordered everyone to fly to the Lord Pavilion and made them kneel outside the Lord Pavilion. He and the other 3 guards entered the Lord Pavilion directly. Subordinate 4 guards of the Divine City greets the Lord God. We are guilty. Lord God, please punish us. The moment they entered the Divine Master Pavilion, the massacre god guard saw a bald man with strange tattoos standing proudly in the courtyard of the pavilion with his back facing them. The few of them quickly knelt down on one knee and kowtowed in fear and trepidation. Fools! Lord God too did not turn around. He only scolded indifferently. Although his voice was calm, it scared the massacre god guards so much that their faces turned green and their bodies trembled. The few of them felt as though there was a huge mountain pressing down on their backs, making it hard for them to breathe. I did not do my job well and even stole the treasures that the Lord God bestowed. I deserve to die. It's just that the youth from the Yi clan is too strange. I originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill him and retrieve those treasured and sacred artifacts. The massacre god guard gritted his teeth and endured the pressure on his body as he explained once again. He knew that if he was not careful, 2 would kill all of them. Bang! This time, Lord God 2 turned around and waved his hand at the massacre god guard. A formless air current crashed into the massacre god guard's chest and sent him flying to the wall of the small courtyard. His strange eyes were filled with anger, and the tattoo on his head looked as though it could move, making him look especially sinister and terrifying. He did not look at the other 3 guards. Instead, he looked at the massacre god guard, who was lying on the ground with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "You fool! You idiot, you still don't understand the situation. Do you think I care about those treasures and sage artifacts? Are all of you blind? Did you not see? Are you deaf? Did you not hear? What I want is the treasure of the god-slaying mountain, that divine sword. As long as you get that divine sword for me, I can give you 100 sage artifacts. Hurry up and mobilize all the spies on the continent to find the divine sword. Remember, regardless of whether it is real or fake, get all the divine swords that you can get your hands on. However, don't bother about the divine swords that the 3 residences and 1 island have. And don't even think about the Yi family. Divine sword. The massacre god guards immediately thought of the hundreds of light beams that shot out from the small divine pavilion before it disappeared and instantly understood. Those were definitely divine swords. There were so many divine swords, but only one was real. The massacre god guard hurriedly got up and bowed with the other 3 guards. They immediately arranged for all the hidden forces in the divine city to start searching. Wait, don't touch the youth from the Yi family. If you do, don't blame me for not being able to protect you. Before the 4 of them left, Divine Master 2 said something that shocked the 4 of them. However, they did not dare to ask any more questions. They bowed again and walked out of the Divine Master Pavilion. After the 4 of them left, Divine Master 2 stood in the small courtyard for a long time. He quietly looked towards the north and did not say a word. After a while, he muttered to himself, after waiting for thousands of years, the divine sword has finally appeared. However, the Soul Emperor actually made it so complicated and played us for thousands of years. In the end, he even played us. What is the relationship between the youth from the Yi family and that old fellow? It seems like there are still some twists and turns to obtain this divine sword. All the god rank experts knew about Yi Qinghan's performance in the Heaven's Road. 2 was no exception. However, Yi Qinghan had stayed in the god-slaying mountain for 5 years. Not only did he not die, but his strength had also improved greatly. Therefore, 2 naturally thought of the king of the dark forest, Lord Devour. He thought that without Lord Devour's help, Yi Qinghan would definitely not be able to leave the god-slaying mountain. This was because the restriction on the god-slaying mountain was too strong. No one could enter, except for that old pervert. However, he was very suspicious about the relationship between Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour. Therefore, he had ordered the massacre god guards to stop fighting and had taken the initiative to show weakness. This was equivalent to giving face to Lord Devour. He did not want Lord Devour, who had never cared about anything, to interfere when he was snatching the divine sword. No matter what, I must get this divine sword. That old fellow hopes that you will join in. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. 2 looked towards the north one last time. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eerie eyes. He turned and walked into the Divine Master Pavilion. Chapter 275. Yi Qingxian was very angry. However, no one would be in a good mood after being dragged out of their bed in the drunken smoke pavilion early in the morning. Yi Qian was imprisoned and Yi Qinghuang was banished. The 2 big trees on Yi Qingxian's head had fallen, so his days in the Yi family castle had been very difficult. Although Yi Tianlong had not given him any trouble and the family members had not suppressed him because of the first branch's loss of power, he had always kept a low profile and was very sensible. He had always stayed in the Yi family castle and rarely went out. A month ago, Yi Tianlong and Yi Chang had brought people to the Luotian mountain. Yi Baihu had stayed in the back mountain for a month. Yi Qingxian had sneaked out of the Yi family castle last night and went straight to the 13th Street. He had booked 3 girls in the drunken smoke pavilion to relieve the sufferings of the past few years. However, after a night of hard work, just as he was about to fall asleep in satisfaction, he was forcefully woken up. Damn you, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Yi Qingxian looked at the servant in front of his bed and roared angrily with bloodshot eyes. Second young master, quickly put on your clothes. Young Master Feng has sent word that Great Elder White Tiger has just issued an emergency summon. If you don't go back now, you will definitely be severely punished by the torture hole. The servant secretly glanced at the 3 girls next to Yi Qingxian. He swallowed his saliva and said hurriedly, "You are not a good girl. You are not a good girl." An emergency summon. Yi Qingxian panicked when he heard this. This emergency summon was the most important summon in the clan. The Yi family had not issued it for many years. However, once this summon was issued, all the core members of the Yi family in the House of Aries had to gather at the Yi family castle. Failure to do so would be a serious crime. What happened? Yi Qingxian jumped up and grabbed his clothes. He quickly put them on and rushed out. I'm not sure. When I arrived, the disciples of other cities were rushing into the fort. I reckon that something big is going to happen. The servant didn't dare to look at the woman on the bed again and hurriedly left with Yi Qingxian. Nonsense. If it's not a big deal, would the family issue an emergency summon? Yi Qingxian cursed. He couldn't be bothered to respond to the Madam of the Pavilion of Intoxication's fawning smile as he hurriedly rushed out of the door. When Yi Qingxian arrived at the Yi family castle, the square in front of the Yi family castle had already been crowded with people. Some of them were cultivating in the castle, some of them were sent out from the small town, and many of them were unfamiliar to Yi Qingxian. Perhaps they were the hidden forces of the Yi family castle. At this moment, the wide square was densely packed with at least 1,000 people. What happened? Yi Qingxian squeezed through the crowd in a low-key manner. He arrived in front of Yi Qingfeng, and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Yi Qingfeng was only 10 years old. But, he looked very sensible. After all, Yi Jian had been imprisoned. So, it could be said that his family had fallen from grace. So, it was the easiest for a child to learn to be sensible in such an environment. Second brother, I don't know. The Supreme Elder had issued an emergency summon this morning. Then, Mother had asked me to find you. Yi Qingfeng shook his head. His eyes didn't have the same arrogance as before. It seemed that his experiences in the past few years had made him understand some things. Oh. Yi Qingxian turned his head, and looked around. He began to listen to the conversations of the people around him. Do you know what happened? I don't know. The family hasn't issued an emergency summon for hundreds of years. I remember that the first 2 summons were issued when the barbarian traders invaded the barbarian city and Yi Ruoxue returned to the family after she obtained the war god's blood order. What's the big deal this time? Strange. Yi Qingxian listened for a moment, but he didn't hear any useful information. At this time, 3 people flew over from the mountain behind the Yi family. They were led by Yi Baihu and 2 elders of the family. Everyone didn't dare to talk anymore. They stood respectfully and waited for Yi Baihu's instructions. Yi family's disciples, listen up. Yi Baihu flew in the air. His face was red. He waved his hand and shouted, Yi Du, Yi Shu, Yi Quan, the 3 of you are in charge of arranging the banquet. Arrange the banquet of the highest standard. The rest of you, leave the city and follow me to welcome the patriarch, young patriarch, and the distinguished guests. Highest standard. Leave the city. Young patriarch. Distinguished guests. When Yi Qingxian heard this, he was even more puzzled. Looking at Yi Baihu's appearance, the Yi family must have encountered a great event. But, he didn't understand. Since when did the Yi family have a young patriarch? In the past, Yi Qinghuang was half a young patriarch, but now, thousands of people followed Yi Baihu and walked towards the southern gate of Tsang City. The Yi family's grand movement had already alarmed the people of Tsang City. Countless people followed the Yi family's main force and began to rush out of the city. They were all curious. The Yi family was so grand. Could it be that the Lord of the Divine City had arrived? Gradually, more and more people gathered. 10 miles away from Tsang City was the Pavilion of Glory that the Yi family built to welcome Yi Ruoxue. After waiting for more than an hour, the entire empty field nearby was filled with thousands of people. Swish! After waiting for more than 10 minutes, several air-piercing sounds came from the southern sky. Everyone quickly looked through the tree eyes and saw a large group of people flying in the sky. The dark mass covered the sky. There were at least a few hundred people. Wow, so many important people and experts. The Feng family, Hua family, Yu family, and Dragon City's experts are all here. Look at the Patriarch and Grand Supreme Elder Green Bull. Their faces are glowing. The God-slaying mountain must have won. Hey, who is the young man that the Patriarch brought with him? Is he a member of the Yi family? He looks familiar. Does anyone know him? Everyone is silent. Later, follow me to welcome them. The young man next to the Patriarch will be the future young Patriarch of the Yi family. This is the highest order from the mountain behind the Yi family. It will never be changed. Later, all the elders will arrange the welcoming ceremony. Do not neglect. Right when everyone was discussing animatedly and feeling anxious and bewildered, Yi Baihu indifferently emanated a trace of pressure to suppress the sounds of discussion in the surroundings before he spoke indifferently. Young Patriarch. Yi Baihu's words were simple, but they shocked everyone present. They looked at the young man next to Yi Tianlong in confusion. They guessed and transmitted their voices to each other. The others didn't know him, but a small number of people present were very familiar with him. For example, Yi Qingxian. Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan actually came out of the God-slaying mountain? Damn it! Even this can't kill him. Young Patriarch. What's going on? How can he become the young Patriarch? Or is it the highest order from the mountain? It will never be changed. In an instant, Yi Qingxian's face became extremely pale. As the second young master of the Yi family, he had heard his father mention that the highest order from the mountain was issued by the great ancestor, the strongest expert of the Yi family. Now that he heard it, he wanted to cry but had no tears. Yi Qinghan became the young Patriarch. As long as he didn't die, he would become the Patriarch in the future. It seemed that the first branch would never be able to rise again. Chapter 276. It's him. City Lord Yi Gang of Man City was one of the few people who knew Yi Qinghan. He had heard of Yi Qinghan's deeds, but he and most of the Yi family thought that Yi Qinghan would definitely die on the God-slaying mountain. He didn't expect that he would return safely and become the eternal young clan leader. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he didn't offend him and treated him politely. At the same time, his eyes kept moving, thinking about how to build a good relationship with the future clan leader of the Yi family. Countless people started to quickly plan. Countless scouts from small clans in the crowd quickly spread the news to their respective clans. The Yi family had confirmed their future clan leader. This was big news, very important news. For a moment, everyone's expression was very interesting and thought-provoking. Although Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu had already broken through to the emperor level, they didn't have the time to comprehend the flying technique. Thus, after the matter at the God-slaying mountain was over, they could only be carried by Yi Tianlong and the others. There were 7 saints present. Including Yi Qinghan, Yu Qingqing, Feng Zihua, and the others, there were only 5 of them. Thus, it was easy to bring them directly to Tsang City. Everyone flew in a straight line, and the hundreds of them were all at the emperor level, so their flying speed was very fast. After only a few days, they were about to reach Tsang City. Looking at the blurry city that looked like a giant beast, Yi Qinghan felt very complicated. He had spent more than 10 years in this city. He had been happy, sad, and disgusted. He had wanted to leave and never come back. However, at this moment, he smelled a familiar scent, the scent of home. In the Flame Dragon continent, this was his home. Hee, little Han, what are you thinking about? We're going down. White Tiger has brought people to welcome us. Yi Tianlong said to Yi Qinghan with a kind smile. He slid down diagonally and stood firmly on the ground. White Tiger greets Patriarch and everyone. Congratulations on your triumphant return. Greetings, Patriarch, Grand Elder, young masters and young ladies. Congratulations on your triumphant return. When Yi Baihu saw Yi Tianlong and the others arrive, he immediately welcomed them with a big smile. Behind him, except for the clan elders, the rest of the disciples knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison. Finally, Yi Baihu fixed his gaze on Yi Qinghan. He spread his arms and smiled, saying, "Little Han, welcome home. Young clan leader, welcome home." At the same time, the disciples also received the voice transmissions from the elders. They all fixed their gazes on Yi Qinghan, stretched out their arms, and shouted in unison. "Young clan leader. Welcome home." Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingmyo looked at each other in confusion. Didn't Patriarch Yi Ruoxue say that Yi Qingyu would be appointed as the young patriarch? Why did they have to put up such a big battle formation in broad daylight? And it was obvious that Yi Baihu had received orders from Yi Ruoxue to do so. However, the two of them didn't think too much about it. They just looked at Yi Qinghan. "Young clan leader. Welcome home." Yi Qinghan was also shocked. Such a big scene, such a big battle formation, it seemed that they were all here to welcome him. In just a few years, he had gone from being the seventh son of the Yi family to becoming the young clan leader of the Yi family. His status was even higher than that of the clan elders. For a moment, he felt very complicated. Hundreds of feelings welled up in his heart. Sensing that everyone was looking at him and waiting for him to speak, Yi Qinghan took a deep breath. He didn't say much. He just waved his hand and said 3 words. "Let's go home." That day, the Yi family held a big banquet, inviting guests from all over, as well as clans of all sizes in Tsang City. Hundreds of tables were set up in the Yi family castle, and more than half of the wine in the Yi family's wine cellar was drunk. During this time, Yi Qinghan was pushed out by Yi Tianlong, who formally introduced the young clan leader of the Yi family to everyone. As a result, Yi Qinghan was toasted by countless people. In the end, he had no choice but to use his battle qi to force the wine out of his body. Otherwise, he would have been drunk for 3 days. In the afternoon, the guests dispersed. The emperors of the few great clans in Dragon City also left. Only a few sage realm experts, Feng Zi, Hua Hua, Yu Qingqing, and the other young masters and ladies were left. The sage realm experts didn't go back. Of course, they were waiting for the Yi family to divide the spoils. Feng Zi and the others didn't have anything to do. They naturally wanted to spend a few more days with Yi Qinghan and build up their relationship. However, Yi Qinghan was brought by Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingmyo to the mountain behind the Yi family castle. Yi Ruoxue had already sent them a voice transmission, telling them to meet him after they were done with their business. Yi Baihu was accompanying the elders of the various clans and making arrangements for the Yi family castle. Only Yi Qingyu followed him. Ever since Yi Qingyu met Yi Qinghan, she had been following him and refused to be separated from him for even a moment. Of course, she had the right to meet Yi Ruoxue. Yi Qingwu was accompanying Yu Qingqing, Long Sainan, and the others, so she didn't follow them. The 4 of them walked up the mountain and discovered that a black-clothed man was already standing by the lake. The black-clothed man turned his head when he saw the 4 of them walking over. Under his long white eyebrows, his eyes were full of smiles. "Greetings, elder ancestor." Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu hurriedly bowed. Yi Qinghan looked at the black-clothed man in front of him. He looked like a middle-aged man, but his eyebrows were white. Knowing that this was the divine-level expert of the Yi family, the elder ancestor who had shaken the continent several hundred years ago, Yi Ruoxue's expression tensed. Pulling Yi Qingyu along, she respectfully knelt down and bowed. Brother and sister Yi Qinghan pay their respects to the elder ancestor. Yi Ruoxue had taught Yi Qinghan many things in the illusory realm of the Luotian mountain. If not for her, Yi Qinghan might not even have been able to leave the Luotian mountain. Moreover, he had heard that Yi Ruoxue treated his sister very well, so he bowed sincerely to thank her from the bottom of his heart. He, get up, little Han. Welcome home. Yi Ruoxue stood calmly and accepted Yi Qinghan's bow. She smiled faintly and said in a soft voice, "You must have suffered a lot in the Luotian mountain these 5 years. It must have been hard on you, child. Now that you're home, you don't have to worry about anything. With the elder ancestor here, no one can hurt you. Unless I fall, haha. Thank you, elder ancestor. There aren't many people in this continent that can hurt you. Of course I'm not afraid." Yi Qinghan said as he pulled Yi Qingyu to stand up. In his heart, however, he remembered that Elder Lu, who was at the peak of the Heaven God stage, was still living in the Freedom Ring. With Elder Lu's protection, no one in the Flame Dragon continent would be able to hurt him. And, little Han, you won't blame me for making a decision without authorization and making you the young clan leader of the Yi family, right? Actually, I wanted to completely take care of your sister. Now that you've returned safely, you can't pass on this position. The future of the Yi family is in your hands. You have to work hard. Yi Ruoxue said with a laugh. Qinghan wouldn't dare. Of course, I'll also work hard to cultivate and protect the people I want to protect. Yi Qinghan nodded and turned to look at Yi Qingyu beside him. Yi Qingyu didn't say anything and only smiled gently. Tell me in detail everything that happened after you entered the puppet passageway of the Luotian mountain. I need to confirm some things so that I can make a plan. Yi Ruoxue nodded and once again asked about Yi Qinghan's matters at the Luotian mountain. Yi Tianlong and Yi Bai, who were also listening very curiously. Although they had a brief exchange with Yi Qinghan, they didn't ask in detail. Chapter 277. Yes, I passed 3 stages of the God-slaying mountain. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment before speaking. However, just as he was pondering whether he should tell her everything, he received a faint voice transmission in his soul. Don't tell me about the divine sword and the divine weapon. Don't tell me about my existence. You can tell me about the rest. It's fine even if you take out the divine weapon. The voice transmission came from Elder Lu and the meaning was clear. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and reached out to touch the Freedom Ring. Countless treasures appeared out of thin air and piled up on the ground. Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu's eyes turned green. Yi Qinghan said, in the puppet passage. I comprehended the Night Emperor's 7 moves and my attack power increased greatly. I also had a divine weapon that could quickly heal my injuries, so I was lucky enough to pass the 11th stage. Then, I comprehended the law of space and broke through to the Emperor realm. I used the body fusion technique to defeat the Guardian who was at the 2nd stage of the Emperor realm and passed the 13th stage. Finally, I entered the small god pavilion and obtained a fake divine sword, this strange long saber, and a spatial ring. Then, I was transported to the heavenly road. You know what happened next. These are the treasures I obtained. I kept a few and handed the rest to the family. Yi Qinghan explained in detail to them. Of course, he hid some things and a few divine weapons. Law of space. You cultivated the shadow step, right? Yi Ruoxue didn't care about the treasures on the ground and asked with a slight frown. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod, he said helplessly, I created the shadow step. Back then, when I created the disorienting steps, I didn't intend to pass it down. It's easy to comprehend the mysteries of the law of space by cultivating the shadow step, but the law of space is of little value. Most importantly, the mysteries of the law of space are very difficult to comprehend, so it's much harder to become a god. Moreover, attacking with the law of space is weak. Sigh. You have the body fusion technique, so there's no problem in attacking. Since you've already embarked on this path, continue down it. Law of space. Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu also frowned. They knew a little about this law of space. When Yi Qinghan had gone to the residence battle, he had taught him shadow step in hopes that he would have more life-saving skills. However, he had not expected that he would accidentally comprehend the law of space. However, they didn't know that Yi Qinghan's understanding of the law of space made even Lu Shi envious. Qinghan understands. Yi Qinghan didn't explain much. After all, he hadn't mastered the profound mysteries of the laws of space. He didn't know the specifics, so he just responded indifferently. Let me have a look at your weapon. Don't worry, I won't take it from you, hee. Yi Ruoxue pondered for a moment and stopped thinking about it. Since the path of comprehending the laws had already begun, she could only continue walking it. If Yi Qinghan had a chance of becoming a god, she could continue comprehending the other laws. Yi Qinghan took out the slaughter god saber from his unfettered ring and handed it over. This saber didn't have any divine light, so most people would think that it was a powerful saint weapon. Even a soul emperor couldn't determine the grade of this saber, so Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid that they would see through it. However, he knew that this slaughter god saber could easily cut through Shui Wuhan saint weapon battle armor. Yi Qinghan was sure that this saber wasn't ordinary. It's a good saber, but it doesn't look like a saint weapon or a precious weapon. It doesn't have any light. It's very strange. Use it well. Yi Ruoxue played with it for a while and handed it over. She raised her eyebrows and asked seriously, Little Han, what's your relationship with Lord Devour? Lord Devour. That Lord Devour. I don't know who Lord Devour is. Yi Qinghan took the slaughter god saber and put it into his unfettered ring. The king of the dark forest, Lord Devour. Think about it carefully. Are you really not related to her? Yi Qinghan's explanation made Yi Ruoxue and the others even more confused. Yi Ruoxue asked again. I really don't know her. Moreover, this is the first time I've heard of this name. Yi Qinghan thought for a while and shook his head again. That's strange. Why would Lord Devour give a divine crystal to your sister for no reason? Moreover, it's a heavenly god-tier divine crystal. Divine crystal. Does it have anything to do with Qingyu's sudden increase in strength? If it wasn't for the divine crystal, your sister wouldn't have woken up so easily. With this divine crystal, your sister would be able to break through to the divine tier in a few years. After talking for a while, Yi Qinghan finally understood why Yi Qingyu had reached the emperor tier. In fact, he had discovered Yi Qingyu's strange situation at the foot of the God-Down mountain, but he didn't have the time to ask about it. He thought that it was because of Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body that had caused her strength to skyrocket. Now, he finally understood. At the same time, he was excited and shocked. His sister would become a legendary god in a few years. Alright, White Tiger, take Han and Qingyu to rest first. After a while, I'll take Han to the dark forest to visit Lord Devour. Then, everything will be clear. It's no use to think about it now. Yi Ruoxue didn't ask anymore. Instead, she asked White Tiger to take Yi Qinghan and his sister away. Forefather, why at the foot of the God-Down mountain? As soon as Yi Qinghan and the others left, Yi Tianlong asked hurriedly. After all, it was a big deal to offend the divine city. As the patriarch of the tribe, Yi Tianlong had to know the whole story to make a better strategy. Yi Ruoxue smiled and said, we have our reasons for doing so. There are 3 reasons. First, when the divine sword appeared, the God Lord didn't have time to care about it. Second, we're on the righteous side. If a fight breaks out, we old fellows can help. Moreover, the island master was near you at that time. Third, we wanted to test the reaction of the God Lord and Lord Devour. Of course, there are some other reasons that you don't need to know. The result, was really good. What? Sky Dragon, what should I do when you leave? Yi Tianlong didn't fully understand, so he didn't think much about it. asking for instructions directly. Now, you need to do 3 things. First, continue to find divine swords. The more, the better. I don't care if they're real or fake. Second, take out a part of the treasures little Han got and distribute them to the Feng, Hua, Yu, and Dragon City. Each family will get 1 sacred tool and 10 precious tools. In fact, these external objects are just to help. They're still related to the comprehension of principle. When you've found enough third-class divine swords, go to the Yu family to propose the marriage between Han and the little girl of the Yu family. Yes, Sky Dragon, I'm going to prepare now. Since Yi Ruoxue had said so, he didn't ask more. Although he felt a little heartache for giving away the sacred tools and precious tools, as he thought about the Yi family's great harvest this time, and the big families of Dragon City had contributed a lot, he reluctantly gave them away. Of course, he would choose the worst sacred tools. The Yi family had a great harvest this time. Not only did Yi Qinghan come back safely, but his power had also increased. Moreover, Yi Qingyu had settled down. This trip to the God-slaying mountain had not only boosted the reputation of the Yi family, but also brought back countless treasures, including more than 20 sacred tools. It was the happiest event in the last 100 years. Chapter 278. Yi Qinghan did not go back to rest, nor did he go down the mountain to the castle. Instead, he went around the other side of the lake, crossed another mountain, and came to an open space. In front of the open space was a row of white walls, and in the middle was a black door. This was the ancestral grave of the Yi family. You two go in, I'll wait for you outside. Yi Baihu reached out his hand and pressed on a part of the wall. The wall shone with a white light, and then became quiet again. This was a simple restriction set by Yi Ruoxue to prevent people from destroying the ancestral grave of the Yi family. Thank you, Grand Supreme Elder. We'll go and pay our respects to my parents, and we'll come out soon. Yi Qinghan nodded and pulled Yi Qingyu through the door. Inside the wall were countless graves and tombstones. Yi Qingyu had been here for a long time, so she knew the way. She pulled Yi Qinghan to a tall tombstone on the far left. Tombstone of Ye's 37th generation descendant, Yi Dao, and his wife, Yu Shuwei. The bright red words carved on the black tombstone were very eye-catching. Yi Qinghan stood in front of the tombstone, bent his knees, and kowtowed. Yi Qingyu also knelt down and kowtowed with Yi Qinghan. Father, Mother, your unfilial son, Qinghan, is back. I haven't come to see you for 6 years. You must be blaming me. I promise I'll come to see you more often in the future, and keep you company. Yi Qinghan looked at the black tombstone and thought of Yi Dao's gentle smile and Yu Shuwei's doting eyes when he was a child. He couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, and tears welled up in his eyes. In his previous life, he was an orphan. In this life, he had an indomitable father and a talented, gentle, and loving mother. Unfortunately, his father died early, and his mother passed away early. He wanted to raise his son, but his parents weren't around. At this moment, his strength had improved greatly. The reputation of the second branch had risen in the Yi family because of him. Yi Qinghan's name had spread throughout the entire continent. However, when he had achieved success and fame, he could not share it with his parents. He could not receive his parents' proud and praising gazes. He felt very disappointed. Brother, don't be too sad. You've already fulfilled Mother's last wish. I'm sure Father and Mother will be proud of you in heaven. Yi Qingyu comforted Yi Qinghan when she saw his lonely expression. Last wish? No, it's not enough. I still have to continue working hard. Back then, I swore in front of the coffin that I would spend my entire life worshipping my parents into the Divine City's Holy Spirit Hall and enjoy the worship of everyone on the continent. Father, Mother, don't worry. I will definitely work hard. I will definitely be able to do it. When Yi Qinghan heard Yi Qingyu's words, his expression became solemn, and his eyes gradually became incomparably firm. Pa. You have ambition. As expected of a descendant of the Yi family. You should have this kind of heroic spirit. Right at this moment, a clap suddenly sounded out from behind Yi Qinghan, and it shocked Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan. They turned around to look, and they saw it was ancestor Yi Ruoshui that they'd just met. Greetings, elder ancestor. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. And, of all virtues, filial piety is the most important. Little Han, I didn't misjudge you. Qingyu, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with your brother alone. Yi Ruoshui looked at Yi Qinghan in admiration, then turned around and said to Yi Qingyu with a faint smile. An. Yi Qingyu nodded obediently, then turned around and left. Little Han, summon your battle beast. Let me see. Yi Ruoshui waved her hand and directly set up a domain. Then, she said to Yi Qinghan. Xiaohei. An. Summon your battle beast. Xiaohei, come out. Yi Qinghan frowned in confusion. He muttered to himself for a moment, then began to summon Xiaohei. A shadow appeared on his chest, then gradually condensed into a small beast that was slightly larger than a palm. GG. Xiaohei came out and immediately threw himself into Yi Qinghan's arms. 5 years had passed, but Xiaohei's body hadn't changed much. The only difference was that the single horn on his head had grown slightly longer, and was about the length of a finger. Yi Ruoshui stared curiously at Xiaohei for a while, then said seriously, Qinghan, tell me in detail everything that happened when you summoned Xiaohei's bloodline, how he got through the period of weakness, how he advanced, and how he produced the fusion skill. This is very important. Yi Qinghan was very confused as to why Yi Ruoshui wanted to ask in such detail. Didn't he also have a holy beast? But since Yi Ruoshui had asked so formally, he could only think for a while and slowly said, When I was 5 and 10 years old, my clan's awakening ceremony both failed. Then, before the awakening ceremony when I was 15, my sister took a copy of my father's Martial Heart Sutra and this holy ranked soul ring. During the awakening ceremony, after I was awakened by the soul ring, my spiritual sense arrived at a strange valley. There were 4 holy beasts and countless 7th and 8th ranked beasts. Of course, there was also Xiaohei. In the Barbarian Mountains, Xiaohei swallowed the Fire Wolf King's magic crystal and got through the period of weakness. He then obtained its inherited memories and the fusion skill. His soul was in chaos, so he sent me a message, telling me to wait. He sent you a message. If he could send you a message, you could communicate with him. When Yi Ruoshui started to listen, his expression was still normal. But when he heard about the valley where Xiaohei lived during the awakening ceremony, his eyebrows started to wrinkle. In the end, when he heard that Xiaohei could send a message to Yi Qinghan, he couldn't help but interrupt Yi Qinghan's words and exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Xiaohei can send a message to me. He's very smart, why? Can't all holy beasts send a message? Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Ruoshui's shocked expression and asked in astonishment. Didn't Yi Ruoshui have a holy beast, the white tiger? Could it be that his white tiger couldn't send a message? My holy beast, the white tiger, can understand what I mean, but he can't send a message. Continue, tell me in detail, think about it carefully and tell me everything without leaving anything out. I feel like I've guessed some things. The corner of Yi Ruoshui's mouth twitched slightly and his expression became even more nervous as he spoke urgently. Seeing that Yi Ruoshui was so serious, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to say anything else. After thinking for a while, he continued, the body fusion technique is called soul dizziness. As long as one's soul isn't stronger than mine or Xiaohei's, it can ignore all defenses and directly cause dizziness. The duration of the dizziness depends on the strength of the opponent's soul. Then, I used the body fusion technique to kill Shui Yi. In the netherworld path, Xiao He was lucky enough to obtain a dragon crystal. After refining it, the body fusion technique leveled up and became a group attack technique. It took Yi Qinghan half an hour to finish narrating everything from start to finish. Unexpectedly, when he finished and looked at Yi Ruoshui, he discovered that Yi Ruoshui didn't seem to be listening to him. She seemed to be in a trance, as if she was thinking about something. Ancestor, what did you discover? After a while, Yi Qinghan realized that Yi Ruoshui was still like this and couldn't help but ask. Ha! Yi Ruoshui was startled awake, but she didn't answer Yi Qinghan's question. Instead, she threw her head back and laughed loudly. Her expression was extremely excited, and her eyes were shining brightly. Her clothes fluttered even though there was no wind, and her 2 white eyebrows were fluttering up and down. After a while, she stared at Xiao He as if she was looking at a peerless treasure, and said, "Little Han, you've hit the jackpot." "Xiao Han, you've hit the jackpot. Let me tell you. Your beast Xiao He has a 90% chance of being a divine beast. When it matures, it will automatically become a divine beast comparable to a peak stage heaven god tier cultivator. Moreover, this divine beast of yours has such a freakish skill. As long as it steps into the divine tier, it will definitely be an invincible existence in the heaven god tier." Divine beast. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He both widened their eyes at the same time, looking at Yi Ruoshui in disbelief. Chapter 279. 90%. Ancestor, how can you be so sure? Yi Qinghan swallowed his saliva and stared at Xiao He. In the past, he often joked with Xiao He. Xiao He joked that he was a divine beast, and Yi Qinghan joked that if Xiao He was a divine beast, then Yi Qinghan would be a god. He didn't expect that Yi Ruoshui would tell him that there was a 90% chance that Xiao He was a divine beast. There are many reasons for my deduction. First, your 9-colored halo. I've studied the Yi family's bloodline awakening for a long time, and your 9-colored halo is of the highest level. When my bloodline awakened, a golden halo appeared, but I could only summon a divine beast. Your halo is of a higher level, so of course, there's a chance that you can find a divine beast. Second, you said that the 4 divine beast cubs in your summoning space are afraid of Xiao He, so Xiao He can only be a level higher than them, god rank. That's the only explanation. Third, Xiao He can transmit sound, but my white tiger can't. This proves that Xiao He is of a higher level than a divine beast. Yi Ruoshui carefully explained and analyzed to Yi Qinghan. The more he explained, the more he was sure of Xiao He's level. Finally, he said mysteriously, "Of course, there's another important reason. It's because of Lord Devour." Lord Devour. Hearing this name again, Yi Qinghan was a little surprised. He agreed with the first 3 points. According to Yi Ruoshui's analysis, the probability of Xiao He being a divine beast was very high. But now, Yi Ruoshui said that because of Lord Devour, he was even more certain that Xiao He was a divine beast. Yes, Lord Devour has never cared about the Flame Dragon Continent's matters, but 5 years ago, he gave a top heavenly god realm divine crystal to your sister. Moreover, I guess that Lord Devour helped you in secret when you came out of the god-slaying mountain. However, you said that you've never seen her. The only explanation for her being so good to you is that Xiao He is a divine beast. The more Yi Ruoshui spoke, the more certain she became, and the more excited she became. Why does Lord Devour treat me so well even though Xiao He's a divine beast? Yi Qinghan couldn't understand. He. Yi Ruoshui smiled and said, because Lord Devour is also a divine beast. Moreover, he's an extremely powerful divine beast. He's an existence that no one in the Flame Dragon Continent can rival. Since she calls herself Lord Devour, and Xiao He is a soul-devouring beast with the word devour in their names, and Lord Devour is a divine beast. It's easy to infer that Xiao He is a divine beast, and a divine beast that has some relationship with Lord Devour. Ah! Yi Qinghan finally understood, but he looked at Xiao He with even more astonishment. That year, Xiao He had said that it wasn't any weaker than the 4 divine beasts in the summoning space. At that time, Shi Yan had thought that Xiao He was at most a powerful divine beast. He hadn't expected that Xiao He had such a great background. Not only was it a divine beast, but it also had a close relationship with the strongest expert of the Flame Dragon continent. After listening to Yi Ruoxue, Xiao He stood up proudly, raised his head, and sent a message to Yi Qinghan. He, big brother, I've told you that I'm a divine beast. Xiao He, I'm a very powerful existence. But I heard from you, my ancestor, that I seem to have some relationship with Lord Devour. I don't know if it's true or not. Moreover, I don't know if Lord Devour knows who my parents are. Xiao He, of course, you're very powerful. When we have time, we should visit the legendary Lord Devour and ask about your origin. Anyway, Xiao He, don't be too sad. Even if your parents aren't here anymore, you still have me, right? I'll be with you forever. Yi Qinghan found a gleam of loneliness behind Xiao He's proud face, so he hurried to comfort him. Before Xiao He had been summoned, he had stayed alone in that mysterious valley. Later on, after Xiao He had learned to transmit his voice, he had told Yi Qinghan that he had stayed in that valley since he was a child. He had never gone out or met his parents. After comforting him, Yi Qinghan quickly raised his head and asked Yi Ruoxue, Ancestor, when can you bring us to meet Lord Devour? After some time, but I'm not sure if Lord Devour will meet us. The last time I went to visit him, he didn't come. Yi Ruoxue pondered for a moment before replying. She wasn't sure about the relationship between Lord Devour and Xiao He, so she didn't dare to guarantee that they would be able to meet Lord Devour. After all, not everyone could meet the King of the Dark Forest. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the northern sky in fright, and his aura surged. He took a step forward and protected Yi Qinghan behind him. At the same time, a ring on his left hand flashed, and a long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as Yi Qinghan sensed the change, he immediately merged with his beast. He held the slaughter god blade in his hand, and his entire body was surrounded by battle chi. He looked at the northern sky as if he was facing a formidable enemy. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to Old Lu to prevent any unexpected changes. Just a moment ago, the domain that Yi Ruoxue had set up suddenly shattered without a sound. An incomparably powerful aura enveloped the entire Yi family's ancestral grave. This aura was incomparably powerful, as if it had frozen the space here. Yi Qinghan felt that this aura was even more powerful than Lu Shi's. Don't panic. I'm Lord Devour. After a while, a crisp female voice that was filled with vicissitudes of life suddenly arose, and Yi Ruoxue and Yi Qinghan's soaring aura disappeared without a trace. Yi Qinghan and Yi Ruoxue looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. However, they disarmed themselves at the same time and heaved a sigh of relief. They cupped their hands together and greeted, "Greetings, Lord Devour." Yi Ruoxue, bring Yi Qinghan to the Dark Castle. I want to see Xiao He. Lord Devour said faintly. There was no emotion in his voice, but his tone was like that of a monarch, which made people feel that they couldn't resist. After saying that, Lord Devour didn't say anything else and remained silent. That incomparably powerful aura also disappeared along with the voice, as if it had never appeared in the first place. What was even more strange was that Yi Ruoxue's gravitational field had recovered. This Lord Devour is too strong, isn't he? Yi Qinghan took 2 deep breaths. Just now, Lord Devour's cold voice came to him like a hammer pounding on his chest, making him feel like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. It was really terrifying. Of course, Lord Devour is strong. He's the king of the fire dragon continent. Yi Ruoxue said with lingering fear as she felt Lord Devour's supreme aura again. Then, if we go there, will he hurt Xiaohei? Yi Qinghan recalled Lord Devour's emotionless voice, so he couldn't help but ask hesitantly. At this moment, Xiaohei was like a little brother in his heart. Lord Devour's tone made him a little bit scared and worried. I don't think so. If he wants to hurt Xiaohei and us, no one can resist him. Don't forget that I've told you that in the Fire Dragon continent, Lord Devour is invincible. If he just wants us to go there, it must be something very important. Yi Ruoxue shook her head. She wasn't worried at all. She was actually excited. This time, she could confirm the relationship between Xiaohei and Lord Devour, as well as the exact information about Xiaohei. If the relationship between Xiaohei and Lord Devour wasn't shallow, Yi Qinghan would be rich. Then, he said, go and tell your sister that I'm going to take you there. If we're fast, we can come back in 10 days or half a month. It's okay. Don't worry. Lord Devour will never hurt Xiaohei. At this moment, Old Lu also sent a message to Yi Qinghan. Since Yi Qinghan had refined the unfettered ring, Old Lu could communicate with Yi Qinghan through the unfettered ring. Even Yi Ruoxue couldn't sense it. Okay. Yi Qinghan felt relieved after receiving the message from Yi Ruoxue and Old Lu. He nodded to Yi Ruoxue, then ran out of the ancestral grave. Chapter 280. What? Brother, you want to go out? I want to go. I don't care where you go, but you have to take me with you. Outside the walls of the ancestral grave, as soon as Yi Qinghan told Yi Qingyu became anxious. She grabbed Yi Qinghan's robe and said resolutely. This. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu shamefully. He didn't think that he would have to separate from Yi Qingyu and the others as soon as he came back. However, he didn't have the guts to resist Lord Devour's order. Moreover, it was related to Xiaohei's origin. Yi Qingyu woke up because of the divine crystal that Lord Devour had given her. No matter what, she had to go out this time. Yi Qinghan begrudgingly smiled. Qingyu, be good. I'm going out with Forefather this time. Don't worry. Forefather said that if he's fast, he'll be back in 10 days or half a month. I don't care. I'll go wherever brother goes. You promised me in the God-slaying mountain that you'll never leave me again. Yi Qingyu shook her head gently, still pulling Yi Qinghan's sleeve. Her eyes were watery, and her delicate face made people feel sorry for her. Sigh. Take her with you. She's too stubborn. Little Han, you should explain to the others. Yi Qingyu and I will wait for you here. While Yi Qinghan didn't know what to do, Yi Ruoxue walked out of the ancestral grave. She looked at Yi Qingyu, shaking her head. Yes. Yi Qinghan forced a smile, turned around, and walked to the Yi family's castle. Yi family's west garden, graceful dance garden. This was the garden that the Yi family had given to Yi Qingyu. The garden was not big, but it was very elegant. Besides living in the back mountain, Yi Qingyu usually lived in this garden. At this moment, Yi Qingyu was chatting with Yu Qingqing and Long Sainan in a small pavilion in the garden. The scenery in the garden was beautiful, and there were all kinds of delicious snacks and good tea in the pavilion. However, although the three of them seemed to be chatting happily, it was obvious that the three of them were somewhat absent-minded. Xiao! A figure suddenly appeared, causing the three of them to be pleasantly surprised. The three of them quickly stood up. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu looked at the person shyly while Long Sainan smiled with a complicated expression. Sister Xiao Wu, Qingqing, Miss Long, the three of you together in this garden will make the flowers nearby pale in comparison. Yi Qinghan smiled as he looked at the three people in the pavilion. A trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. Yu Qingqing was still wearing a peach-colored dress, and with her otherworldly beautiful face, she was like a fairy that had fallen from a building to the mortal world. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwu had deliberately changed into a provocative red skin-tight leather armor. Her pure and beautiful face, curvaceous figure, and especially her proud twin peaks, made people unable to resist committing a crime. Long Sainan was dressed in a tight outfit and had a dragon cry sword on her waist. Her whole person exuded a heroic spirit, which had a unique flavor. Little Han, you're asking for a beating. You only know how to speak flowery words. Once you're back, you can't even see me. Yi Qingwu glared at Yi Qinghan and raised her snow-white arm as if she was going to hit him. However, the unconcealable joy in the corner of her eyes betrayed her current mood. Han. Yu Qingqing smiled and called out softly. Her eyes were filled with Yi Qinghan. Young Master Han even dares to make fun of me. He deserves a beating. Hee hee. You guys chat. I'll go see if my elders are all right. Long Sainan was obviously not a fool. She wouldn't foolishly be a third wheel. Yi Qinghan had directly revealed his relationship with Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu on the Heavens Road. At this moment, she obviously wouldn't ruin the relationship between other lovers. Once Long Sainan left, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu were instead a bit embarrassed. The two of them shyly looked at Yi Qinghan and tacitly sat down at the same time. They picked up their teacups and pretended to drink tea. Hee hee. Yi Qinghan smiled evilly. He took a step and directly squeezed in between the two of them. He unceremoniously wrapped his arms around their waists and pulled them into his embrace. He sniffed and could smell a delicate fragrance. He couldn't help but close his eyes in intoxication. Aya, what are you doing? You little rascal. Yi Qingwu immediately reacted. She quickly wriggled and waved her delicate fists at Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan exerted force and her whole body fell into Yi Qinghan's embrace. Yu Qingqing didn't say anything. Her whole face was as red as a ripe apple. Her two beautiful earlobes were also red and translucent. She lowered her head and closed her eyes. She didn't dare to look at anyone. Don't move. Yi Qinghan said softly. He hugged the two of them tightly. He felt the amazing touch of the warm and fragrant soft jade in his arms. He couldn't help but be a little intoxicated. This feeling is really good. I really want to hug you like this forever until the end of time. Yi Qinghan's gentle and sincere confession made the two of them gradually quiet down. Yi Qingyu stopped wriggling and pouted. She seemed to be angry. Meanwhile, Yu Qingqing opened her eyes and looked at the side of Yi Qinghan's face. An intoxicating smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The three of them didn't talk anymore. Instead, they snuggled together and enjoyed the embrace that came a few years late. After a while, Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, Qingqing, tomorrow, you and your great supreme elder will go back to the Yu clan. Ha! Yu Qingqing raised her head and revealed a puzzled expression. Yi Qingwu also turned to look at Yi Qinghan. Hee hee, go back and wait for me to go to the Yu clan to propose marriage. Sister Xiao Wu, you should also stay in the Yi clan castle. When I come back, I will solemnly propose marriage to Grandpa Green Ox. At that time, I will marry you and Qingyu at the same time. Yi Qinghan said with a smile. Propose marriage. Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing were surprised. However, they were shy again. Yu Qingqing understood the meaning of Yi Qinghan's words. She opened her eyes wide and asked, Where are you going? When will you go there? I'll leave shortly. It's not a big deal. Don't worry. I'm going to the dark forest with our forefather to thank Lord Devour for saving Qingyu. I'll be back in 10 days or half a month. Forefather is the god realm expert of the Yi family. It's not a problem. Xiao Wu knows it. Yi Qinghan was afraid that they would worry about him, so he explained hurriedly. You're leaving immediately. A trace of disappointment flashed through Yu Qingqing's eyes. They had only been together for a few days, and now they were going to be separated again. However, when she saw Yi Qingwu nod, she relaxed. Yu Shishui had told her that the Yi family had a god realm expert. Now that Yi Qingwu had confirmed it, she didn't say anything else. Instead, she stubbornly insisted on staying in the Yi family castle and waiting for Yi Qinghan to return. She was still waiting for Yi Qinghan to tell her everything that had happened to him in the Fallen God Mountain. At the same time, she also wanted to tell him how much she had missed him. After pondering for a moment, she said, I'll wait for you at the Yi family castle. As for the marriage proposal, we'll talk about it after you're back. All right, come. Yi Qinghan stood up and touched his unfettered ring. 2 pieces of snow-white soft armor appeared in his hand. The 2 pieces of soft armor were very beautiful. They looked like they were weaved from swan feathers, and they emitted a faint, holy light. These are 2 pieces of Saint Artifact's soft armor. I left them especially for the 2 of you. They can withstand a single blow from a saint. I've never given you a decent gift before. This time, I've made up for it. Yi Qinghan handed one to each of them and kissed them on the cheeks. I don't want them. Give them to little sister Qingyu. Yi Qingwu spat and said. She hurriedly wiped her mouth and handed over the soft armor. Yu Qingqing was used to Yi Qinghan's hooligan habits. Back on the Nether Island, she had taken advantage of him quite a bit. She shook her head and said, I don't want them either. Han, you can wear them yourself. Hee, take them and wear them. Qingyu has them, and so do I. Don't forget that I obtained quite a few treasures from the Fallen God Mountain. Our clan doesn't lack saint artifacts. Alright, that's it. The ancestor is still waiting for me. When I come back, I'll tell you about the things that have happened over the years. Yi Qinghan took their hands again and fiercely hugged them. Then, she kissed them lightly on their foreheads and directly teleported and disappeared from the dancing garden. Then, Yi Qinghan bid farewell to Feng Zihua and Long Sainan and went to the back mountain of the Yi family. As for Yi Tianlong and the others, Yi Baihu would go and inform them. When Yi Ruoshui saw that Yi Qinghan had finished his business, she nodded at Yi Baihu and released a small gravitational field, which enveloped the 2 of them. Then, she brought them into the sky and flew towards the north like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Chapter 281. The Dark Forest was located in the northernmost part of the Fire Dragon continent. It was a vast forest with countless demon beasts and abundant herbs and natural treasures. However, not many warriors dared to explore it. At most, they would wander around the outermost area. They didn't dare to go deeper because those who went deeper had never come out. It was unknown how many years ago, but the Dark Forest was known as a dangerous place. It was rumored that demons lived in the Dark Forest. Some said that there were dozens of sacred beasts in the forest, and anyone who entered would die. However, all the top experts on the continent knew that there was a beautiful and luxurious castle in the Dark Forest, where a woman lived. She called herself Lord Devour. Lord Devour wasn't famous at first. She had established her position as the most powerful expert on the continent 4,000 years ago. At that time, many experts didn't believe her and entered the Dark Forest to search for treasures, but they were killed. In the end, the Divine City was curious, so it sent a team led by 3 sacred-level experts to investigate. However, as soon as the team entered the forest, they disappeared like mud falling into the sea. The God Lord was enraged. He had just built the divine city and established his unparalleled position on the continent not long ago. How could he be challenged? Thus, he brought his people and left the divine city, declaring that he would flatten the dark forest. However, only the God Lord too returned to the divine city after they entered the forest. He went into seclusion and didn't mention anything about the dark forest again. At the same time, all the Saint Realm experts on the continent received a message, Lord Devour's message to the dark forest. The dark forest doesn't welcome humans. Anyone who enters will be killed. The experts on the continent didn't know what happened when the God Lord too entered the dark forest. But this did not prevent them from understanding some things and understanding some things from it. Apparently, Lord Devour had defeated the God Lord Tuesday. She was the undisputed most powerful expert on the Fire Dragon continent. From then on, all the families and mansions had one more rule: never provoke Lord Devour of the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest became one of the 3 most dangerous places on the continent. Then, a small number of God Realm experts on the continent found out that Lord Devour wasn't a human but a divine beast. Everyone understood why she never joined the fights on the continent and didn't want to unify the continent. It was easy to understand. Would a powerful person be interested in a fight between ants? To the experts of the continent, the magical beasts in the forest were like ants. But, to Lord Devour, the people of the Flame Dragon continent were just ants. Yi Ruoshui carried Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu and flew at high speed. It only took them 5 days to reach the outside of the dark forest. Moreover, he did not dare to teleport while carrying the 2 of them. If he teleported, his speed would be even faster. Yes. We've arrived. Let's go down first. Yi Ruoshui descended rapidly. Just as she was about to reach the ground, her speed suddenly slowed down. Finally, she landed steadily on the ground. Yi Ruoshui smiled and said, "You two should take a rest first. You must be tired after traveling for a few days." Great ancestor, why don't we go straight into the dark forest? Yi Qinghan shook his body to stretch his muscles and asked curiously. I have to talk to Lord Devour first to show my courtesy. Yi Ruoshui forced a smile and sent a message to Yi Qinghan. Lord Devour wasn't someone anyone could meet. The last time he came to the dark forest, he had to stay for several months before Lord Devour allowed him to enter the dark castle. However, he did not see Lord Devour and only stayed in the castle for a while. Although it was Lord Devour who asked them to come, Yi Ruoshui still had to ask for his permission to show her respect to Lord Devour. Then, Yi Ruoshui spread her soul consciousness all the way until it reached the beautiful castle in the middle of the forest. Then, she sent a message: Yi Ruoshui brings Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu to meet Lord Devour. Come in. After a while, a cold voice echoed in their ears. The voice was still cold and emotionless. Go. Let's go. Yi Ruoshui did not waste any time. She pulled the 2 of them and flew to the center of the forest. This time, Yi Ruoshui did not fly too fast or too high. She just flew close to the sky of the forest. Along the way, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu curiously observed this legendary forbidden land. The forest was very ancient. There were countless 10,000-year-old ancient trees, thick ancient vines, and unknown exotic flowers and fruits. Everything was telling the story of the ancient and vicissitudes of the dark forest. There were countless demon beasts in the forest, which dazzled Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu. There was a giant ape that was over 10 meters in size and the size of a small hill, a berserk lion with 3 blood-red eyes, a black horse with wings, and a pack of hundreds of thousands of black-winged wolves. The strange thing was that even though the 3 of them were flying at a low altitude, the magical beasts in the forest only looked at them strangely. They were not afraid, nor did they attack. Some of the stronger magical beasts even looked at the 3 of them with disdainful eyes. Don't be surprised and don't provoke them. The demon beasts in the dark forest are a little arrogant because of Lord Devourer's existence. Of course, they will never attack humans or walk out of the dark forest. Yi Ruoxue explained to Yi Qinghan through sound transmission when she saw that he was confused. Yi Qinghan understood after listening to her. These high-level demon beasts had high intellect. Because of Lord Devourer's existence, they were very respectful to the visitors in the forest. They felt like the citizens of a great country seeing the envoys of a small tribe. It was a kind of outstanding feeling that had been born for thousands of years. After more than an hour, the three of them finally reached the center of the forest. Yi Qinghan looked at the strange terrain and the faintly visible black castle in front of him. He knew that they had reached their destination. This was because there was not a single ancient tree here. Below them was a boundless piece of flat land, and the flat land was filled with flowers. Countless flowers of all kinds. The whole area had become a sea of flowers. All kinds of fresh flowers were competing with each other. It was beautiful. So beautiful. So beautiful. It was the first time that Yi Qingyu had seen such a beautiful scene. She couldn't help but exclaim. Her eyes were full of surprise and joy. Don't talk, we are about to reach the dark castle. Both of you, pay attention. When we reach the castle, follow me. Don't talk and don't touch anything inside. Yi Ruoxue quickly warned them in a low voice. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just stared blankly at the huge castle that was getting closer and closer. There was also a strange creature standing in front of the castle gate. The castle was huge. It was a few hundred meters wide and more than 100 meters tall. The whole castle was made of unknown black stones. Strangely, Yi Qinghan didn't see any gaps on the walls. It was as if the castle was a single entity. The entire castle stood there quietly, but at a glance, it was as if a giant black beast was entrenched there, silently exuding a faint pressure. The castle had a gate. At this moment, the gate was opened. A strange creature was standing in front of the gate. It was a strange creature that looked like a fox, but it wasn't a fox. It looked like a human, but it wasn't. It was a fox, but it was standing upright like a human. It was wearing a fiery red robe. It had a human-like smile on its face. It stood elegantly outside the gate like a noble lady. However, it had a few snow-white tails behind it. It had a face that was no different from a fox's. Under its clothes, it had a pair of cute little furry hands. All of these betrayed its fox identity. However, it didn't look like a demon. After all, demons were still humans. It was just that the various demon races only had some characteristics of demon beasts. However, this fox looked exactly like a fox. Its expression and posture were exactly the same as a human's. It was very strange. Welcome to the Dark Castle. Yi Ruoxue, long time no see. You must be Yi Qinghan. What a handsome young man. Hee hee. There's also a cute little girl. When Yi Ruoxue brought Yi Qinghan and landed in front of the castle gate, the fox suddenly opened its furry mouth and spoke. It gave Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu a fright. Even the hair on their bodies stood up. A fox can talk. Chapter 282. Greetings, Lord Zhou. It's been 5 years since we last met, and Lord Zhou's strength has improved yet again. Yi Ruoxue smiled and cupped her hands in greeting. She then turned her head to the side and said to Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu, why haven't the two of you paid your respects to Lord Zhou? Lord Zhou is a powerful deity-level expert. Greetings, Lord Zhou. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu hurriedly came to their senses and bowed. Yi Qinghan thought to himself, it's actually another divine beast, and a divine beast can actually speak the human language after maturing. Doesn't that mean that after Xiaohei enters the mature stage, he can also speak directly and doesn't need to use telepathy? Hee hee, you may dispense with the formalities. "Come in," Lord Jiao said and directly walked inside. Behind the door was a wide corridor, and the corridor was covered with a fiery red carpet. There were a few forks in the corridor. After walking a few steps, Lord Jiao pointed at a fork in the corridor and said, "Yi Ruoxue, bring this young lady to the side chamber to rest. There is some spiritual fruit wine inside, and you can taste it as you please. I will first bring Yi Qinghan to see Lord Jiao." Brother. Yi Qingyu hurriedly pulled on Yi Qinghan's sleeves and cried out in worry. "Qingyu, be good. Brother will come to find you in a moment. You and elder ancestor can go first." Yi Qinghan lightly patted the back of Yi Qingyu's hand, indicating that she and Yi Ruoxue should go first. "Let's go, little girl." Yi Ruoxue hurriedly signaled with her eyes and pulled the reluctant Yi Qingyu towards the side chamber. "Hee, lucky young man, follow me." Madame Jiao smiled faintly. Her foxy face actually revealed a trace of human affection. After she finished speaking, she gracefully took small steps towards a fork on the left. As she walked, she instructed Yi Qinghan, when you meet Madame later, don't talk too much and don't look around. Whatever Madame asks you, just answer honestly. Whatever Madame wants you to do, don't disobey. Otherwise, if you anger Madame, the three of you won't be able to return." The corridor on the left was connected to a straight staircase. The staircase was very long, and at the top was a red door. The top of the stairs was covered with a fiery red carpet. The carpet was very clean and spotless. Yi Qinghan followed Lord Jiao quickly as he listened to her warning attentively. He felt a little uneasy. He was about to meet the legendary strongest expert of the continent. Although this expert seemed to be related to Xiao He, he wasn't confident before everything was clear. After all, if Lord Devour wanted to kill him, no one in this world could save him, not even Elder Lu. "We're here. Go in by yourself. Remember what I said just now." After walking for a while, Yi Qinghan followed Madame Jiao to the glowing red door. Madame Jiao stopped in her tracks and pointed at the door, indicating for Yi Qinghan to go in by himself. Squeak! Yi Qinghan nodded and didn't think much. He puffed up his chest, pushed the door open, and walked in. Outside the door was an open-air rooftop. At first glance, he could see countless flower pots. These flower pots were arranged in a very orderly manner, forming all sorts of beautiful patterns. On the left of the flower pots was a large pond with countless beautiful little fishes swimming in it. On the right of the flower pots was a huge grape rack, which was filled with clusters of fresh grapes. Under the shelf, there was a diamond-shaped crystal table. On the table, there were a few plates of translucent fruits that Yi Qinghan did not recognize. Beside the table, there was only a rocking chair woven from old vines. There was someone sitting on the rocking chair. Yi Qinghan looked over, only to see a silhouette from the side. He had a head of black hair, a cold face, and a fiery red robe. There's a lady here. Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled. He lifted his head and looked around, but didn't find anything. After pondering for a while, he took a few steps forward and cupped his fists at the lady. "Yi Qinghan pays his respects to you, madam. May I ask where Lord Devour is? I've come as invited." The lady didn't say anything. She was holding a green scroll in her hand, reading it quietly. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to say anything, nor did he dare to look around. He could only stand there quietly and wait for the woman's reply. He stood there for more than an hour. The lady didn't seem to notice Yi Qinghan, still reading the scroll with great interest. The rooftop was quiet, except for the rustling sound of the lady flipping the pages of the book. Another hour had passed. When Yi Qinghan was a little impatient and was about to ask again, the lady suddenly put down the book in her hand. The woman suddenly put down the book in her hand, turned around and looked coldly at Yi Qinghan. Her eyes are so terrifying. As soon as Yi Qing Han and the lady's eyes met, he felt like he was looking at two dazzling lights. He felt dizzy and didn't dare to look at her anymore. He bowed his head and waited for the lady to speak. The lady still didn't say anything, just coldly looking at Yi Qing Han. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, which made Yi Qing Han feel a burning pain all over his body. At this moment, Yi Qing Han felt like he was stripped naked under her gaze. He didn't have any secrets to hide. After a while, Yi Qing Han finally lost his patience. Being stared at by a lady like that, he felt uncomfortable. He clasped his fists one more time. "Madam, may I ask, where is Lord Devour?" The lady finally opened her mouth. Her voice was cold and emotionless. "I'm Lord Devour." Ah! Hearing this familiar, clear voice, Yi Qing Han was bewildered. He couldn't believe it. "You're Lord Devour." "Lord Devour isn't he a god?" Yi Qing Han wanted to say that Lord Devour was a divine beast, wasn't he? The lady in front of him was a real person. However, he didn't dare to continue as he was afraid that he would annoy the lady in red. Can't a divine beast transform into a human? Ignorant. The lady sneered but didn't say anything else. She continued to stare at Yi Qing Han. After a while, she slowly opened her mouth. "Yi Qing Han, do you know that I really want to kill you?" The lady's casual words made Yi Qing Han feel as if he had fallen into the 9 netherworlds. His entire body was chilled. Lord Devour didn't release his aura or move much. It was just a simple sentence, but it had frozen Yi Qing Han's blood. At the same time, his soul became sluggish, and he couldn't control his body anymore. At this moment, Yi Qing Han felt that he could smell the aura of death. After a while, the soul ring on his left hand released a flow of energy, which restored Yi Qing Han's body. When he felt that he could control his body again, Yi Qing Han exhaled in relief. So many thoughts flashed in his head. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Devour wants to kill me. I can only wait for my death. Don't pretend. If I want to kill you, I can take your life at any time. Even if you hide in the unfettered pavilion, I can still kill you." Lord Devour opened his mouth one more time, shocking Yi Qing Han one more time. She even knew about the unfettered pavilion. It seemed that Lord Devour's supernatural power was too strong to resist. At least, at this moment, Yi Qing Han couldn't resist it. Since he couldn't resist it, there was no need to be afraid. Yi Qing Han slowly lifted his head, looking at Lord Devour and asking boldly, "Why does Lord Devour want to kill me?" Lord Devour swung his sleeve, his face cold. A formidable aura burst out from his body, covering Yi Qing Han. His voice became even colder. "Because, you got something that you shouldn't have." Chapter 283. Although Lord Devour's aura was soaring, it was obvious that he had controlled it. Otherwise, even 10 Yi Qing Han could be smashed into meat paste. Yi Qing Han just felt a little annoyed. Seeing Lord Devour's rage, he couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Is it because of Xiaohei?" Harumph. Lord Devour snorted and retrieved his aura. He stood up, walking out of the grape trellis. With his back facing Yi Qing Han, he looked at the sea of flowers outside the castle. After a while, he opened his mouth, but his voice wasn't as cold as before. It was a little lonely and begrudging. "Xiaohei's a soul-devouring beast, a divine beast, and a very powerful one at that. Do you think that a mortal like you is qualified to have him?" "No." Yi Qing Han contemplated for a while and then answered honestly. Xiaohei was really heaven-defying. If it weren't for Xiaohei, Yi Qing Han would still be the 7th son of the Yi family, and his mother's grave would still be on the west mountain of Tsang City. It could be said that his current competence and status were all because of Xiaohei. Even if he had the soul ring, he wouldn't have a big achievement. Pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan didn't wait for Lord Devour's response. He continued, "Of course, I'm not qualified to have Xiao He. Moreover, I've never had him. Because Xiao He isn't an object. I've always considered him as a living being, as my little brother. We're not master and servant. He's not my pet. He's my little brother, a brother who has fought with me all his life." Harumph. Yi Qinghan's sincere words didn't move Lord Devour. Lord Devour turned around and coldly glared at Yi Qinghan. "If it weren't for that, I would have killed you several years ago. Don't think that I can't kill you because you've signed a soul contract with Xiao He. After killing you, I can keep Xiao He alive without any harm. I'm just afraid of hurting Xiao He's heart. Besides, your aptitude is barely passable. Perhaps you'll have some achievements in the future. That's why I spared your life." This Lord Devour was too awesome. Yi Qinghan felt a chill in his heart. After all, Xiao He had signed a soul contract with him. If he died, Xiao He's soul would dissipate along with him. And now, Lord Devour said that she could make Xiao He break the soul contract with her. To be able to strip it from his body, what kind of divine ability was this? At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. Ever since Xiao He learned to transmit sound in the savage mountains, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He's relationship improved day by day. In the end, they were as close as real brothers. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Sigh. Perhaps this is fate. Lord Devour turned around, sighing weakly. That year, when I brought Xiao He to the Fire Dragon continent, I thought I could let him grow up in peace. But, because of something, I left for 1 year. I didn't expect that with the help of the Soul Ring and the bloodline awakening ceremony of the Yi family, you could break the restriction I had set up in the Misty Forest. You summoned Xiao He and made a soul contract with him. When I came back, I wanted to kill you directly. However, I was worried that Xiao He's soul was too fragile, so I didn't do it. Until now, Xiao He has considered you as his closest friend. I was afraid that he would be sad, so I didn't kill you." What? So, it was like that. At this moment, Yi Qinghan recalled what had happened several years ago when his bloodline had awakened. He was suddenly enlightened. That year, the concentration of God's blood in his bloodline was very low, and he got his father's scripture of theology. After cultivating for half a month, he had to bleed, eat raw animals' internal organs, and pierce his blood. In the end, his blood was cut, which led to his meridians exploding, and he had fainted. When he woke up, his soul consciousness had entered the summoning space and successfully summoned Xiao He. Originally, he had thought that it was because of his father's scripture of God's blood. He didn't expect that it was because of the soul ring. And, the magical valley where Xiao He used to live was probably the home that Lord Devour had arranged for Xiao He in the Misty Forest. No wonder why only the cubs could come here. Lord Devour had set up a restriction to let the cubs come here. They could play with Xiao He to prevent him from being lonely, and they could help Xiao He grow faster. The yuan qi in the valley was very rich, which was suitable for Xiao He to grow. At the same time, it attracted the cubs of the nearby powerful beasts. Xiao He was a divine beast, which was 1 level higher than the holy beasts. He had the pressure of a divine beast. No wonder the beasts and the 4 holy beast cubs were so afraid of Xiao He that they ran away as soon as they saw Xiao He. However, Yi Qinghan still had a question that he hadn't figured out. Why did he summon Xiao He with the help of the Soul Ring? Was Xiao He related to the owner of the Soul Ring, the Soul Emperor? What was the relationship between Lord Devour and Xiao He? Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to ask Lord Devour. After all, he had done something wrong. How could he dare to ask more? Lord Devour could kill him at any time and take Xiao He out of his beast space. Recalling that Lord Devour had said that she would spare his life for now, Yi Qinghan became more anxious. He had stolen Xiao He, so this woman must be angry. However, she had given a divine crystal to her sister. Moreover, she hadn't killed him after so many years. His life should be safe for now, right? Don't be so happy. If you can't satisfy me, I will kill you at any time. Even if I have to pay a big price, I will break the soul contract between you and Xiao He. I will take Xiao He out of your body. Indeed, before Yi Qinghan could rejoice, Lord Devourer spoke again. Since you could get the soul ring by chance and summon Xiao He through it, you and I are fated. So, I want to give you a chance. As long as you can do it, I won't do anything to hurt Xiao He. Looking at Lord Devourer's cold eyes and feeling her unparalleled aura, Yi Qinghan knew that Lord Devourer was telling the truth. From Lord Devourer's attitude toward him, he knew that she would do what she said. Immediately, Yi Qinghan put on a serious face, clasping his fists. Lord Devourer, please tell me. Yi Qinghan will try his best to satisfy you. What a joke. It was related to his life, so he didn't dare to be careless. In other words, even if Lord Devourer wanted to take Xiao He out of his body and spare his life, he would be reluctant. No matter what, Xiao He had been with him for so many years, and he had become an inseparable part of his flesh and blood. I want you to break through to the heavenly God realm within 50 years. Lord Devourer said faintly as if he was talking about something trivial. If you can't break through within 50 years, I can only. I'm sorry. After saying that, Lord Devourer didn't wait for Yi Qinghan's answer, continuing, moreover, don't expect me to help you. I've never participated in the disputes of the continent. Moreover, even if you're going to die, I can only protect Xiao He at the moment of your death. You have to rely on yourself to become a god, and you have to do it within 50 years. Or else, you will die without a doubt. Become a god within 50 years. Or else. I will die without a doubt. Yi Qinghan felt like a heavy mountain was pressing on his shoulder, which made him unable to straighten his back and gasp for breath. His body shivered. Become a god. Who didn't want to become a god? The ultimate goal of all the warriors in the continent was to become a god. However, how many gods were there in the Fire Dragon continent? Becoming a god wasn't just about cultivating hard. It depended on one's comprehension of the principle, chance, and luck. Not to mention the god realm, the number of Saint Realm warriors in the continent could be counted. And now, Lord Devourer wanted him to become a god. Or within 50 years. Yi Qinghan contemplated, stooping his head and closing his eyes for a long time. When he opened his eyes one more time, his eyes were filled with a fierce fighting will. Unconsciously, his entire body emitted an indomitable aura. He gazed at Lord Devourer, his voice resolute. 5 or 6 years ago, I was just a trash at the first level of the elite realm. Today, I've become an Emperor Realm warrior, the #1 genius of the continent. I believe that as long as I work hard, I will break through this sky sooner or later. I promise you, within 50 years. I will try my best to break through to the heavenly God realm. Chapter 284. I don't need your consent. I just want to tell you my decision. Yi Qinghan's emotional words didn't affect Lord Devourer. It seemed this woman was always cold and inhuman. She paused for a while, then waved her hand. Summon Xiao He. You can leave now. I'm going to talk to him. Yes. Yes, Lord Devourer. Yeah. I have to thank Lord Devourer for giving my sister such a precious divine crystal. I'm so grateful. Yi Qinghan bowed to greet him. Yi Qingyu was very important to him. Moreover, Lord Devourer was his benefactor, and he had to repay the favor. He understood this clearly. It's to thank you for taking care of Xiao He for so many years. I've never owed anyone a favor. Summon Xiao He. Lord Devour waved his hand, signaling Yi Qinghan to summon Xiaohei. Then, he could leave. Facing this incomparably powerful and cold woman, Yi Qinghan felt a sense of helplessness. Although he was skeptical, as Xiaohei couldn't talk, how could Lord Devour communicate with him? However, he didn't dare to ask more. He summoned Xiaohei, bowed to him, and then slowly retreated to the gate. Ha! Ha! Boss, you leave now. I'll come for you later. I won't leave you. As soon as Xiaohei was summoned, Yi Qinghan placed him on the diamond-shaped crystal table. Xiaohei had heard the conversation between Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour. Lord Devour treated Yi Qinghan that way, which made Xiaohei indignant. However, he knew that Lord Devour was really intimidating, and he had a close relationship with him. Most importantly, he wanted to know his origin from Lord Devour. He didn't say anything, just calling Yi Qinghan twice. After using the soul message, he turned around and looked at Lord Devour with a complicated look. Until now, Master Devour had always been cold. Looking at Xiaohei's little body on the crystal table, she beamed a smile for the first time. It was a friendly smile. She opened her mouth, her voice tender and kind. Kid, I haven't seen you for years. You've grown up. Little Han. Follow me. Yi Qinghan opened the door and walked into the staircase, only to see Lord Zhou standing at the foot of the stairs. When she saw him, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. She actually changed the way she addressed him and led Yi Qinghan down the stairs. Yi Qinghan smiled and followed Lord Zhou down the stairs. They walked through several long corridors and finally arrived at a magnificent hall. The main hall was very big, and the decorations were very luxurious. It looked even more luxurious than the carefree pavilion. There were two people in the hall, Yi Ruoshui and Yi Qingyu. Brother, you're back. At this moment, Yi Qingyu was absent-mindedly sitting on a dark gold soft chair, fiddling with a jade cup on the table next to her. However, her eyes were gazing at the entrance of the hall. Seeing Yi Qinghan come in, she hurried to stand up, shouting happily. Ha! You three should rest here for a while. After Master Devour and Master Xiaohei are done talking, you can go back. Lord Zhou gracefully bowed and left. Little Han. Seeing Yi Qinghan's bitter face, Yi Ruoshui couldn't help but look at him worriedly. I'm okay. Yi Qinghan sat on a soft chair next to Yi Qingyu. He shook his head at Yi Ruoshui, signaling her to talk later. He picked up a round pink fruit from the square table and started to eat it. Yeah, it tastes good. You guys should eat it. What kind of fruit is it? After eating it, your whole body feels warm. As soon as Yi Qinghan ate it, he found that this fruit was even more delicious than the spirit fruits in the Luotian Mountains illusory land. Of course, he didn't hesitate to pick up another one, handing it to Yi Qingyu, shouting. Master Devour was the strongest warrior in the continent, and even the divine beast Lord Zhou was her servant. How could the fruit she used to greet guests be bad? It would be a waste not to eat it, but it wasn't a waste to eat it. Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood, so of course, he didn't hesitate to eat it. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu bluntly began to gorge themselves on the food. Yi Ruoshui, on the other hand, took into consideration her status. She only picked up a green-colored drink and drank it while looking at the two of them in amusement and anger. Half an hour later, a shadow flashed through the entrance of the hall and directly jumped into Yi Qinghan's arms. It was Xiaohei. Ha, okay, you guys can go back. After Xiaohei, Lord Zhou walked in with a small jade box in her cute hairy hands, saying to the three of them. Okay, Lord Zhou, we'll leave first. If you have time, come to Tsang City to play. I'll treat you well. Yi Ruoshui stood up, clasping her hands to greet Lord Zhou. Ha, there will be a chance. Little Han, take this jade box. Lord Zhou's mouth twitched, revealing a smile. She handed the jade box to Yi Qinghan, saying, "Of course, it's not for you. This is for Xiaohei. There are 5 black unicorn fruits in it. Every 10 years, Xiaohei has to eat one. Lord also said to give him less barbecued meat, spirit fruits, and dragon crystals. It will create impurities, which are not good for the divine beast's growth." "Okay, Lord Zhou, I'll remember." Yi Qinghan laughed, putting the jade box into his unfettered ring. Then, he grabbed 2 more pink fruits from the table, following Yi Ruoshui out. "Lord Zhou, see you later." Walking out of the dark castle, Yi Ruoshui nodded to Lord Zhou, then took Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu and flew to the south. Ninth Elder stretched out a hand and waved in the direction that Yi Ruoshui had flown in. He watched them leave, then smiled faintly, and muttered, "Hee, we will definitely meet again. Moreover, it won't be too long." Little Han's luck is really too nature-defying, so nature-defying that it makes one's eyes red with envy. At this moment, on the rooftop of the castle, Lord Devour was also bewildered, watching Yi Ruoshui's back. Her face wasn't as cold as before, but a bit helpless and bitter. Finally, she sighed and said something that only she could hear, "Yi Qinghan, don't blame me for being cruel. I have no other choice. Since you have something, you have to choose to bear it. I hope you can pierce through this sky." Yi Ruoshui brought the 2 humans and 1 beast and quickly flew towards the south. Because they were going back, they didn't hold back and flew very high. After a short while, they flew out of the dark forest and headed straight for Tsang City. "Xiaohei. Lord Devour can understand you." Yi Qinghan didn't have anything to do in the air, so he started to transmit his voice to Xiaohei. He was curious how Lord Devour could communicate with Xiaohei. "Yeah, she's really powerful. She can talk to me directly in my soul, just like the 2 of us. I don't need to say anything. She knows it just by thinking about it." Xiaohei seemed to be in a good mood after talking with Lord Devour. Her voice sounded excited. "Yeah, so powerful." Yi Qinghan was speechless. He continued to ask curiously, "What did she tell you? Did she tell you about your origin?" "No, she just said that my parents aren't in the fiery dragon continent. She said that my competence is still weak. She will tell me everything after I've reached the God realm. Yeah, she said that I need at least 10 years to mature. She said that the divine beast's maturation period is relatively long. She told me not to hurry and to have fun. She will take care of the other things," Xiaohei said reluctantly. "Your parents aren't in the fiery dragon continent. Did she tell you what her relationship with you was?" Yi Qinghan felt strange. He had thought that Lord Devour would be Xiaohei's mother or grandmother. They were both divine beasts with the same surname of Devour. Moreover, Lord Devour said that she had brought Xiaohei to the fiery dragon continent. Xiaohei kept silent for a while, then transmitted his voice. "Yeah, she said that according to seniority, she's my aunt. But we're not related by blood." Chapter 285. Auntie. Not related by blood. Yi Qinghan was surprised. He didn't expect that Xiaohei and Lord Devour had such a relationship. What he couldn't figure out was why Lord Devour brought Xiaohei to the Fire Dragon continent if they weren't related by blood. Where were Xiaohei's parents? Why did Lord Devour choose to live in the Fire Dragon continent? Where did she and Xiaohei come from? However, Yi Qinghan asked Xiaohei a few more questions, but he didn't get a definite answer. It seemed that he would only know many things after Xiaohei matured. Originally, Yi Qinghan wanted to know something from the conversation between Blackie and Master Devour. He wanted to know why Master Devour had given him such an impossible task, and he wanted to see if he could find a way to ease the situation. Now that he thought about it, it seemed impossible. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Boss, don't think too much. Just try your best. If it doesn't work, I will beg. Auntie. I will never let her hurt you. And I won't be separated from you. You will always be my boss. Xiao Hei sensed Yi Qinghan's mood and became a little anxious. She hurried to comfort him through telepathy. Well, there will always be a way. The road will be straight when it comes to the bridgehead, right? Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly, but he was still depressed. He thought that he could meet his relatives and get some treasures in the dark forest. With the protection of the continent's #1 powerhouse, he could do whatever he wanted in the Fire Dragon continent and live a happy life. He didn't expect that someone would install a time bomb on him. If he couldn't solve it, he would be smashed into pieces when the time was up. Boss, don't be so sad. Don't you still have 50 years? Believe in yourself. I believe that you can create a miracle. Xiao Hei had mixed feelings as well. He was looking forward to meeting his family and learning about his background on the way to the dark forest. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Although his aunt was very kind to him, and he could feel Lord Devour's love and care for him from the bottom of his heart. However, he had asked Lord Devour why she had treated Yi Qinghan that way. Unexpectedly, Lord Devour was resolute on this matter. He didn't want to say anything, and Shi Yan didn't have any solution. 50 years is still a long time. Yes. In 6 years, I went from an elite realm trash to an emperor realm expert. There are still 50 years left. I don't believe that I can't break through to the deity level. Yi Qinghan fell silent for a moment and stopped thinking about it. He was only 21 years old. There were still 50 years left. 50 years was still very far away for him. By that time, he would already be over 70 years old. Even if he died, it would not be considered a premature death. As long as he worked hard and tried his best, it did not matter. It was not like he had never died before. As he thought about it, his mood gradually became cheerful. As long as one lived a wonderful life, it did not matter how many years he lived. Done talking. At this time, Yi Ruoshui transmitted her voice to him. Apparently, she had been paying attention to Yi Qinghan. Yes. Forefather. Yi Qinghan turned his head and saw that Yi Ruoshui was transmitting her voice to him. She probably wanted to know about the conversation between him and Lord Devour, but she didn't want Yi Qingyu to know. Hence, he also transmitted his voice. Tell me everything about the conversation between you and Lord Devour and Xiao Hei. As expected, Yi Ruoshui directly asked about this matter. Yi Qinghan thought for a while and felt that there was no need to hide this matter. Hence, he transmitted his voice to Yi Ruoshui honestly. After listening to him, Yi Ruoshui frowned. After a long silence, she transmitted her voice again. It seems like it's a good thing, but it's also a disaster. Lord Devour has high expectations for you. If you can break through to the God realm within 50 years, I think your future will be bright. Perhaps you can solve it. Yeah, perhaps with Lord Devour's help, you can leave the Fire Dragon continent, this dead well, and go to a bigger arena. He wants you to break through to the God realm within 50 years, and he won't give you any help. I think it's a test for you. Of course, if you can't break through, I guess he won't kill you. But Xiao Hei will be taken away. So, sigh. Try your best. Yi Ruoshui turned to look at Yi Qinghan. She had almost told him the secret of the Fire Dragon continent. However, as she thought that Yi Qinghan was still a teenager, and he already had a heavy burden on his back, it would be too heavy if he was shackled again. Thus, she changed the topic immediately. Yes, forefather. I will try my best. Although Yi Qinghan felt that Yi Ruoshui's words had some problems, he didn't think much and just kept silent. A few days later, the three of them flew to the mountain behind the Yi family. Yi Ruoshui directly landed beside a small lake. Little Han, rest well and cultivate well. Don't worry about anything else. I will think of a way. Yi Ruoshui patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder to comfort him. Then, he turned to look at Yi Qingyu and encouraged her, little Yu, cultivate hard and try to break through to the God realm as soon as possible. In the future, you will be able to help your brother even more. After saying that, he took out 2 jade talismans from his bosom and gave them to Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu. Then, he said again, if you want to find me, directly inject your battle chi into the messaging talisman, and I will immediately know. You can play around in the House of Aries, but don't leave the House of Aries. I will leave first. After saying that, Yi Ruoshui directly teleported and returned to the place where he cultivated in seclusion. There were many things that he needed to think about, and there were also many things that he was very concerned about, such as the divine sword. Xiao. As soon as Yi Ruoshui disappeared, 2 figures flashed out from a group of small pavilions in the distance. It was Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu. Obviously, they had noticed the 3 of them. Grandpa, Grand Elder. Eldest Grandpa, Second Grandpa. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu greeted them at the same time. Hee, you have returned so quickly. Yes, go and rest first. We can talk about it later. Little Han, do you want to continue living in the mountain behind or go to the castle? I have specially built a garden for you at the place where you used to live. It is very good. Yi Tianlong said with a smile, waving his hand casually. Built a garden for me. At the place where I used to live. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan's interest was piqued. The scenery at the back of the mountain was good, and it was also very quiet. However, living with Yi Tianlong and the others was a bit uncomfortable, and he wasn't used to it. Now that he heard that the Yi family had specially built a courtyard for him, and it was on the courtyard that he had burned down, he naturally chose the latter without hesitation. Yes, Qingyu and I will live in the castle. Of course, we will also come to the back of the mountain to stay for a few days if we have nothing to do. Hee, Qingyu, you are right. This brat definitely won't be used to living in the back of the mountain. Alright, Qingyu, take them down. Little Han, rest well for a few days. I will come and find you in a few days. Yi Tianlong laughed, turned around, and flashed towards the group of pavilions in the distance. Yi Qingyu was too lazy to walk, so he led the 2 of them down the back of the mountain and directly flew towards the east courtyard. Yi Qinghan secretly felt grateful to Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu looked careless and had a very bad temper, but he was also very meticulous. He knew that Ling Han had a conflict with the west courtyard, so he specially had someone build a courtyard in the east courtyard where he lived. This was very much to Ling Han's liking. After a short while, they arrived at the east courtyard. Yi Qinghan looked at the familiar scenery around him, as well as the place where he had lived for over a dozen years. When he saw that an extremely beautiful and grand courtyard had been erected in front of him, he couldn't help but feel all sorts of emotions welling up in his heart. The small courtyard that he had lived in for over a dozen years had already disappeared. The nearby buildings had also been demolished, and scenic trees had been planted all over the place. There was a large green courtyard in the midst of the lush green trees. 3 large golden words were glowing on the gate of the courtyard, Chilling Heart Pavilion. Welcome back, young clan head. At this moment, 8 familiar figures walked out of the courtyard, and they walked directly to the gate as they respectfully half-knelt. They had strong bodies that resembled doorposts, and they wore charming smiles on their faces. They were the 8 great door gods of the Yi family. Hee, life is full of ups and downs. Let's go, Qingyu, take a look at our new home. Yi Qinghan chuckled, and pulled Yi Qingyu's hand as they walked inside. Chapter 286. The Chilling Heart Pavilion was very big. As soon as they entered the garden, they saw a huge fake mountain. There were small trees on the fake mountain, and there were flowers on the trees. The flowers were pink with a hint of purple, and they were very beautiful. There was a pool under the rockery. The pool was not deep, and there were a few small fishes of different colors swimming happily in it. On both sides of the pool was a smooth bluestone path, and both sides of the path were planted neatly with unknown scenic trees. Along the bluestone road, Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Qingyu all the way forward. In front of them, there were rows of well-proportioned bluestone pavilions. The entire building complex was made of a type of bluestone wood. From afar, they could smell a faint fragrance. Little Han, not bad, right? The Chilling Heart Pavilion was more than 3,000 square meters, and it had cost a lot of money to build. Just the green zen wood alone was worth tens of thousands of crystal coins. The fragrance of the green zen wood could prolong a person's lifespan, make them more energetic, and increase their vitality. Inside, there is a main hall, 3 side halls, and 24 rooms. The patriarch has even specially arranged for you 8 gatekeepers and 12 maids. Yi Qingyu slowly caught up to Yi Qinghan and began to explain in detail. Yi Qinghan was secretly speechless when he heard this. Back then, he had traveled to the savage mountain range for a few crystal coins and narrowly escaped death several times. Back then, the small courtyard that he had lived in only had 3 rooms and a kitchen, covering an area of less than 200 square meters. Yet now, there were 3 halls, 24 rooms, and even a front and a backyard. This was way too extravagant. Supreme Elder, isn't this too extravagant? It's too wasteful to have more than 20 rooms. Also, I don't think there's a need for a maid. Yi Qinghan scratched his head in embarrassment. He was not an ancient prince. There was no need to be so particular, right? Although he had successfully changed his identity from the 7th son of the Yi family to the 7th young master of the Yi family. However, he was still not used to such a grand occasion. No waste, no waste. Originally, I wanted to build more, but the chief said that if it didn't work out, we could just build more in the future. Your identity is different now. You have to understand that you are not only representing yourself, but also the Yi family. Moreover, you are about to go to the Yu clan to ask for their hand in marriage. You must be particular about marrying the Yu clan's holy maiden. Yi Qingyu hurriedly waved his hand and said in an unconcerned manner. However, when it came to marrying Yu Qingqing, a hint of anger flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. He stared at Yi Qinghan and actually secretly transmitted his voice to him. Little Han, when did you steal my precious granddaughter's heart? How are you going to deal with this? When Yi Qinghan heard this, his expression immediately became awkward. He had originally planned to ask Yi Qinghan for her hand in marriage after everything had settled down. He had not expected Yi Qinghan to directly ask for her hand in marriage. Thus, he hurriedly transmitted his voice in slight embarrassment. Qinghan is preparing to marry Qingqing, Qinggu, and Qingyu together. I was planning to go to your place to ask for her hand in marriage in the next few days. At least you still have a conscience. Alright, remember to bring a few treasures that you've hidden. When Yi Qinghan heard this, his eyes and brows were full of smiles. Yi Qinghan's meaning was very clear. If the 3 of them were to marry together, then they would be 3 official wives. This would not be a disgrace to Yi Qinggu's status. Yi Qinggu was wholeheartedly loyal to Yi Qinghan, so Yi Qinghan could not do anything about it. Moreover, he was very satisfied with Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinggu could be considered the 3rd person to follow Yi Qinghan after Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing. Now that she could obtain the status of an official wife, it was not bad. He immediately laughed loudly and glanced at Yi Qingyu, who was beside him, and said, "You are a dissolute brat. I don't know how many more wives and concubines you will marry in the future. I built a few more rooms for you in preparation for the future. Alright, you go in and rest by yourself. I'll be going back first." Yi Qinghan's words did not cause any fluctuation in Yi Qingyu's emotions. Yi Qingyu's thoughts were very simple. As long as she could be with Yi Qinghan, she would be very happy and satisfied. She did not care how many wives and concubines Yi Qinghan married. As long as Yi Qinghan was happy, she would be happy. She and Yi Qinghan watched as Yi Qinghan left, then hurriedly pulled his hand and walked into the loft. They began to look around their new home with great curiosity and joy. After looking around, Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with his new home. The entire loft was a duplex building. It had 2 floors, and there was a wide rooftop at the top. The furniture, decorations, and appliances were all brand new. Moreover, the decorations were not very complicated, revealing a hint of nobility and elegance. This made Yi Qinghan feel very comfortable. "What are the names of the 8 of you?" Finally, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu sat down in the main hall. They looked at the 8 door gods, who were bowing in fear and trepidation as they waited for their orders. "Young clan leader, you can call me Da. They are Air, San. Ba." As soon as Yi Qinghan spoke, the person standing at the front of the 8 door gods immediately bowed and smiled. His smile was very bright and carried a hint of charm. They had a very deep impression of Yi Qinghan. After all, they had been very rude and mocking towards Yi Qinghan. Ever since Yi Qinghan caused havoc in the enchanted garden and his status in the Yi family soared, they had always been afraid that Yi Qinghan would find trouble with them. Now that the clan leader had bestowed them to Yi Qinghan, they became even more nervous. They were afraid that the clan leader wanted them to be used by Yi Qinghan to vent his anger. Da. San. Ba. Ba. Which bastard gave you this name? Sure enough, Yi Qinghan immediately flipped out and cursed. "Young clan leader, you can't blame us. It was second young master who changed it for us. We were also very helpless." The 8 people panicked and immediately knelt down to plead for leniency. Yi Qingxian. So it was this idiot. No wonder. Yi Qinghan laughed. He couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this second young master who had been beaten by him several times. Ba. He actually called him Ba. Although there was no such thing as Ba in this world, every time Yi Qingxian saw Ba, he would call him Ba with a smile. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but laugh again. He waved his hand powerlessly and said, change it. From now on, you are called Little One, he is called Little Two, Little Three. Little 8, N. Little 8 is no good, call him Little 9. Thank you, young clan leader, for bestowing names." Seeing that Yi Qinghan didn't get angry, they thought everything was fine and quickly smiled. "Alright, I'll give you a mission now. Go and invite Miss Qing Wu Qingqing here. Then, send an invitation to Feng Zilong, Sai Nan, Hua Zhilong, and Long Shui Lu. Invite them to a banquet tonight. After that, help me complete a secret mission. Go to the outskirts of Tsang City and run 500 laps around the city. No stopping. Of course, you must finish before dawn. If you can't finish, you'll have to double tomorrow. This is very important. If you miss a lap and ruin my plan, don't blame me for flipping out. Secret mission. Run 500 laps. The 8 huge men almost fell to the ground when they heard this. Their faces became even more bitter than cucumbers. Tsang City was so big. With their strength, running dozens of laps wouldn't be a problem. But to run 500 laps, they had to finish before dawn. They reckoned that their legs would definitely break. What kind of *T mission was this? He was obviously messing with them on purpose. Revenge, this was Yi Qinghan's undisguised revenge. At this moment, the 8 of them hated themselves incomparably. Why did they look down on Yi Qinghan in the past? Now, they were finally suffering the consequences of their actions. Why? Why are you still standing here? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Or are my words as the young clan leader useless? When Yi Qinghan saw the 8 of them acting like this, he was secretly delighted. However, his expression was even colder and angrier. Swish! When the 8 of them heard this, they quickly came to their senses and rushed outside. They were very clear that this was Yi Qinghan's punishment for the way they treated him in the past. And now, Yi Qinghan's status in the Yi family was like the sun in the sky. His words were much more effective than the words of the disciplinary court. Of course, they didn't dare to disobey. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the disciplinary court's tiger stool and chilly water. Chapter 287. Brother, it's not good to teach them a lesson like this, right? Isn't 500 laps too much? Yi Qingyu picked up the cup of tea on the table and looked at the backs of the 8 people who were running away in panic. She could not bear to say this. These 8 people have bad characters. Just punish them a little. Don't worry, they won't die of exhaustion. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu's slightly furrowed eyebrows and her big eyes. He thought of the things that had happened over the years and sighed guiltily. Girl, I've made you suffer all these years. Not at all. As long as I can stay by your side, I'm not afraid of any hardships. Yi Qingyu put down the teacup and shook her head slightly. She blinked her big eyes at Yi Qinghan and said softly. Her tone was very calm and her expression was very serene. Yi Qingyu's calm words made Yi Qinghan feel incomparably warm and touched. His eyes moved up and fell on the white hair on Yi Qingyu's head. His heart could not help but ache. He stood up and slowly walked in front of her. He stretched out his hands and gently wrapped them around her slender waist. He picked her up and then sat down. He picked up Yi Qingyu and sat her whole body on his lap. Don't worry, I will never leave you again. Never. Yi Qinghan's slender fingers gently slid across Yi Qingyu's long white hair. His heart was filled with infinite tenderness. This woman was willing to die for him. Her hair turned white for him. She was willing to risk her life to break into the god-slaying mountain for him. Brother, I want to be your bride. I want to marry you and bear your children. You promised me back then. Yi Qingyu's face became shy after being hugged by Yi Qinghan. Her snow-white face flushed red as she lowered her head and said in a low voice. To be able to marry a woman like Qingyu is the fortune that I have accumulated over 100 lifetimes. Little girl, don't you know how outstanding you are? You'll become a god in a few years. Brother, would I dare not marry you? Seeing Yi Qingyu reveal such a shy expression for the first time, Yi Qinghan chuckled and teased her. Yi Qingyu looked up and shook her head slightly. She opened her lips and said, It doesn't matter if I become a god or not. What matters is that I can be your wife. Qingyu, I want to tell you something. After a period of time, I'm preparing to marry you and Qingqing Qingwu at the same time. Qingqing met Qingqing at the Yu clan. She treats me very well, and I like her very much. As for Qingwu, I had carelessly ruined her body. Moreover, she was deeply devoted to me. So, tell me, isn't this brother a beast? Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. He decided to make this clear to Yi Qingyu first. Although he knew that Yi Qingyu definitely wouldn't say much, this matter had to be made clear sooner or later. Today, he might as well grit his teeth and say it. Brother, there's no need to say anything. I don't mind. I know that you'll treat me well. This is enough. Yi Qinghan's words didn't cause Yi Qingyu's expression to change in the slightest. Instead, she stretched out her finger and placed it on Yi Qinghan's lips. Her expression was gentle. And, once again feeling Yi Qingyu's unreserved affection, Yi Qinghan's eyes became misty. He didn't say anything and simply wrapped his arms around Qingyu's slender waist. He hugged her tightly, unwilling to let go. Little Han. Little Han. Just as Yi Qinghan was enjoying the incomparably warm world of the two of them, the sound of hurried footsteps and Yi Qingwu's angry shout came from outside the hole. Yi Qinghan hurriedly pushed Yi Qingyu away, letting her stand up. He himself went outside to welcome them. Through the green door, Yi Qingwu, wearing a sexy fiery red skin-tight leather skirt, appeared first. Then, Yi Qingqing, dressed in a peach-red dress, came in with a smile. Little Han, the clan is too biased towards you. Your garden is many times better than mine. It's all made of green zen wood. It's too extravagant, too extravagant. Yi Qingwu pouted and shook her cute little nose. She had a face full of complaints as she walked in. Yi Qingqing didn't say anything. After a faint smile, she began to size up the furnishings inside. Hee, Sister Xiao Wu, isn't this your garden in the future? It won't be long before you and Sister Qingqing get married together. What are you jealous of? Yi Qinghan felt awkward and didn't know what to say. On the contrary, Yi Qingyu, who was beside him, spoke in a magnanimous manner. She even winked at Yi Qinghan very mischievously. Yes, that's right. What are you jealous of? You're both my women. Isn't what's mine yours? Yi Qinghan grinned. He came to his senses and started to make a fuss with Yi Qingyu. Pay. Who agreed to marry you? Shameless. After hearing what was said, Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingchang's expressions became shy. Yi Qingwu directly pulled Yu Qingchang's hand and glared at Yi Qinghan. She said angrily, Qingqing, ignore this scoundrel. Let's go and take a look. After saying this, she pulled Yu Qingqing and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Ha! Let's go, Qingyu. Let's go and take a look at the rooftop. I'm going to set up a banquet there tonight to entertain Long Sainan, Feng Zi, and the others. Yi Qinghan laughed loudly and pulled Yi Qingyu along as they walked. In the evening, Feng Zi and the others arrived at the invitation. They stayed in the Yi family castle because they wanted to build a good relationship with Yi Qinghan and rope an external help to confirm their status in the family. When they heard that Yi Qinghan had returned and even invited them to attend a banquet, they naturally arrived on time. Young Master Han, your garden makes people envious. Feng Zi shouted as soon as she entered the door. Her eyes glanced around randomly. Southern city stone, elegant lake-colored carp, purple camphor tree, fireworks, green zen wood. Incredible. Young Master Han, this garden of yours cost at least 100,000 crystal coins. Our Hua family only uses this green zen wood when we go into secluded cultivation. However, your entire loft is filled with it. Your Yi family is too extravagant. Hua Shu was obviously a knowledgeable person. She looked around and actually described everything in the garden in detail. Her face was filled with envy. The thing that the Yi family doesn't lack the most now is crystal coins. Young Master Han can casually take out a few treasures and you can exchange them for 10 or even 100 cold heart pavilions. A trace of jealousy flashed in Long Shuelio's eyes. His gaze slid past Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingwu, who was standing beside Yi Qinghan. His heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Long Sainan, who was dressed to the nines, looked heroic. She looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing with a smile on her face, and a trace of complicated emotions flashed in her eyes. She praised, this garden is very elegant and well decorated. I like it. Stop joking around. Let's go to the rooftop. We'll drink to our heart's content tonight. You're not allowed to use battle qi to force us to drink. Yi Qinghan smiled and led the group to the rooftop. Come, let's have a toast to our reunion after 5 years. Let's drink to our friendship. For the heaven god tier. The stars twinkled in the sky, and the full moon hung high in the sky. A cool breeze carried the faint fragrance of zen and wine, enveloping the entire Cold Heart Pavilion. On the rooftop, everyone drank to their heart's content. Even Yi Qingyu, who had never drunk before, joined the group. Long Shuailu and Long Shuailu came here to establish a good relationship with Yi Qinghan. Of course, they kept drinking like water. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu were in a good mood, so they unconsciously drank a lot of wine. Long Shuailu, on the other hand, was in a complicated mood, but she drank the most. The maids kept serving jars of wine and plates of delicacies. For a moment, the atmosphere of the rooftop was strong, and the fragrance of wine permeated the air. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, it was already late at night. Everyone was slightly tipsy and started to leave. In the end, only Yi Qinghan and the three women were left on the rooftop. Sister Xiao Wu, we're going back. Yu Qingcheng's face was flushed, and her peach-colored clothes made her look even more beautiful. She timidly looked at Yi Qinghan's drunken and confused eyes. He kept glancing at her and Yi Qingwu like a wolf. She couldn't help but feel nervous. She quickly pulled Yi Qingwu's sleeve and said, "Ah." Yi Qingwu burped unladylike. She patted her plump chest, and the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes became even more intense. She also realized that the situation was not good. She quickly stood up slowly and pulled Yu Qingcheng to walk down the balcony. Chapter 288. Xiao. Yi Qinghan was obviously drunk as well. Seeing that the two of them were about to leave, he was a little anxious. He hadn't tasted a woman for several years. Today, with three such gorgeous beauties here, he wouldn't be a man if his heart wasn't like a monkey and galloping. However, he was obviously a little drunk as well. He wanted to switch positions to hug the two of them, but he dodged and directly crashed into the exit of the rooftop. Pang! This crash wasn't very painful, but it made Yi Qinghan stagger. Finally, he took a few steps back, swayed, and directly fell on his back. The back of his head heavily crashed into the rooftop's floor. This time it was very heavy, and he hurriedly covered the back of his head in pain. His body curled up, and he cried out softly. "Little Han, are you okay?" Yi Qingwu was a little flustered. She hurriedly swayed and squatted down, wanting to see if Yi Qinghan was okay. Unexpectedly, she was hugged by Yi Qinghan. The two of them rolled on the ground and struggled a few times. Finally, they were firmly pressed under Yi Qinghan's body. He opened his mouth and directly covered her tender red lips. I can't watch anymore." Yu Qingcheng blushed a little as she watched this erotic scene. After a moment, she cried out in alarm. She lifted her skirt and ran towards the exit in a panic. She didn't want to do anything preposterous and shameful before she married Yi Qinghan. Hence, she took the opportunity to slip away as fast as she could. "Brother, you're acting like a hooligan." Yi Qingyu hurriedly cupped her burning hot face and followed Yu Qingcheng down without even turning her head back. In her pure heart, if one were to do such a shameful act before getting married, it would definitely be akin to acting like a hooligan. "Little rascal, let go of me, it's so embarrassing. I'm going to scream if you continue like this." Yi Qingwu struggled to break free from Yi Qinghan's rough kiss. She waved her two pink fists and continuously pounded on Yi Qinghan's back, roaring shyly. "Hee, it's not like I haven't done it before, what are you embarrassed about? Xiao Wu Jia, just follow this old monk." Ha! Yi Qinghan was now tipsy. He rolled around with Yi Qingwu, their bodies rubbing against each other. There was a raging fire in his heart. How could he stop? Oh, that won't do. If word of this gets out, how am I going to face others? "Little Han, just let me go, I beg you." As Yi Qinghan's hands moved all over Yi Qingwu's body, a strange feeling mixed with drunkenness welled up in her heart. Her whole body became limp and soft, and her two fists that were waving about also became powerless, begging in a low voice. "What are you afraid of? In the Yi family, who dared to speak carelessly? I'll chop off his legs. Come on, baby, I'll be very gentle. Tonight, I'll make you the happiest woman in the world." Yi Qinghan didn't stop groping. Yi Qingwu's smooth skin made his eyes turn red. That night, for a few hours, the entire Cold Heart Pavilion was filled with strange and special sounds. The 12 maids in the pavilion were so scared that they couldn't sleep for the whole night. Such loud sounds, such powerful screams. How could a group of young girls who yearned for love endure it? How could they fall asleep? When the sky was about to brighten, the 8 door gods dragged their bodies back to the Cold Heart Pavilion. When they were about to wait for Yi Qinghan to wake up and report to him, they discovered a very strange scene. The 4 maids on night duty had bright red faces. Their eyes were like silk, and they were hurriedly tidying up their clothes. There were a few fruits on the table that were in the shape of strips, but they were glowing and emitting a special aura. "It's over, little scoundrel. I've spent a night here. Tomorrow, this news will definitely spread throughout the entire Yi family castle. I won't have the face to see anyone. You only know how to bully me." Yi Qingwu's face was turned to the side. Her upper body was naked, and she was nestling against Yi Qinghan's chest. Her hand was pinching his chest. "Hee, isn't it simple? The sky is still dark, isn't it? You can just sneak back. Baby, do you like it when I bully you?" Yi Qinghan said with a naughty smile. "Damn, I don't have any strength left in my body. How can I walk back? No, you have to send me back. Otherwise, if my grandfather finds out, won't he skin you alive?" Yi Qingwu pinched Yi Qinghan's arm and said with a sweet smile. "All right, no one will discover my shadow step. I'll send you back secretly later." Yi Qinghan laughed mischievously. "Why do we have to wait?" Yi Qingwu raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan in confusion. She saw the passion in her man's eyes and understood everything. She couldn't help but blush. Chapter 289. At daybreak, Yi Qinghan reluctantly sent Yi Qingwu back to the Manwu garden. Then, he searched Yi Qingwu's room for a while more before he returned to the Chilling Heart garden under Yi Qingwu's urging. He teleported to the corridor on the 2nd floor and straightened his clothes before slowly walking down the 1st floor. It was as if he had just woken up. "Greetings, young clan leader." The 8 door gods were sitting on the chairs in the main hall, looking at the staircase. The 4 maidservants on standby were throwing flirtatious glances at them. When they saw Yi Qinghan coming down, they hurriedly struggled to stand up and salute him. "Are you done?" Yi Qinghan yawned and chuckled. "Yes, young clan leader, we are done. We did not miss a single lap. We are here to report to you." The eldest of the 8 door gods, Little One, nodded and bowed. "All right, you may leave. There is a room at the back of the garden for you to stay in. Your task is to guard the main gate of the Chilling Heart garden. In the future, you are not allowed to enter the main hall or the attic without my permission. If you have any problems, report them to the maidservants. Also, don't seduce my maidservants. Otherwise, I will cut off your middle leg." Yi Qinghan was in a good mood, so he didn't bicker with them and asked them to leave. "Thank you, young clan leader." The 8 door gods hurriedly expressed their gratitude. They were naturally very happy that Yi Qinghan had let them off so easily. They had thought that the clan leader had bestowed them to Yi Qinghan so that Yi Qinghan could torture them when he had nothing better to do. However, Yi Qinghan had let them off so easily after they had run 500 laps. Moreover, he had bestowed upon them the position of guarding the Chilling Heart Pavilion's door. Although they were supposed to be guarding the door, who were they supposed to guard the door with? They felt extremely honored to be guarding the door of the Yi family's future clan leader. There were so many servants in the Yi family who had such an honor. Hence, although they gritted their teeth, they struggled to straighten their bodies and walk out with their heads held high. Did you hear anything last night? Yi Qinghan scratched his head and tilted his head to look at the four maids standing next to him. He grinned. Young master, we didn't hear anything. Under Yi Qinghan's fiery gaze, the four maids panicked and bowed in a low voice. Then, one of the more daring maids mustered her courage and said, "And, not bad. What is your name? From now on, you will be the general manager of the Chilling Heart Pavilion." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with this maid's obedient and sensible behavior. "Thank you, young master. This servant's name is Cui Hua." The maid immediately became happy. She once again bowed and gave her thanks. Jade Flower. Not a bad name. Your mission from now on is to serve Miss Qingyu well. Yi Qinghan turned around and walked up the pavilion. However, he left behind another sentence that made the maids blush in shame. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. "Cui Hua, don't touch my fruits in the future. Wash those that have been touched and eat them. If there is a next time, I will punish you severely. Young master, please enter the carefree pavilion for a chat." After returning to his room, Yi Qinghan lay on the bed and was reminiscing about the wonderful feeling he had when he received a voice transmission from Elder Lu in the carefree ring. Yi Qinghan quickly woke up. After obtaining the carefree ring, he hadn't had the time to talk to Elder Lu. There were still many questions that he hadn't answered. He stood up and activated the carefree ring. The carefree ring emitted a golden radiance. Suddenly, a golden door appeared in the room. Yi Qinghan stepped through the door and disappeared. The door slowly dissipated after Yi Qinghan disappeared. "Greetings, Elder Lu." In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan found himself back in the main hall of the carefree pavilion. Elder Lu was standing in the main hall with a sneaky smile on his goat-like face. "Little Han, if you want to do that in the future, I advise you to come to the carefree pavilion. You activated the restriction in the carefree pavilion, so even I couldn't investigate you. You should know that in the Flame Dragon continent, the immortal level masters can detect your every move at any time. Don't stare at me. When you were doing that, I didn't check behind you." I was doing it to protect you," Elder Lu said with a mischievous smile. **CK, hearing this, Yi Qinghan was speechless. This old thing had been spying on him. Fortunately, he didn't check behind him. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. Then, he seemed to remember something and said in surprise, "Why would I enter the carefree pavilion? I can bring people into the carefree pavilion." This carefree pavilion used to be one of the temporary residences of the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor specially set up a restriction. As long as a woman has his aura, she can enter. In other words, women who have intercourse with him can enter the carefree pavilion. Now that the carefree pavilion has been refined by you, you also have the right to bring your women in. Of course, there are outsiders who don't have your aura. No one below the God Emperor level can enter the carefree pavilion, and no one can break into it. And, of course, I'm an exception. Elder Lu explained. And I'm weak. So awesome. This thing is so fierce. Won't I be the one being hunted down in the future? I can bring my women in to hide. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. This was an unexpected gain. The heaven and earth essence energy in the carefree pavilion was so rich that it was comparable to when he entered a state of spiritual stillness. If he brought Yi Qingqing, Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qingyu to cultivate in the carefree pavilion, not only would their safety be guaranteed, but their cultivation speed would also increase greatly. Of course, this thing is good. It's a spatial divine item that Master personally refined. In the realm of the gods, it is considered a treasure. Countless god generals and god kings in the realm of the gods covet it, not to mention heavenly gods and mortals. Of course, don't be too complacent. You might only be able to use this ring for 50 years. Lu Shi's eyes narrowed as he reached out to stroke the sparse beard on his chin. Why? Yi Qinghan was shocked. He was extremely puzzled. Didn't Elder Lu say that this was the reward for clearing the god-slaying mountain? Why did it change now? You also know that the god-slaying mountain is a test set by Master. Since you cleared the god-slaying mountain and obtained the divine sword, you have become one of Master's candidates. In the future, you will have the opportunity to obtain the real treasure left behind by the Soul Emperor. Lu Shi's expression tightened as he began to talk about business. All along, Yi Qinghan was not very busy. It was only because there were God realm experts by his side that he had the time to tell him today. Back then, Master was the #1 God Emperor. He had countless treasures that everyone in the realm of the gods wanted. Of course, Master would not easily hand over such precious treasures to a wastrel. Therefore, Master set up 5 tests. Only those who pass these 5 tests can obtain the treasures. The god-slaying mountain is the first test. The second test is, if you cannot ascend to the realm of the gods within 50 years, I will take back this ring and the divine sword. I will also leave the fire dragon continent to find the next lucky person. Of course, within these 50 years, I will do my best to protect your safety. I will also help you 3 times. You have already used up 1 chance. As for the next 3 tests, you must ascend to the realm of the gods to obtain them. Therefore, if you want to obtain the real treasure left behind by the Soul Emperor and become a peak expert in the realm of the gods, look down on all heroes, and dominate a region, you must break through to the god realm within 50 years. 50 years, another 50 years. After listening to this, Yi Qinghan let out a deep sigh. He realized that his fate was being controlled by an invisible giant hand. He could only move forward in this direction without stopping. Otherwise, not only would he lose many things, he might even lose his life. Chapter 290. God Realm, Another God Realm. Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled. The legendary God Realm was a realm that millions of warriors in the Flame Dragon continent yearned for. However, Lord Devourer and the Soul Emperor made it seem like a trivial matter. Hence, he asked Lu Shi helplessly, Elder Lu, do you think I can break through to the God Realm? Can I break through to the God Realm within 50 years? From what you say, breaking through to the God Realm is easy, but I feel that the God Realm is like the mountain in the Divine City, which I can only look up to. It feels very far away. Young Master. Although I can't say for sure that you can break through to the God Realm within 50 years, I think that you can break through to the God Realm within 100 years. Elder Lu looked at Yi Qinghan, his slender eyes flashing with a trace of admiration and envy. He continued, you broke through the God-slaying mountain, which means that your aptitude, wisdom, and perception are all top-notch. Moreover, you have a good state of enlightenment, which is called soul tranquility. Most importantly, you have the carefree pavilion. If you still can't break through to the God Realm with such resources and opportunities, then you're just a piece of trash that can't be helped up. Oh. What do you mean? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he was startled and immediately asked in astonishment. The heaven and earth essence energy in the carefree pavilion is the God Realm's spiritual energy. Cultivating here is 10 times faster than cultivating in the Flame Dragon continent. Most importantly, the Carefree Pavilion's practice room has an enlightenment diagram that Master left behind when he was cultivating. As long as you can understand a little bit of it, becoming a god will be a piece of cake. When Lu Shi talked about the enlightenment diagram in the practice room, his face was full of admiration and worship. It turned out that he had benefited a lot from it. The Soul Emperor's enlightenment diagram, there's such a thing. Elder Lu, take me to see it. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. The God Emperor actually left a practice diagram behind. This thing was more important than any treasure. He was so excited that he hurriedly shouted. Hee, let's go. I'll open your eyes. Elder Lu chuckled and led Yi Qinghan out of the main hall. They passed by a side hall, turned a long corridor, and finally arrived in front of a stone door. Young master, if you want to go in, you only need to release your primordial qi, battle qi at the entrance. Elder Lu stretched out his hand and pressed a groove on the side of the stone door. The stone door shook slightly and closed. Ah! This training room is so big. As soon as Yi Qinghan stepped in, he felt like he had come to a football field. The training room was empty, and it felt very spacious. Lu Shi shook his head and said, this is considered big. In fact, this is not even a training room. At most, it is a quiet room. Think about it, Master's divine power is so great that he can probably flatten the god-slaying mountain with a casual move. In such a small place, Master only practices with his bare hands and does not dare to use his divine power. Otherwise, this training room will be annihilated. So fierce. Yi Qinghan shook his shoulders and was secretly shocked. However, the celestial realm was already so powerful, and the God Emperor, which was several levels higher than the celestial realm, was definitely in existence that could not be looked up to. Where is the enlightenment diagram? Yi Qinghan looked around and found that other than the spacious jade ground, there was only the smooth walls. There was nothing else. He could not help but ask curiously. There are a total of 5 diagrams here. You are very lucky. The Soul Emperor had a very high understanding of the law of space, so he left behind an enlightenment diagram of the law of space. This diagram is on this wall. As long as you can understand 10% of the concept in it, you will definitely have no problem becoming a god. Lu Shi pointed to the smooth wall on the left, clearly telling him that the enlightenment diagram of the law of space was there. There is nothing here. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes wide and tried to look at the wall, but found nothing. He could not help but feel even more puzzled. Could there be a mechanism? Look at it with your heart. Focus and calm down. Get rid of all distracting thoughts and circulate your battle qi to your eyes. Look carefully. Lu Shi smiled and explained mysteriously. Yi Qinghan hurriedly calmed his heart and circulated his battle qi. His eyes immediately emitted a bright light as he looked at the wall on the left. Nothing. After looking for a few minutes, Yi Qinghan still did not find anything. However, since Lu Shi said so, there must be something on the wall. Thus, Yi Qinghan completely immersed himself again. At the same time, he began to imagine the trace of the law of space that he had comprehended when he broke through to the Emperor realm on the Luotian mountain. Slowly, Yi Qinghan found that the wall gradually began to glow, and his vision began to blur. A fuzzy image began to appear in his mind. The image was very large. It was a beach, and in front of the beach was a boundless sea. Countless raindrops were falling from the sky and hitting the beach, forming countless sand pits on the beach. Although Yi Qinghan could feel the beach, the sea, and the falling rain, his vision was blurred. He could only vaguely feel it, but he could not see it clearly. When he wanted to take a closer look, his vision suddenly became blurred again. Finally, the image completely disappeared. He saw the smooth wall of the training room again. Then, he suddenly felt a rush of dizziness. His body swayed and he almost fell. He staggered back a few steps before he could stand firm. Old Lu, what's wrong? Why do I feel so dizzy? And there's a piercing pain. After a while, Yi Qinghan finally calmed down. He gently hit the back of his head and asked in surprise. You have just entered the path of understanding the laws. Looking at this rain-patterned beach comprehension painting will definitely consume too much of your soul. I thought that you would faint after looking at it for a second. I didn't expect your soul to be so strong. You actually looked at it for 2 seconds and didn't faint. Old Lu did not come over to support Yi Qinghan. Instead, he smiled at him and teased him. Rain-patterned beach comprehension painting. This painting is so strange. I can't even see it clearly. How can I understand the concept within it? Yi Qinghan rubbed his temples. He did not want to think about the scene he had just seen. You still want to see it clearly. I have some understanding of the laws of space, but I will still feel dizzy after looking at this painting for more than half an hour. Don't be anxious. Take it slow. You still have 50 years. You can look at it slowly. As your strength and understanding of the laws increases, you will see it more clearly. The corners of old Lu's mouth curled up, revealing a slight smile of mockery. Yi Qinghan really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He wanted to reach the heavens in a single step with his meager strength. And where are the other 4 paintings? What laws are they related to? Yi Qinghan nodded. He felt that he was too impatient. The laws of heaven and earth were so profound that he could only slowly understand them. There is 1 painting on each of the other 3 walls. They are the earth, darkness, and fire elements. And the painting above your head is the most terrifying. I advise you, don't even think about looking at it. Otherwise, you'll just be asking for trouble, hee. Lu Shi pointed at the other 3 walls and introduced them to Yi Qinghan. Finally, he pointed at the top of his head, but he didn't dare to look at it. His face revealed an expression of lingering fear. The painting above my head is very powerful. Yi Qinghan looked up at old Lu's expression in astonishment. He was only looking at it normally. He did not circulate his battle qi like before. Hence, he thought that it was fine. However, on the top of his head, there were strange silver patterns that could be seen with the naked eye. These patterns formed a very strange picture. However, before Yi Qinghan could clearly see the picture above, the picture suddenly changed and moved strangely. Immediately after, his soul suddenly trembled, and his eyes turned white. Finally, he suddenly fainted. Lu Shi waved his hand helplessly and looked at Yi Qinghan, who was lying on the ground, and sighed helplessly. If you don't listen to your elders, you will suffer. Just looking at this painting makes me faint. Aren't you, looking for trouble? Chapter 291. Yi Qinghan slept for half a day in the carefree pavilion and finally woke up after being shaken by Lu Shi. Someone is coming to your room, get out. Lu Shi's divine sense had been paying attention to the movements outside. Once someone came in or the divine sense of a god-level expert swept over, he would discover it immediately and ask Yi Qinghan to go out. Otherwise, if people knew that Yi Qinghan had disappeared inexplicably, they would definitely be suspicious. I feel dizzy. What the hell is this picture? Someone's here. I'll go out first. I'll come in and meditate when I have time. Yi Qinghan shook his head violently to wake himself up. He had just returned and would definitely have a lot of things to do, so he had no time to cultivate. After a period of time, when everything was completely quiet, he could cultivate in the carefree pavilion with peace of mind. I'll go out first. Elder Lu, what about you? Do you want to go out and play for a while? You can also relax. Yi Qinghan was completely awake. He thought that Lu Shi was too bored staying in the carefree pavilion, so he asked for his opinion. I want to travel, but I can't show up during this period because the matter with the divine sword has not subsided. If I go out, it will arouse suspicion. I'd better stay in the carefree pavilion for a while. Elder Lu's eyes lit up when he heard that he wanted to go out and play. He had stayed in the god-slaying mountain for thousands of years and had long been bored. He thought for a moment and shook his head helplessly. Well, I'll come in and talk to you when I have time. Yi Qinghan secretly decided that he would cultivate in the carefree pavilion when things had completely calmed down. After all, this was a matter of life and death. He secretly controlled the carefree ring, left the carefree pavilion in a flash and appeared in his bedroom. Sure enough, as soon as he came out, he heard a hurried knock on the door. "Brother, wake up. Someone is visiting you downstairs." It was Yi Qingyu's voice outside the door. "Who is it?" Yi Qinghan tidied up his clothes and opened the door. He looked at Yi Qingyu and chuckled. He reached out to hold her hand and asked with concern, "Qingyu, you're up so early. You don't look well. Did you not rest well last night?" People will laugh at you for sleeping so late at night." A blush flashed across Yi Qingyu's face. She lowered her head and shyly thought to herself, "You guys made such a big commotion last night. It would be strange if other people could sleep well." Then, she thought of something and quickly said, "Brother, why aren't you going down yet? There are a few city lords waiting for you down there. They have been waiting for you for a long time." I'm going back to my room." "Who cares? Let them wait. You eat something before you sleep. I'll get someone to send you something to eat." Yi Qinghan didn't bother to pay attention to him since he wasn't an elder of the clan. He knew that his status was different now. As the young master of the Yi family, there would definitely be people who would come to him to curry favor with him. He didn't rush down. Instead, he transmitted his voice to Cui Hua, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs. He ordered her to bring some pastries up. Then, he slowly walked down. "Greetings, young master." When he walked into the hall, there were 5 or 6 people sitting inside. When these people saw Yi Qinghan enter, they immediately stood up and cupped their hands in greeting enthusiastically. Sit down, sit down. Don't be so formal." Yi Qinghan chuckled and directly walked to the main seat. He sat down and looked at them. Among these people, there was only one that he had a slight impression of. It was the big fatty Yi Ji from Man City. He didn't know any of the others. "Yi Ji, I haven't seen you for a few years. You're getting more and more lucky. Who are these people?" Yi Qinghan picked up his tea and took a sip. He looked at Yi Ji. This big fatty was getting fatter and fatter. He had probably harvested quite a lot after staying in Man City for so many years. He had a good impression of Yi Ji. After all, if Yi Ji hadn't sent a super fast carriage to send him back to Tsang City, he probably wouldn't have been able to make it back in time. Yi Qingyu would have most likely died as well. "Young master, you flatter me. It's all thanks to your good fortune. 6 years have passed since we parted ways in Man City. I didn't expect young master to still remember Yi Ji. You don't know this, but I heard that you fell into the god-slaying mountain. I was so worried that I couldn't sleep for several days and nights. Now that you've finally returned safely, the heavens have eyes. As a matter of fact, I and the other city lords immediately brought some local specialties to visit you." Back then, they had only met briefly in Man City. Yi Ji didn't expect Yi Qinghan to still remember him. Furthermore, he was very polite to him. Yi Ji was so excited that all the fat on his body was jiggling. His expression also became incomparably proud, as if he was showing off to the other city lords. After a round of flattery, he smiled and introduced the people beside him. "And, young master, this is the city lord of Spring City, Yi Chen. This is the city lord of Yang City, Yi Yang. This is the city lord of Star City, Yi Xingxing. Young master's safe return is the great fortune of the Yi family, the great fortune of Tsang City, and the great fortune of the House of Aries. For young master to have such a realm at such a young age, you can be said to be the #1 peerless genius in the history of the Fire Dragon continent. Because of young master, the Yi family. Young master, you're the star in the sky, you'll definitely illuminate the world. You're the brightest pearl in the Fire Dragon continent. After Yi Ji introduced them, the few of them hurriedly smiled and flattered him. For a moment, the flattery was endless. Finally, like Yi Ji, each of them presented a jade box. This is a local speciality of this small city. Of course, it won't enter young master's eyes. It's just a little something from us. If young master has the time to go to the small city, at first, Yi Qinghan enjoyed the flattery. But the more he listened, the more boring it became. I haven't died yet, but I've already become a star. This flattery, isn't it too exaggerated? Looking at the few of them who were salivating, their expressions became more and more excited as they spoke. He finally lost his patience. With a light cough, he directly interrupted the few of them from continuing their speech. All right, leave the things behind. I understand your intentions. Go back and work well, but don't go overboard. You know, Yi Ji, stay. The rest of you can leave. And, all right. Young master, you're very busy every day. Of course, we wouldn't dare to waste your precious time. If young master has the time to go to the small city to play, we'll definitely treat you well. Our young lady is proficient in all kinds of music. When the few of them heard that Yi Qinghan had actually accepted the gifts, and that his tone was not bad, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude, exchanged pleasantries, and flattered him. But in the end, when they saw Yi Qinghan's expression slightly darken, they hurriedly bowed and left. Hee, young master, don't listen to their nonsense. It's not that I'm talking nonsense, but their young lady is nothing. The young lady of the barbarian city, that's called open-minded. 18 kinds of martial arts, 108 techniques, they're proficient in all of them. Last time, you said that you must go and play when you have the time. Why don't we arrange a time so that I can prepare? Seeing that Yi Qinghan wanted him to stay behind, Yi Qinghan's expression became even more excited, and he hurriedly promoted the barbarian city's beauties. Originally, they were the people of the Night Spear. However, ever since Yi Qinghan caused a ruckus in the Enchanted Garden, the Night Spear had shown that they were wholeheartedly focused on martial arts. They no longer coveted the throne of the clan leader and no longer formed a clique for personal gain. Thus, Yi Ji and the others were left out in the cold. Yi Ji's strength was not high, and he had been busy enjoying himself all these years, so his cultivation did not increase. So these few years, he was constantly worried that his position would suddenly be replaced by someone else. As for Yi Qinghan, a few days ago at the Pavilion of Glory, he was directly appointed as the young master, and it was the kind that would never change. At that time, Yi Qinghan began to ponder. He wanted to use the little relationship he had with Yi Qinghan in the past to see if he could get close to Yi Qinghan, hug his thigh, and continue to stabilize his position. Enough, stop with these empty words. I don't like it. If you continue with this, I'm going to ask you to leave. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. His expression turned cold, and he immediately waved his hand, sealing Yi Ji's mouth. Yi Qinghan's cold expression startled Yi Ji, and he thought that he had said something wrong. He hurriedly stood up, looking very flustered and wronged. He wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. He could only awkwardly rub his hands and look at Yi Qinghan. Yi Ji, back then. I owed you a favor, so you don't have to be like this. As long as I, Yi Qinghan, am not dead, I will guarantee you a lifetime of glory. Of course. Again, don't go overboard. If something big happens, I won't let you off. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit down and not be too nervous. Plop. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan's words moved Yi Ji to tears. He himself did not know why Yi Qinghan owed him a favor. And he suddenly made such a powerful promise. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and cupped his hands towards Yi Qinghan. With an emotional expression, he said, "Young master, why you treat me so well? You are like a second parent to me. I don't know what to say. I will kowtow to you, and when I get back, I will arrange for you to live forever." Chapter 292. F***ck off, I'm not dead yet. I already said, I don't like this kind of thing. If you continue like this, I'll take back my words. Yi Qinghan scolded angrily. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his face tensed up. He asked solemnly, "Nightwing, let me ask you something. It's a serious matter." Serious matter. Nightwing saw that Yi Qinghan's temper was fluctuating between cold and warm, so he didn't dare to talk nonsense. He quickly put on a solemn expression and replied. "Do you know that there's a Dark Moon Hotel in your barbarian city? Their lady boss is called Anu. She is very charming and enchanting." Yi Qinghan chuckled as he leaned over and whispered. "Dark Moon." Nightwing thought that Yi Qinghan was talking about a serious matter, but when he saw Yi Qinghan asking about a woman, he thought that his chance had come. He quickly became happy. So, Yi Qinghan liked this kind of woman. But after thinking about it, he felt a little awkward. He scratched his head and said hesitantly, "Young master, this Dark Moon is indeed a flirtatious and peerless beauty. She's the flower of the barbarian city. But, if young master wants to play with her, I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult. She has a powerful backer behind her. Countless people in the barbarian city want to sleep with her, but none have succeeded." Of course, if young master has this intention, I'll definitely find a way to make it happen. Urge your grandpa. Yi Qinghan laughed and scolded. When he was still the seventh son of the Yi family, he had already slept with her. Why did he still need to use Nightwing to urge her? At the same time, when he heard this, he was secretly proud. He didn't expect that he still had some ability. He actually slept with the flower of the barbarian city. Then, he asked with great interest, "She has a backer behind her. Have you investigated anything in the barbarian city for so many years?" Although this subordinate is useless, I know everything about Man City." Nightstick saw that Yi Qinghan seemed to be in a good mood, so he quickly said, "According to my estimation, Dark Moon is from Dragon City. Dragon City has set up secret agents in the House of Ares, and the secret agent in Barbarian City should be Dark Moon." "Ah. So you're from Dragon City. I thought it was some underground force of the Flame Dragon Continent or the continent's top assassin organization or something. People from Dragon City. Well, that's easy." Yi Qinghan was a little surprised when he heard this. He already knew that there was someone behind Dark Moon. Otherwise, how could a woman like her live so well in a place like the barbarian city where all sorts of people were mixed up? However, he didn't expect her to be from Dragon City. He had been fantasizing that the force behind her was some kind of underground organization or hall of assassins or something. If he came into contact with Dark Moon, he would be in trouble. Now that he was from Dragon City, it was simple. He could directly ask Long Shui Lu and Long Sainan for him. Underground forces. Assassin organization. Young patriarch, you must be joking. In the south of the House of Ares, our Yi family is the biggest underground force. How could we allow other forces to exist? Easy. Young patriarch, don't force this matter. If you offend Dragon City, it will be hard to explain to the patriarch. Nightstick thought that Yi Qinghan had taken a fancy to that flirtatious lady boss and wanted to force himself on her, so he hurriedly tried to persuade him. Although Yi Qinghan's status was very high and his strength was very strong, if he forced himself on the secret agent of Dragon City, it would be hard for Dragon City to explain. Force your sister. I'm just picking up a girl, do I need to force myself on her? You're looking down on me too much. Yi Qinghan laughed and scolded him. After pondering for a moment, he asked, how is she doing recently? Look at my smelly mouth. Young patriarch picking up girls is naturally easy, hee hee. He wasn't going to force himself on her, but to pick her up. Nightstick came to his senses and slapped his fat face heavily. He smiled apologetically and said, I heard that Dark Moon is still the same as before. She's still having a good time with the group of warriors in the bar. She seduces them all day long, but she doesn't let them take advantage of her at all. Oh. That's right, I remember. On the way to Tsang City, I heard that she seemed to be sick. How many days has it been since she last came out to meet people? I'm not too sure about the specifics. Hee hee, you know that I usually don't care about girls that I can't touch. Sick. When you go back to Barbarian City, send me some tonics, and then send a letter to her. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he frowned slightly. Dark Moon was his first woman. As a man, he always had an inseparable feeling towards his first woman. However, he didn't have the time to go to Barbarian City at the moment. He could only let Nightstick visit her and pass a message to her. Pass a message. Young patriarch, you know her. Nightstick was a little surprised. He saw Yi Qinghan nod his head. He couldn't help but look at Yi Qinghan with admiration and worship. From what he knew, Yi Qinghan had only gone to Barbarian City once. When he first went, he was just an elite trash, right? At that time, he actually hooked up with the flower of Barbarian City that everyone wanted. This young patriarch wasn't just any ordinary kind of ferocious. In the next few days, Yi Qinghan was very busy. He constantly met with the members of the Yi family who wanted to suck up to him. He also continuously received greeting gifts and local specialties from the various families that were vassals to the Yi family. He received a few baskets of all kinds of treasures and crystal coins. Towards the end, he couldn't even be bothered to meet people and just accepted all the gifts. He always thought that it would be a waste if he didn't sleep with the women outside. Even if he slept with them, it would be a waste. It would be a waste if he didn't accept other people's money. It was just that, he calculated the local specialties that he had received so far were enough to build a Chilling Heart pavilion. It was worth more than 100,000 crystal coins. Of course, Dark Moon wasn't sick. 6 years had passed, and she had been very diligent in her cultivation. She had cultivated from the 3rd level of the general realm to the peak of the martial realm. With such strength, it was naturally impossible for her to be sick. At this moment, she was lying lazily on the pink bed in the backyard of the hotel. Her upper body was covered by a bedsheet, revealing a section of her snow-white thighs. 6 years had passed, but time didn't leave too many traces on her. Instead, she had become even more alluring. She was like a ripe peach that naturally and inadvertently emitted her intoxicating fragrance. She didn't expose her thighs. At this moment, her charming red phoenix eyes were wide open as she gazed at the distant mountains outside the window. She seemed to be thinking about something, but her delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed. A few days ago, Nightstick had returned to Man City. He had brought her a few baskets of tonics and a letter with crooked handwriting. The contents of the letter were very simple. There were only 2 words, wait for me. But these 2 words made her body, which had been sick for a few days, even more sick. Over the past 6 years, she had never forgotten that intoxicating night. She had never forgotten that evil yet domineering little man. She had never forgotten that although he looked weak, his incomparably strong body rolled endlessly on top of her. She had never forgotten his gentle yet rough kisses, his fierce yet intoxicating conquest. Although I really want to have a second time with you, you are now my woman. I believe that this opportunity will come sooner or later. So, I feel that for now, I should first settle my matters before settling yours. even though it is very irresponsible to say this. You are doing well because of the power behind you, right? But you must remember, no matter when, the only power you can rely on is actually your man. I forgot to tell you, in the bet last night, actually, even if you used all your strength, I could still defeat you. Remember, my name is Yi Ching Han. I am your man. Her ears were still replaying the domineering and arrogant declaration of this little man 6 years ago. She unconsciously began to smile. Her smile was very charming and intoxicating. But after a moment, she seemed to have thought of something and her smile gradually froze. Her brows furrowed even more. She lifted the blanket, revealing a translucent undergarment that revealed her perfect figure. She felt around on the bed for a while. Finally, she raised her left hand and placed it in front of her eyes. In her hand, there were 2 slightly wrinkled pieces of white paper. They were 2 letters. Wait for me. At all costs, get close to Yi Ching Han and gain his trust. Wait for orders. 1 letter came from Tsang City. The handwriting was very sloppy and rough. The other letter came from the power behind her. More than 10 days ago, she had secretly received a mission. She sat up in disappointment. Her slender fingers gently slid over the 2 sloppy handwriting on Yi Ching Han's handwriting. She began to tremble slightly. Unknowingly, a stream of tears flowed down from the corner of her eyes. The 2 big, sloppy handwriting became even uglier. In the end, she forcefully tore the 2 letters into pieces. She waved them above her head and hugged her snow-white thighs. She curled up on the bed and began to cry. The white paper turned into a sky full of white snow and fell on her pink bed. It was especially dazzling. At this moment, the Dark Moon Hotel was still very lively. Countless martial artists in the bar kept looking at the backyard. However, they did not know that there was a silent rain in the backyard. Chapter 293. Recently, the mainland had been very lively. Hundreds of dazzling lights had flown out from the God-slaying mountain, alarming the people of the mainland and all the forces of the mainland. Immediately, all the forces sent out a large number of warriors, and countless adventurers of the mainland also swarmed out to search for the scattered divine swords. However, the speed of the divine swords was too fast and random. When they landed on the ground, they directly sank into the ground and covered all the divine lights. Therefore, the speed of the search became extremely slow and difficult. Although the search was very difficult, during this period of time, there were constantly divine swords appearing. This also led to assassinations, robberies, and hiding everywhere on the mainland. The underground sewers of every city and the stench of corpses in the wilderness also became stronger. Half a month ago, the divine city had sent out a divine oracle, which had caused the chaos to become even crazier. The divine city was the strongest force on the mainland. It was very powerful both in the open and in the dark, so it had obtained many divine swords during this period of time. However, the divine master's expression became even worse. In the end, he issued an oracle. Anyone who offered a divine sword would receive a huge reward from the divine city and be given the identity of the divine city's emissary. If the divine sword was real, the person would receive the position of the divine city's 5th guard. The divine master would personally accept him as a disciple, and the divine city would do its best to nurture him until he broke through to the god level. He would also be given a large number of treasures and martial arts techniques. The oracle was posted in every city on the mainland, causing a sensation on the entire mainland. The divine city had always been known as the Holy Land among the warriors of the mainland, and the divine master was their god. Now that their god had personally issued an oracle and given such shocking conditions, how could they not be shocked? Many warriors also found out for the first time that there were real and fake divine swords. However, they did not know which one was real and how many there were. They also knew that there was a god level above the saint level. Now, the Divine Master actually said that as long as they offered a real divine sword, he would do his best to nurture them until they broke through to the god level. The moment the oracle was issued, the mainland was no less than a super earthquake. The warriors of the mainland became even more active. Apart from the 3 danger zones, the other dangerous places, deep mountains, and isolated islands were filled with warriors who came to search for treasures. Everywhere, the competition became more and more intense. Many warriors from small clans even left their clans and stole the divine swords that their clans had obtained, heading straight for the divine city. Unexpectedly, they were constantly intercepted and killed on the way. For a time, blood rained down on the continent, and it was incomparably chaotic. In the back mountain of the Yi family, Yi Ruohai was holding a divine sword and carefully examining it. Beside him, Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingniu were respectfully standing to the side. What do you think? Ancestor. Are the 5 divine swords real? Yi Tianlong saw that Yi Ruoxue had finished looking at the 5 divine swords and hurriedly asked. It's all fake. Yi Ruoxue tossed the divine sword onto the table beside her and said after thinking for a while. All fake. There are too many divine swords. Everyone on the continent is fighting for them, but they don't even know which one is the real one. This is a bit difficult. Yi Tianlong frowned slightly. The Yi family had spent countless manpower and resources to obtain these swords. Including the original divine swords that they had obtained, there were a total of 18. However, under Yi Ruoxue's examination, none of them were real. These divine swords were all exactly the same. Unless they were like Yi Chang in the Heavenly Road and used battle chi to break them, it was impossible to tell which one was the real one just by looking at their appearance. Of course, they did not dare to break them. Even if they were fake, they were still very valuable in the current situation. The Divine City had offered a large sum of money to collect them. I am 80% sure that I know where the real divine swords are. It's fine if we don't look for these divine swords. You don't have to worry too much about this. Send people to pretend to look for them, but don't use treasures to exchange for them. Yi Ruoxue smiled mysteriously, as if he had thought through some things. Then, he looked at the divine swords on the table, laughed mischievously, and said, Send people separately to send these divine swords to the divine city with fake names. Don't waste the divine swords that you have worked so hard to obtain. That Baldy in the divine city has a lot of treasures. Go get some. Also, go to the Dragon City Shui family and Yu family. They have immortal tier experts who can easily distinguish between fake divine swords. Ask them if they are selling fake divine swords. If they are cheap, buy them, give them to me and sell them all to the divine city. Elder ancestor, this is not good, right? If the divine master finds out, it won't be good, right? A drop of cold sweat dripped down Yi Tianlong's forehead. Yi Ruoxue was too bold. He actually dared to pull the tiger's teeth and plot against the divine city. No matter. As long as little Han is alive, he won't dare to touch the Yi family even if he has 10 guts. Go. Yi Ruoxue laughed, waving his hand. The fact that he and Yi Qinghan had gone to the dark forest must have been known by all forces. Before they knew the relationship between Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan, no one in the continent dared to touch Yi Qinghan, and no one dared to touch the Yi family, not even the Baldy in the divine city. After Yi Tianlong and the others had left, Yi Ruoxue looked at the Yi family's castle through the gate. He wasn't a fool. Others might not know, but as a heavenly god realm warrior, he had already checked Yi Qinghan's spatial ring when he was so close to Yi Qinghan. Although spatial rings were rare, there were dozens of them in the continent. However, he found that his god realm's soul couldn't check a simple spatial ring at such a close distance. Thinking about the time when the small divine pavilion of the god-slaying mountain disappeared, the guardian's strange message, the hundreds of divine swords that flew out of the god-slaying mountain, and Yi Qinghan's vague words, he vaguely realized the truth. However, since Yi Qinghan didn't want to tell him, he couldn't ask more. This little bastard always likes to hide things. He used to do it, and he still does it now. I hope you can give me a big surprise in the future. Yi Ruoxue forced a smile, then disappeared from the tower. Yi Qinghan lived a blissful life. Every day, he took Yi Qingyu, Yi Qingwu, and Yu Qingqing for a stroll around Sang City, enjoying the respectful and envious gazes of the people of the Yi family castle. He felt the deep affection and intoxicating gazes of the three women, and enjoyed the sweetness of a man and a woman in love. When he had nothing to do, he would drink with Feng Zi and the others, chatting and chatting. His days were extremely happy. Every few nights, he would sneak out of the Chilling Heart Pavilion and teleport to the Manwu Garden. Then, he would bring Yi Qingwu into the Unfettered Pavilion. One night, they would dance together, and it was an extremely happy and ecstatic experience. As for Yi Qingnu, he had already gone with Yi Tianlong, Yi Baihu, and Yi Chang to propose. The marriage had already been decided. After Yi Qinghan went to the Yu family to propose, he would pick a good day to send out invitations and invite guests from all over. He would hold a grand wedding and marry the three women together. Tonight, on the rooftop of the Chilling Heart Pavilion, only Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing were sitting in each other's arms. Yu Qingqing would be returning to the tranquil lake tomorrow, so Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu knew how to taste and left time and space for the two of them. Qingqing. You really don't want me to send you back? Yi Qinghan caressed Yu Qingqing's smooth black hair with one hand, but his other hand was very naughty as he explored her body through the robe. Ugh! You scoundrel, can't we talk properly? Don't move your hand, or I'll be leaving. Yu Qingqing's face was red, and her whole body kept twisting under Yi Qinghan's hands. She struggled to stand up, and pretended to be angry. Chapter 294. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to move anymore. The closer the wedding day was, the shyer the bride was. This saying was very reasonable. Yu Qingqing was much more open on the Netherworld Island. Why do I need you to send me off? After a while, you are going to the Yu clan. Yu Qingqing replied shyly. She tidied up her dress that was messed up by Yi Qinghan. Going to the Yu clan. What for? Yi Qinghan looked at Yu Qingqing's increasingly shy expression and couldn't help but tease her. To propose. Yu Qingqing rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan and reminded him. Unexpectedly, she saw Yi Qinghan's teasing smile. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed and hit Yi Qinghan. She said angrily, "You scoundrel, you're teasing me again. Your Yi family is full of scoundrels." Hee hee. Yi Qinghan laughed and hugged Yu Qingqing. He placed her on his thighs. His hands started to move wildly as he teased, "Women don't like bad men. Women don't like bad men. Don't your Yu clan's women like our Yi clan's bad men? Isn't that right? 2 generations of saintesses have fallen for the men of the Yi family. Come, beauty. Let me enjoy the taste of the Yu clan saintess for the last night." After saying that, Yi Qinghan opened his mouth. He didn't wait for Yu Qingqing to speak and directly kissed her. The Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop became boundless. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to take the last step. He knew that Yu Qingqing was still very conservative. Although he was eager for sex, he still believed that women should be pampered, cherished, and respected. The next morning, Yu Qingqing sat in the Yi family's carriage and slowly left. Feng Zihua, Long Sainan, and the others also left together. They had been staying with the Yi family for more than half a month. It was time to go back. Although the Yu clan's experts had already left more than 10 days ago, Yu Ji had stayed behind. This time, when she returned with Yu Qingqing, Yi Qinghan was also very assured of her safety. After bidding farewell to everyone reluctantly, Yi Qinghan finally calmed down. According to the wishes of the Yi family's Hall of Elders, the Yu family's proposal was scheduled for 3 months later. This was to wait for the matter of the divine sword to settle down a little. The Yi family and the Yu family could also make preparations during this period of time. The family would take care of everything, and the 12 maids would take care of everything in the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Yi Qinghan discovered that he had nothing to do and nothing to worry about. He began to enjoy the comfortable life of the Yi family's young master. Other than occasionally accompanying Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu, he stayed in the Chilling Heart Pavilion and cultivated all day long. Although his actual strength was undoubtedly the #1 person below the Saint Realm and #1 on the Earth ranking, in reality, his battle aura had just reached the first level of the Emperor Realm. He knew that if one did not think far ahead, they would have immediate worries. Plus, he had been busy his entire life. He felt very uncomfortable if he was asked to spend his days leisurely. Therefore, he prepared to meditate and cultivate. The Emperor Realm was a dividing line. Only after entering the Emperor Realm could one be considered as a true expert of the continent. At the same time, cultivation after the Emperor Realm would become extremely difficult. Every level of the Emperor Realm required a huge amount of battle aura to continuously condense the core and increase the density of the core. At the same time, one needed to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in order to advance. He wasn't worried about battle aura cultivation. The Chilling Heart Pavilion had the divine spirit Qi. The heaven and earth yuan Qi was many times denser than the fire dragon continent. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation outside. Moreover, he could occasionally enter a state of spiritual stillness. His battle aura cultivation could soar rapidly. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the training room, thinking about his cultivation. He brought Yi Qingwu in as well. She was meditating at the side. Yi Qingwu had absorbed the aura of the divine crystal and swallowed the spirit pills that Yi Qinghan had exchanged for in the divine city. Her strength had reached the 2nd level of the noble realm. Yi Qinghan believed that if Yi Qingwu cultivated in the Chilling Heart Pavilion for a year at most, she would reach the pinnacle of the noble realm. If she could comprehend a bit of the laws of heaven and earth, she would be able to enter the Emperor Realm. After thinking for a while, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. He turned around and smiled gently at Yi Qingwu, who was meditating beside him. He didn't disturb her, stood up, and walked out. He turned out of the side hall and came to a room. He walked in and saw Elder Lu sitting at a table in the middle of the room. He was eating the spirit fruits that Yi Qinghan had brought in. Although the body only needed to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish the energy it needed after entering the God realm, eating some spirit fruits occasionally was still pleasing to the taste buds. Therefore, Elder Lu didn't reject Yi Qinghan. Instead, he asked Yi Qinghan to send him large amounts of spirit fruits every few days. "Greetings, Elder Lu." Yi Qinghan walked over with a smile. He sat down and grabbed a fruit to eat. "What's the matter?" Lu Shi glanced at Yi Qinghan and said indifferently. He continued to eat the spirit fruits. "Yes, I want to ask you about some matters related to cultivation." Yi Qinghan nodded. Some time ago, Yi Ruoxue had sent people to deliver many handwritten notes regarding cultivation. She had also sent him a voice transmission, telling him that if he had any questions about cultivation, he could ask him at any time. However, he couldn't be bothered to read them, and he couldn't be bothered to trouble Yi Ruoxue. After all, Yi Ruoxue was his ancestor. However, Lu Shi was different. In the Fallen God Mountain, Lu Shi had accompanied him for half a year without the slightest complaint or dissatisfaction. Moreover, Lu Shi was from the God realm, a peak heavenly God expert. Now, he was his personal bodyguard. Only a fool would not know how to make use of such a free training teacher and bodyguard. "Speak." Lu Shi put down the fruit in his hand and said seriously. He valued Yi Qing Han very much. Not only did Yi Qing Han have a heaven-defying divine beast, but his understanding of the profound mysteries of the laws was also very strong. He was looking forward to Yi Qing Han's growth. Therefore, when he heard that Yi Qing Han was talking about cultivation, he naturally became serious. What are the profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth in this space? Do you know? Also, to what extent does one need to understand the laws to break through to the God realm? I heard from my clan's elder that one needs to understand all the laws to reach the great perfection stage in order to break through to the God realm. Is that true? Yes, but also not. Lu Shi pondered for a moment and said straightforwardly, "Tell me about the laws of heaven and earth that you understand. I'll see if there are any mistakes. I'll help you change your point of view. Don't go astray." Yes. Thank you, Elder Lu. It was good to have a teacher. Moreover, this teacher of his was someone who had seen the world and came from a big place. He was a teacher who was very knowledgeable in both theory and practice. Yi Qing Han was slightly grateful in his heart. After thinking for a while, he said, "I think that the law of natural enemy is the heavenly Tao, the most powerful existence in the world. As long as we understand it, we can use it and become omnipotent. There are many laws of heaven and earth. They are everywhere, but they are unpredictable. Just like Qing Feng, we can't see or touch them, but we can feel their existence. Also. Yes, but also not right." Elder Lu carefully listened to Yi Qing Han's explanation. He gently stroked the sparse beard on his chin and shook his head. "The laws of heaven and earth are not the heavenly Tao. Don't think that they are too profound. The laws of heaven and earth are actually the various principles that make up this world. They are the rules that maintain the stability of this world. For example, the elemental laws, wind, fire, thunder, earth, wood, and metal. These are the basic elements that make up this world. Without them, this world will not be able to give birth to life, and there will be no humans. There are also light, destruction, and so on. If a martial artist understands the laws of heaven and earth, he can use the laws of heaven and earth to form powerful attacks, defenses, and other magical powers. Remember, it is to use, borrow. Not to conquer, but to control. The laws of heaven and earth cannot be conquered or controlled. One can only borrow its power to strengthen oneself." Chapter 295. As for the laws of heaven and earth, each of them has 5 ordinary mysteries. Once you comprehend these 5 mysteries, you can break through to the deity realm. Of course, you don't have to comprehend all of them to become a deity. There is another way that your flame dragon plane doesn't know. There is another way to become a deity. This was the first time Yi Qing Han had heard of this, so he asked in surprise. Yes. Actually, each law doesn't only have 5 mysteries, but countless mysteries. For example, for the law of earth, he has 5 mysteries: earth element, gravity, life, pulse, and heaviness. Actually, these 5 are the lowest and most basic mysteries of the law of earth. Above these 5 mysteries are the elementary mysteries that are fused in pairs. Above them are the intermediate mysteries that are fused in 3, the advanced mysteries that are fused in 4, and of course, the strongest 5 mysteries that are fused into 1, the strongest ultimate mystery. Once you comprehend the ultimate mystery, you will become the strongest existence among deities, an invincible God Emperor. As for the methods to become a deity, one is to comprehend the simplest and lowest basic mysteries. The other is to comprehend 1 or 2 basic mysteries that are fused into the elementary mysteries. Of course, I don't expect you to comprehend the elementary mysteries by telling you all this. I just want to give you a general idea so that you don't have to take a detour. Elementary mysteries. Ultimate mysteries. Invincible God Emperor. Yi Qing Han felt as if he had touched upon a whole new world. This world was boundless, incomparably profound, and incomparably shocking. Secretly remembering Elder Lu's every word, Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of a question and asked, "Then the Soul Emperor, is he an invincible God Emperor who comprehended the ultimate mystery?" F***CK. Do you think invincible God Emperors are like cabbages or carrots? I said that Master is the first among God Emperors, but that doesn't mean that his strength is the first. Master's strength is relatively strong among God Emperors, but any invincible God Emperor can kill him in a second. Lu Shi sighed in exasperation and amusement. At the same time, he once again admired the invincible God Emperor's strength. Can kill him in a second. Then how did the Soul Emperor become the #1 God Emperor? Yi Qinghan was puzzled. Could it be that the divine realm wasn't divided according to strength? Because the Soul Emperor is one of the divine world's 2 great refining grandmasters. In the divine world, there are as many godly level powerhouses as there are hairs on an ox, and all godly level powerhouses are able to refine ordinary artifacts. But there are only 2 people that can become a grandmaster refining grandmaster. In the past, Master spent 10,000 years to refine a supreme divine artifact, causing the entire divine world to shake. Even the 8th sovereign sent people to congratulate him. With such a rare honor, there is no doubt that he became the #1 God Emperor. Supreme divine weapon? The 8 sovereigns? Yi Qinghan became excited as well. He began to picture the vast and majestic scene of the heavenly realm in his mind. At the same time, he was looking forward to the heavenly realm. However, after a while, he asked doubtfully, "Isn't there another Grandmaster? Could the other person be the 2nd God Emperor?" No. The other person's strength was no longer in the category of an Emperor God. This was because the other person was a supreme sovereign of the Star Sea. It's useless for you to understand all this now. Think about it carefully, feel more, and cultivate harder. The sky of the divine world is incomparably vast. That is the true stage for the strong. Of course, if you want to step onto that stage, you must first reach the threshold of the God realm. Lu Shi stopped talking. If she told him too much now, it would affect his state of mind. Thus, she shut her mouth at the right time. One more thing. Do you know what happened to my sister? She was originally a jade spirit body. The sacrifice wasn't successful, so her soul was shaken and she fainted. In the end, Lord Devourer gave her a divine crystal, and she woke up. However, her strength skyrocketed, and she has already entered the 2nd level of the Emperor realm. Oh right, she also comprehended a basic occult skill that you mentioned. Didn't you say that anyone who comprehended the basic occult could become a god? Will there be any problems? It's fine, Lord Devourer. Would such a powerful existence need to use such a method to harm your sister? Not only is your sister fine, but she also obtained a great opportunity. The gift from Lord Devourer is too precious. It's so precious that even I am jealous. As for the basic occult skill that your sister comprehended, you must know that she comprehended the skill, not the principle. This skill was created by the original owner of the divine crystal. Of course, she can easily learn it. However, the occult skill has to be comprehended slowly. Only when she completely comprehended it can she become a god. Lu Shi looked at Yi Qinghan with disdain, blaming him for not being grateful. So precious. What do you mean? Yi Qinghan was delighted and asked quickly. Lu Shi smiled and explained, "You also know that when a martial artist breaks through to the God realm, they will be recognized by the principle of heaven and earth. They can condense a divine crystal. As long as the soul within the divine crystal is not destroyed, the God realm can be said to be immortal. After a God realm expert is killed, if the divine crystal is not destroyed, then the divine crystal can be extracted. At the same time, a martial artist can refine the divine crystal and directly comprehend the mysteries inside to become a god. I've checked your sister's divine crystal. It's a peak of heavenly god realm expert. In other words, as long as your sister can comprehend the principle inside, she can become a peak of heavenly god realm expert like me. She'll be much stronger than your ancestor. Moreover, the most important thing is, this divine crystal belongs to a peak of heavenly god realm expert. This kind of divine crystal is really rare because its owner was just one step away from breaking through to the god general realm. Although it's easy for a warrior to refine a divine crystal to become a god, it has a fatal drawback. It's hard for him to progress further because he hasn't comprehended the principle inside the divine crystal. Thus, he can't refine a higher level divine crystal, and it's almost impossible for him to comprehend the principle. Thus, he can only stay at the same realm for the rest of his life, but your sister is different. Her competence can progress unceasingly because she has refined a peak of heavenly god realm divine crystal. She can easily refine a higher level divine crystal. Of course, the premise is that she can get the divine crystal of a god general. Oh. So that's how it is. Yi Qinghan understood it now. His sister's divine crystal had reached the peak of heavenly god realm. If he could get the divine crystal of a god general, he could refine it to become a god general. And, if this god general's divine crystal was also the peak of god general's principle, he could continue to refine the god king's divine crystal. At this moment, Yi Qinghan knew that the gift Lord Devourer had given him was that precious. His sister could easily become a heavenly god realm expert that was even stronger than her ancestor. At the same time, he thought that if he had a chance, he would find a way to get a god general's divine crystal for Yi Qingyu. Of course, it would be the best if it was a peak of heavenly god realm. Yeah, he could also get one for Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu, which would help them become gods easily. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but smile happily. You're smiling so lewdly. I'm sure you want to help your sister get a divine crystal, right? Humph. I'm telling you, don't be too optimistic. If you can't break through to the god realm, you can't go to the god realm. Whatever you think about is just fleeting clouds. Eventually, you won't even have the unfettered ring. You should work harder to cultivate. Young man, cultivation is the way of the king. Lu Shi could easily see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts, pouring a bucket of cold water on him. Yi Qinghan shivered as Lu Shi's bucket of cold water splashed on him. Right. If he couldn't break through to the god realm, not only would everything be fleeting clouds, but he would also lose his life. He didn't dare to linger, bidding farewell to old Lu and heading to the cultivation room. Chapter 296. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, was flushed with success and was extremely flirtatious. Status, wealth, beauties, everything was bountiful. He was in a very good mood and his days were very comfortable. However, some people were happy while others were sad. Some people's days were very uncomfortable and unhappy. For example, Yi Qingguang. Yi Qingguang lived in a small city near the sea in the House of Aries. 6 years ago, in the Garden of Intoxication, he was lightly stabbed in the stomach by Yi Qinghan. His strength as a level 3 general realm was reduced to nothing. Then, he was sent to this small city by Yi Tianlong at the torture hall with a light wave of his hand. The small city was very small, it could barely be considered as a city. Although Yi Jian was imprisoned, Yi Qingguang became a cripple, and the first branch could be said to have lost their power in the Yi family. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. This city master did not make things difficult for Yi Qingguang. He had good food and a good place to stay. Occasionally, he would send 1 or 2 prostitutes to comfort Yi Qingguang's wounded heart, afraid that he would be provoked and cause trouble for him. The injuries from 6 years ago had already healed, but there were hidden injuries in his meridians and dantian acupoints that could never be erased. Yi Qingguang cultivated for a few years and realized that his strength was improving very slowly. He simply gave up and stopped cultivating. At least he still had a level 7 beast. After fusing with it, he could barely reach the strength of a general realm. Yi Qinghan, I'll stab you to death, I'll castrate you, I'll curse you to never have orgasms for the rest of your life, I'll curse your anus to be pierced every day. At this moment, Yi Qinghuang was sitting in his room, holding a cloth doll in his left hand and a thin needle in his right hand, stabbing the cloth doll continuously. A few days ago, the city master of the small city came back from Tsang City and brought the news that Yi Qinghan had been bestowed the position of young clan leader. This made his heart, which had already become somewhat perverted due to hatred, even crazier. His nerves were a little deranged. Yi De, go to Plum Blossom Street and get me 2 bitches. This young master is in a bad mood today. Yi Qinghuang stabbed the doll for a while and felt a little better. Yi De was a servant sent by his mother to serve Yi Qinghuang, fearing that Yi Qinghuang would take things too hard. However, a moment later, Yi De, who would usually run over as soon as he called, didn't immediately appear. Yi Qinghuang was a bit annoyed. He slammed the table and roared, Yi De, did someone rape your chrysanthemum? Hurry up and die for me. If you piss this young master off, then when this young master is done, I won't even give you a sip of the leftover soup. Damn it, trash. Outside the room, there was still silence. Yi Qinghuang was even angrier. He picked up the long needle on the table and was about to go out and give Yi De a blow of chrysanthemum wounds. Unexpectedly, at this time, the door suddenly opened, and a black shadow flashed in like a ghost. No need to shout. I knocked him out. Who are you? What are you trying to do? I'm the young master of the Yi family. Although Yi Qinghuang had lost his strength, he still had his eyesight. This black-clothed man, whose entire body was wrapped in black cloth, only had a pair of eyes. His footwork was relaxed and his battle aura was strong. It was obvious that he had reached the level of a marshal at the very least. At this moment, he had even knocked out his servant. Such a strange appearance made him slightly afraid. He quickly combined his battle aura and held on with one breath. The young master of the Yi family. The black-clothed man revealed a trace of disdain in his eyes. He sneered, can the young master of the Yi family live in this kind of doghouse? Would he let a lame servant serve him? He can only hire 2 old women from Plum Blossom Street to spend the night. His strength is even lower than that of a trash. Yi Qinghuang, do you still not understand your current situation? You're completely finished. You're no longer the young master of the Yi family. You can't even compare to the useless young master of the Yi family. You're destined to live the rest of your life like a lowly dog and become the joke of the world. I'm the young master of the Yi family. I'm not a trash, I'm not a dog. Stop talking. Shut your mouth. Yi Qinghuang was humiliated by the black man, and his face turned pale. Following that, his expression became extremely agitated, and his eyes gradually turned blood red. He roared hysterically and slapped his palm at the black-clothed man. Bang! The black man casually waved his palm and sent Yi Qinghuang flying into the wall. He looked at Yi Qinghuang, who was crawling on the ground with a pitiful expression, and continued to sneer. Back then, Yi Qinghuang was so insolent. The young master of the Yi family, an expert of the earth ranking, the pride of the younger generation of the House of Aries, and the dream lover of countless young girls. But now, your position has been replaced. The 7th son of the Yi family that you looked down on back then has become the young clan head of the Yi family, and the future clan head of the Yi family. I even heard that he's going to marry Yu Qingqing, Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qingyu soon. 3 peerless beauties. What kind of luck is that? What kind of glory and respect is that? But you can only stay in this small city by the border for the rest of your life, and look up to him forever. Stop talking. Stop talking, I beg you to stop talking. The veins on Yi Qinghuang's face popped up, and his face became distorted. His expression became incomparably dejected and pained. He shook his head powerlessly and spoke with a sobbing tone. Trash. You have no ambition. Yi Qingguang, if you're still a man, you shouldn't be acting like a girl. You should stand up, straighten your back, and reclaim your glory. The man in black shouted angrily, and spoke in a cold and stern tone. Have you forgotten who made you like this? Have you forgotten who imprisoned your father in the mountain behind the Yi family? Have you forgotten who made your first branch so weak? Stand up and answer me, don't you want to take revenge? It's Yi Qinghan. Of course I haven't forgotten. I can't sleep every night when I think of him. I hate him so much every night. I hate him to the bones. I want to tear him into pieces. Yi Qingguang slowly crawled up, and his face turned from pale to ferocious. He gnashed his teeth and roared. However, when he thought of his ruined body, and thought of Yi Qinghan's current strength and status, he said helplessly, Revenge? What can I do to take revenge? I'm a trash now. How can I take revenge? How can I take revenge? That's right. This is the real Yi Qingguang, the arrogant Yi Qingguang. A sinister smile flashed across the black-clothed man's eyes. His tone was no longer cold, but rather bewitching as he said, If I can allow you to not only recover your strength in a short period of time, but also allow your strength to skyrocket, allow you to take revenge, allow you to regain your glory. Do you dare to take this gamble? Hearing the man in black's words, Yi Qingguang's body trembled. A hint of fanaticism flashed in his eyes, and his body trembled slightly. However, he was not a fool. After a moment of silence, he said, I don't believe it. If you can prove it, I dare to take this gamble. He, watch carefully. The man in black sneered. His body suddenly glowed with a black light, and his aura suddenly soared. A powerful aura enveloped the entire room, and Yi Qingguang felt suffocated. Your condition. Yi Qingguang's eyes flashed. After a moment, his eyes gradually became passionate, and he gritted his teeth and said, Your condition. Plant a soul curse and serve my master for 50 years. The man in black's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. It seemed that today's task was completed perfectly. He continued, My master's identity is respected. Although you are the young master of the Yi family, I will not stop humiliating you. Your master is. Of course, Yi Qingguang knew that the man in black's master's identity was respected. This was because a soul curse was not something ordinary people had. This thing was very precious. The person who was planted with the soul curse would never betray him. Therefore, he wanted to find out the identity of the man in black's master so that he could feel more at ease. The man in black was a little impatient. He said coldly, My master's identity is confidential. Of course, I can't tell you now. However, he is definitely respected by his side. I can only tell you my master's code name. What code name? Yi Qingguang asked curiously. Brother Chun. A hint of fanaticism and devotion flashed in the man in black's eyes. He crossed his hands on his chest and said solemnly, Believe in Brother Chun, and you will obtain eternal life. Okay, I'll take the gamble. Yi Qingguang gritted his teeth. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes. He looked out of the window and said in a very cold tone, Yi Qinghan, just you wait. I will make you regret coming to this world.